Oh my god.
Yes!
We're going to see Ashe Heimerdinger in the bot lane for DRX. This was something in the second week of group stages that they found a lot of success with. It gave them firm control of the bot lane 2 versus 2, allowing this Graves as well a consistent lane that guarantees push priority in the bot side of the map. We'll see how well DRX can enable Pyosik in the early game to set up for these invades as EDG is responding with the Soraka Azael.
It's so interesting because, initially we had seen the Heimer Ashe as an answer to Kalista. It was kind of thought of as the specific marksman that you were answering, but now they're just straight up blinding it. They will be able to ban out some more marksmen that they're potentially concerned about. Soraka is a very strong laning enchanter though, so they will be able to deal also in the later stages with a lot of the poke from rockets, from volley. So I do feel like it is a pretty intelligent choice.
One of the things I like as well is that she outranges Heimer turrets. If they get chunked down in the brush, you're like, I press Q, couple more times. All right, thanks for the 15 gold. Like, I killed your turrets off. So you actually do have the ability to outrange. And the way it's played, if you haven't watched the earlier games from Worlds with Heimer support, is he jams them in the brush out to the side. They're usually not in minion aggro range unless you want them to be. But it's like, if you all in me, I'm on turrets, dog. Like, we win this. And Soraka's like, I'm not all inning you. I'm out poking you, and I outrange your turrets anyway.
Well, I think the big thing that we're going to have to watch out for, from Mako's side is, of course, the rockets from Heimer, because they are going to be maxing rockets generally on the Heimer support. So if you're spending all your Qs on the turrets, but you're taking poke back, you're not going to be actually proccing that heal over time from hitting an enemy champion. So definitely some power there, but Varus going to be banned away. I do think that's really intelligent, something that can lane well against the Ashe, can be fairly long range. Another answer that we saw a lot of in the past to Ashe, at least regionally in the LCS, was something like Jhin. So it'll be interesting to see what they're actually going to focus on taking away. Instead, it is just really a concern about poke and range. Ezreal, another champion that really deals with Heimer's towers very easily.
So my expectation right now for EDG is that something like a Sivir, maybe even a Tristana, really strong wave clear and also complements the scaling. Now for DRX, my expectation is that you'll see an Akali and actually a dive buddy up towards the top side of the map, because if you're DRX, your eyes are on EDG need engage. You're looking at something like an Ornn to round out the draft for EDG, so they have a way to kick off these fights, which means that Kingen can feel pretty confident about going more towards something like the Camille that he has shown before. But the fact that they're already looking at an Orianna does surprise me. My expectation would be that DRX would lean more towards giving Zeka that comfort and giving him more of that dive threat.
I was going to say Camille, but instead it's actually just going to be Fiora. So they are expecting something along the lines of the Ornn. They want to already kind of pre-counter that, so to speak. They are going to be pretty light on engage. So they do have ult grenade from Heimer. They do have the Ashe arrow as well. Kennen coming through would mean that you're very reliant on flanks from the EDG side and potentially some playmaking from Scout, but not the easiest of hard engage by any means. But there is a tremendous amount of scaling here.
Okay.
And it is going to be a pretty good matchup, at least in the early levels up into that Fiora. So we'll have to see, how this top lane matchup is going to go between Kingen and Flandre. It feels very, very important. I know that Kingen is someone that can play these carries, but generally is not played towards a tremendous amount. He's definitely kind of left more on his island, and that is similar with Flandre. So maybe they feel they can get this kind of isolated 1v1 where the Fiora can eventually take advantage.
Yeah, we'll have to see where the priority is, because expectations are that DRX will have that push on the bot side of the map. A lot of pressure is going to be falling on Zeka's shoulders, though. We know that historically, Scout has gotten the better of Zeka when they did compete domestically, and now they're on a control mage matchup. One of the big advantages we talked about coming into this was that Scout would have a deeper champion pool. He does feel very comfortable on the Azir. We'll see how Zeka can compete now that he is playing his control mage rather than the typical Akali.
Right, and again, what he's been good at has been Akali Sylas. Sylas banned in the second round. Akali left up the entire draft. His Orianna all-time is 3-5. Now, most of his career has not been a high win rate, right? He missed playoffs. He didn't play any postseason in the LPL across 2 years. He made the postseason both times in the LCK, and he lost first round both times there. The first BO5 he even won was a 3-2 over KT Rolster in the regional qualifier, and then another 3-2 to get here to Worlds. And then here's his first best of 5 at Worlds, because hey, he went 5-0 in the group stage to get to the get to the play-in. So I do want to see if he does step up at this level, because he's against a guy who, very clearly is the reigning finals MVP.
Exactly. Scout has been such an incredible player, and he does have, that reputation as a melee specialist on Scout side as well, but he has such a deep champion pool. He really can play it all. It's a very interesting draft here early on. And my eyes are already drawn to Kingen in the top lane playing Ghost Grasp. So it's very much about looking for this chase down in this extended 1v1. Flandre is not playing Phase Rush or anything specifically for that. So it could be difficult for him.
Look at the wave clear already from the bot lane of EDG. You can hear the support from the crowd. A very loud arena today, but the wave clear from Viper and Mako is exceptional. They've clearly come in prepared for this Ashe Heimerdinger bot lane, and the big question, especially when you think about future games, is this an effective answer? Because if it's not, DRX have a very big advantage when it comes to drafting and the priority of this Ashe Heim. We'll have to wait and see his scout, JJ. Ooh, nice. Good awareness there from Zeka.
Well, and something I'm really interested about is when I look towards the top side, we see the Graves and the Fiora are both hanging out in this brush. Are they actually going to look for any sort of level 1 invade play? I'm assuming that they are.
Yeah.
Whether or not it'll be Raptors or perhaps even Red is going to be interesting. You can see Zeka is even playing towards that side and pushing up to try to make sure that there's not any sort of response that is available.
Well, they got an invade, and JJ going to be cross-mapping for this one as well. Now, Prime Gaming is giving away 150,000 RP to several lucky fans every day of Worlds. Head over to primegamingworld22.com to enter and make sure to put in today's secret code to get bonus entries.
So while you guys do that, I'm going to quickly draw your attention to the bot side map. Our observer's already highlighted it for us, but the fact that the Lee Sin was able to get that early pressure. Wow, a lot of damage being put down onto Mako. Incredibly low. The Ignite committed from Beryl as well. Of course, typically the Soraka does have a decent amount of sustain, but Azael highlighting the mini-map for us. You'll see the JJ doing the cross-map. This is the first time we've really seen this early invade response to a Graves level 1. So far in the quarterfinals, it has been oppressive and difficult to deal with, but JJ has found a very clever solution, which is I don't care if you're going to spot me out on a ward. I do not care what your early game plan is. I'm going to make sure that I can get this decent start. And while he will drop a single Raptor, he's still going to have a pretty... at least he's not going to lose his whole jungle camp.
Yeah, absolutely. Not going to really be very far behind whatsoever. He did use his ward early on to actually ward hop over and try to get right in there to take away that red. Will go back towards clearing his blue side, so it is just going to be a fairly even start here. You can even see question mark pings on the Gromp, so they have a good read of where the Graves is clearing right now, and going to be doing their best to actually track him and try to keep pace with this Graves, because generally speaking, if you're at parity with the Graves, you're doing a really, really good job.
One minor thing to point out is Lee Sin did leave up one of the small Raptors, so though Pioshik has a timer on Raptors might re-invade at 4 minutes and around 10, you're not going to have the exact thing here where he will clear down, he will clear his Raptors camp out. It won't be counter-juggled by JJ, but also means that camp's coming up a lot later for the Graves.
It certainly will. Meanwhile, in this bot lane, we continue to see the push being generated by DRX. This is somewhat as we expected. The thing about Soraka, or I suppose many poke matchups, is, well, you have to deal with a lot of poke. So one of the responses to that is sustain. Soraka can provide that sustain, but very early levels, not quite to the same degree as she will be able to later on into the game. And it feels like DRX's bot lane is trying to take advantage of this. The Hail of Blades, the Comet, both being run on by Ashe and Heimerdinger respectively, mean that they can continue to push Viper and Mako underneath their tower.
Absolutely. And so much of laning against Soraka in general is a heal was actually forced out there from Soraka. So Soraka getting very, very low is actually just dodging the Qs. If Soraka can hit the Qs, you can stay very healthy and just continuously recharge the health, be able to have very, very health positive trades. But if you cannot, and it is very difficult in this matchup because you're outranged by both the volley as well as the Heimer rockets, then you're going to get chipped down and down and down, as we see has happened to Mako. And he's going to have to take a base here, so we'll see how quickly this DRX bot lane can try to crash that wave, because there was no more pots left for Mako, no more pots left for Viper, and they'd already used Summer Heal.
Nice by Zeka. He dropped all of 4 CS after clearing out 6 waves. Perfect CS is 38. He's at 34. Tier plus part of a lost chapter. He will have infinite mana to shove this wave forever.
And I will say, I also like the adaptation here from Viper, because he knows he's going to be in a push matchup, so just going TP here, because he knows he's likely going to be locked under the tower, I think makes a tremendous amount of sense. A delay on the base there, obviously very nice. Scout does have TP, but he's going to lose a full wave if he bases now. Pioshik, though, could be in some trouble.
Items on the Lee Sin. He's got Pickaxe, so shoves him out. Nearly the kill on a Scout. Zeka, of course, not level 6, would have been able to force a flash with the Shockwave.
Zeka is a very oppressive laner. Even domestically in the LCK, he was shown to be very good in terms of his straight-up laning mechanics. Obviously, when we look at his typical laning style of usually finding success on melee mid-lane matchups, when you then get the advantage to be ranged, especially on a champion like Orianna that is naturally a very aggressive lane champion, you can see how much control and agency he has. 45 CS, just short of 5 minutes into the game, already off to a great start for Zeka in the 1v1.
I mean, it's awesome, right? He had won that 1v1 early on, got the chunk down, TP's back early. They got multiple delayed recalls there onto Scout, so he has to actually drop waves because he's too low to stay around.
Mismatch Smite.
Smite on JJ, should be his.
Yeah, and Graves should know it as well, pressing tab, so it is going to be taken by JJ. Well done by him, level 4 on each, and honestly now both at 8 camps. So though Graves had a nice invade, as you mentioned, Lee Sin was keeping pace the whole time, and indeed here they are both in 8 camps.
So, in terms of the early game, things looking pretty favorable for DRX in terms of the lanes that they have control over. Good push in the bot side of the map, good control over the mid matchup. Top side, though, as we kind of expected, both being left on an island to fend for themselves. And this is going in favor of Flandre. You can see him slowly starting to build up this pretty sizable CS advantage, as we would expect in the Kennen into Fiora matchup. And I feel like this is one of the big things that DRX need to be cautious of, because domestically in the LPL, EDG was never known for their incredibly dominant early game. They were known as one of the best team fighting teams in the LPL. They were really great at clawing their way back into games. They were really good at finding really good team fights. And the reason why they finished third at the end of the playoffs in the LPL was because of this talent to be able to find these great team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they didn't die a lot early game. They didn't get a tremendous amount of kills early game, but they generally created, you know, small laning advantages. And their bot lane in particular is really known for their excellence in team fighting. You know, and when they can get those advantages through bot, JJ and Scout are so adept at actually helping them to extend those advantages by moving towards bot, by finding dives, by finding these plays that can really put Viper in a position to succeed, where he's going to pay you back tenfold, because this guy is just unreal.
So the Krug's taken away now as well by the Graves. As the second time in that exact camp, never taken on his side right here for the EDG jungler, Mako and Viper. Going back into the bot lane, having to play around the Rockets barrel. Without any bonus mana in his build, to be able to pretty easily spam the W and keep the poke going. He's felt pretty comfortable in that one. And
spotted
Lee Sin,
out.
I believe,
Still
not
not
spotted.
spotted.
Sling to the top side. Will it be enough? Of course, level 5 in Lee Sin, no kick.
Flandre has ult.
Kennen could try.
If Fiora Q's forward, they're going to go for it. They're waiting for the cannon. And when he goes for the cannon, then
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Goes for it, gets the vital. Here's the ulti, but he's out of range. He's out of range of the stun and just walks away. Flandre didn't commit a flash or anything.
Yeah, Flandre really misplaying that. You know, it looked like he knew he wanted to go for him on the cannon, but then they pulled back. He didn't actually hard commit to it. Pyosik now zoning off the EDG bot lane, who has been chunked down. They're going to start to be able to chip away at this tower. Will be at least one plate going their way. They're now 2 full waves ahead. This is amazing for DRX, as EDG flubbed on the top side, and they're able to get something done on the bot side.
The only good news for EDG is that they will secure the Herald, so at least this plate loss for the time being won't result in too much, as EDG will be able to claw something back. The question is, what does it mean for the future? Because DRX are finding successful plays around their bot side, and Kingen is doing what you need him to do. Mitigate any sort of pressure that is thrown his way. This can be a very difficult matchup in the early laning phase, and the fact that he was able to dodge away from that gank, only expending his Ghost, means that while he will lose a bit of farm, overall, DRX are walk away happy.
Absolutely. They're going to be able to start stacking up these dragons here. But one concern I do have that we haven't really touched on is, you know, generally when you see Kennen in the game, you're always going to have an answering exhaust, because it's such a powerful summoner spell against this champion. It's so obvious when the damage is coming out. But there's no exhaust whatsoever. It is Ignite on Barrel. They wanted to go for more kill pressure, which completely makes sense against the Soraka. But you look at a lot of the members here on the DRX side, they are extremely squishy. Ashe, Heimer, Orianna, and Graves, and even really the Fiora can all get roasted by a flanking Kennen. So it's something that they're going to have to really be good at marking and make sure that whenever they're setting up for these 5v5s, someone is off to a flank and trying to force Flandre to ult in that 1v1 instead of being able to get on top of the team.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that responsibility is going to fall on someone like Zeka or Beryl. With the range and control that they do have on both an Orianna and a Heimer, they can make it very obnoxious for a Kennen to try and get into a fight. But you're right, making sure you have control over those flanks is going to be very difficult when tying up against the Kennen, especially when you look at the Sivir too. Imagine you get that bonus movement speed from the ultimate. That can make that engage so much more difficult. But this is one of the things that we're thinking about later on into the game, right? How did DRX actually start fights? They're kind of looking for picks with things like the Ashe ultimate, maybe trying to play through side lane. The thing that they can do is have Pyosik hover Kingen. Maybe he can force out a bit of an exchange, and then they can try and find a pick onto the Kennen before converting it into something else. Their overall game plan execution will give them advantages in the early game, but being able to play the mid game is going to be a lot harder for them, rather than EDG's straightforward group up team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I will say, though, you know, when I am playing a split pusher, it's actually really nice playing with the Ashe, because even if you don't have perfect vision, the Hawkshot is going to help you track that enemy jungler so much better. So it gives you a better idea of those windows when you can really go aggressive, and especially when you are playing Ghost. Nice. Tap into it from Viper. Great spell shield on that ulti.
Yeah, really, really challenging stuff there. Oh, and it's nice to see, like, a lot of that is just pre-planning as well. It's not just reflexes. It's like, hey, I know Soraka is the target. I'm always going to play around her and hold spell shield at all these points in time, so that he has the option open. So oh my word. Yeah, burn summon, he'll stay alive. Mako getting tricked pretty heavily. It's just always what's impressive to me about those plays is half of it is knowing at the start of the game you have to play it that way, and then being there every time.
And I'd also say, you know, you're just using your spell shield intelligently throughout the lane, right? Because you don't want to just waste that on a volley or something, and then all of a sudden you don't have it for that ultimate anymore. But at the same time, if you're getting poked down too heavily, it can also get rough there. Pyosik moving down towards bot again. JJ is hovering. They want to make sure that Viper can continue to pick up this farm, as he is already a 24 CS down. Will close that gap a little bit here, but still, they've opened up quite a nice lead, plus the 2 plates on the bot side.
Overall, DRX have had smooth control of the early game, and everything's kind of playing out as we expected coming into game one. Typically slightly slower teams when it comes to the early game. We have seen strong performances overall, as Scout gets interrupted for like the 7th time this game. This man just wants to go back to base, and as you rightly said, it's super annoying for the lane as well. Typically, this is a really good reset timer because of the cannon minion wave. It means it gives you more time to get back into the lane, but he's not going to have that extra time because the Heimerdinger is also going to help push out the wave, which means he's going to be forced to expend that TP. Of course, the Unleashed teleports won't be available until the 14-minute mark, which is around when the dragon will spawn.
Yeah.
Zeka, will he choose to invest his TP? For the time being, no. Let's have a look at the minimap, because I also see JJ hovering around the top side of the map. TP invested now from Zeka. And overall, just a little bit more training in the lane.
Oh, that's almost enough lethal damage. He has Wish, casts it. Will not quite find lethal, but that is still so much pain as Viper blocks the rockets, and Mako will have to recall 100 health.
Well played, again, blocking that out, you know, on the rocket there. JJ looking to threaten Zeka, but Zeka is aware that this could be coming. He's playing down towards the bottom side, opposite side of where JJ would be looking to attack from. Also, will say, I actually really like that it's the Luden's build here for Scout, because again, it is a very squishy enemy team. You can go Luden, Sork Boots, Shadow Flame, very heavy burst damage up front there.
Now top side though, you can see it keep going here as well, as Flatpen is kind of being stacked. Of course, as a double AP team, stacking Flatpen can be punishing. We'll see if Graves goes for like a Hex Drinker or something as he pushes towards durability. Obviously, Mark Treads here on the Fiora. Everyone else going to be trying to play pretty far back. Beryl going to take his first sidestep to getting heal cut, actually. Gore Drinker Lee Sin, very, very common. Obviously, Soraka exists. I tend to really, really value Oblivion on supports if possible. If you need healing cut somewhere, you really do want on supports who aren't trying to hit like a 3-item power spike. Like, their multiplication is not nearly as strong. The raw stats are good enough. So I think really wise at DRX, make sure it's Beryl who buys this.
We can also see now the Dragon spawning about 30 seconds time. I did just see a flash expended by Scout there in the mid lane. This is already a big advantage gain for DRX, but they're not using it to move into the bot side of a good spot there. Frigga did miss the shockwave being expended by Zeka, but that will force the flash out, which means that Summoner Spell down, but big ultimate unavailable for a potential upcoming Dragon fight.
Yeah, exactly, and now we'll have to see if DRX are going to be looking to fight it. Nice chunk onto Viper, who does not have his TP. Will be able to get healed back up by Mako somewhat, but Zeka has base, it has no teleport, so I think because they didn't get that pick, they're not even really going to contest here. They're poking and prodding, but with Scout coming down, you have to pay some respect.
Really good flash there from Viper. Good poke, once again, coming out from DRX, and this is the obnoxious thing about Ashe Heimerdinger as a bot lane. They're so oppressive when it comes to slow, stuns, just overall being annoying and making it difficult for you to get on top of them.
I mean, they're doing such a good job, right? Because Zeka was even in base, so they were basically in a 3v4, but they weren't really fully committing. And then as soon as Viper used the spell shield, out comes the ulti, the flash is forced, you know, really doing a good job pressuring here. And JJ now.
14-20 into the game, flashed away from a bit, has the rocket jump to get away as he ward hops out and will not get killed, but the Rocket's forced him to jump out of his own jungle.
Really good smoke screen there from the Graves, made it that much harder for JJ. Had to flash out just to be able to see what he was doing, and then he was able to ward hop over to safety. He will walk away with his life, but this does mean another objective gained for DRX, and they will continue to stack these Drakes. So now that's 2 on the board for them. We'll see what the soul of this game will be in just a few moments' time.
And it's starting to feel a little bit like bot versus top, right? You're looking at the gold advantage between these two players, then you're looking down towards bottom lane. Even on the supports, the amount of Spell Thieves gold that had been farmed up by Beryl had created, you know, a pretty significant lead for him, at least in the short term.
Wow.
And Mako going to be forced to flash. Man, Beryl is getting a lot of work done moving around the map, and a great shockwave again, forcing a flash there. That's 2 in a row from Zeka. Got the flash from Scout with his previous one. Now gets the flash off Mako.
But it is going to be second Herald, though, looks like, as they step up, they put the wards down to get rid of the vision. And as Scout heals back up, it's going to be claimed. Without Shockwave, the fight is harder. Zeka a bit low on mana. That's a stun, but will it be enough, though? 100 HP, Wish comes off in time. They're still going for a bit more. First Blood, the latest of worlds, comes through. King gets a single vital. Will it be enough to kill? Yes, Pyosik takes him down. DRX 2-0. Viper still slowed, fights back on a dash.
Flandre
Can
has
Flandre
ult.
kill him? It's a stun. Refuses to ult though. Does not go for any more. Finally, dives on in. Gets the 3-man stun. The single kill. The stun away onto Pyosik, and nothing more than that. A 1,000 gold lead and 2 dragons. DRX in the lead.
Oh, very back and forth there, but at the same time, Kingen goes mid, and he is like, potentially going to knock down that full tower there. Fiora crushes through that, but now Scout!
What a shuffle! Barrel goes for a ward. I don't know if he saw Scout or not, but gets punished. EDG get a kill back, but first turret goes to DRX.
We finally get to see a bit of action in this game between EDG and DRX, but it is overall DRX that come out on top. They find a number of kills, they secure the mid lane tower. What we're going to see is just this chip damage that continues to come down onto Mako specifically. And as you said earlier, if he's not landing those Qs, he's not healing back up, and you can see how much damage is just consistently being done. Chip, 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 good side set from Scout, but it means that his support is left out to dry.
Yep, and then Kingen on the top side trying to keep Flandre out of this as long as he can. You know, does pop the parry there, had to get out as he's getting really, really low, and then Def sees his opportunity flashing forward here, but Scout able to dissuade him from actually committing to the play, and this is where Flandre sees his moment.
A bit of overconfidence, I would say, from Deft. He was feeling it, and then Flandre is quick to punish. There was a small window here where it looked like DRX could actually continue the chase, but Zeka said, I'm out of mana, I don't think we can chase this, so let's just disengage for the time being.
Yeah, I was thinking with the ult still available there.
Take the Q, Flash gets away from the E. Goredrinker not activated either, so just barely a survival at Pyosik. Now out of Flash, out of ult.
I mean, you know, at the end of the day, Scout ended up getting a kill on Barrel with his ult after, but there was that moment when Flandre went in. I was thinking maybe Scout is going to look to follow up here. You know, there were some low health bars, but he didn't have his flash, so perhaps didn't think he could actually close the gap there. And JJ now trying to hold on to this tower. Looks like the vitals display there is a little bit incorrect because it's showing vitals on 2 sides, so hopefully that will reset.
Yeah, knocked on the bottom one, and then, yeah, wait for this one to come back up. Goredrinker got his health back up a little bit there for JJ, and he's going to be fine. Still a 1,700 gold lead and 2 Drakes to 0. Certainly a sizable lead for DRX. The question is, what will the team fights look like down the line? Because last one did go roughly 2-2.
DRX find themselves in a pretty comfortable position right now. The next major objective they'll be looking to play for is this dragon spawning in about 2 minutes' time. Kingen going to be taking more control over the side lane now that he's gotten that first item completed. Of course, the Kennen will slowly start to struggle more in the isolated 1v1 matchup, and they're going to rely on him to be able to join these team fights. Having that Unleashed teleport available will naturally make it easier, and Azael and I will continue to keep eye on these wards littered around the map, as we expect EDG to be investing these deep wards to try and look for flanks, but right now it is DRX in full control.
Yep, DRX, you know, with really the only wards across half here. You know, when you're looking at the vision, the line gets to about there. That's really all they have on the EDG side. You know, they don't really have very great visions. They're moving heavily towards the top side. Oh.
Good response there from Scout, able to flash away from the arrow. I don't think anyone was expecting that, and it definitely caught Scout by surprise, but pro player reflexes there, able to get him to safety.
Yeah, Colin Timo, that was Swift Scout. All right, that was my one for the day. That's a lie. There's more coming.
That's
Yeah. Minute to go, though, until soul point for DRX. Ocean Drakes on the Rift. Extra brush, extra honey fruit. And soon to be even more regen as Rock to bump out. As Kingen looks to run away in the bottom side. JJ will not get him much done. We'll be able to summon, and with bot lane, I believe, a little bit injured. This actually could just about finish the turret here, so as long as they can control this lane, 500 gold will go to EDG's inventory.
Yeah, the tower is low enough, so will be a kill on that tower unless they can somehow stop it from charging, but I doubt that they can. So the turret does go down. Kingen can actually come back and clean this up. But some pretty interesting item choices here. Swifties on Sivir, so really struggling with some of the slows that are being applied here, you know, from the Heimer grenade, if it hits you on the outside, that's a slow. Obviously, the Ashe volley, also a slow. So really wanting to be able to dodge out from a lot of these skill shots and just putting high priority on that boost speed. Going to TP down towards bottom lane. They're going to push through there instead of through mid to try to access the dragon. But this does mean that DRX get a free push on mid. We can see Ashe is already out there shoving that up. So we'll see if either team is going to be able to force a response with Fiora now on that flank.
So keep my eyes on Flandre right now. His flash is up in about 30 seconds. But I don't know if that's going to be enough time. You can see he's trying to stay in the fog of war as Kingen is coming in from behind. Flandre is going to be so important when it comes to the big team fight. The arrow comes through.
Actually just tags Lee Sin, who's just standing still, takes the tank, but he's going to be fine at the end of the day. They know where Kingen is. He walked over to the Azir turret, couldn't find a better flank than that, just sitting behind. hoping for an angle. 6,000 health left on the Drake. Barrel on the top side. Another mid-wave catches up. That is already 100 gold denied away from EDG, but they stick around for more. Level 13 on the Azir. Gonna look for the play onto Barrel. Finds the shove back, kills him without a single spell cast. In goes Frondre. There's a second Mako over the wall. The chase down for Kingen. Gets single kill. Kick back, but not taken down. Staying alive, down to half health. Finds a 3-man slow, but JJ on the chase. Q's gonna be sidestep. Stays alive. Flash in for Viper. Nearly dies, but forces DRX to flash away. Flash back in. The second gets the kill on the Viper. A chase in. JJ missed, but Scout is here to finish the job.
It's an absolute bloodbath back and forth. Skill shot just barely not connecting. Deft on the wrong side of the map, and Scout is here to kill his former teammate.
W auto Q comes back up. There is the rampage of EDG's 5. Make it 6 kills. 4 belong to the mid laner.
It's nothing personal, my man. It's just business, and Scout is looking to get himself a big victory here in the quarterfinals. The Kingen TP will force away JJ from the objective, and everyone from DRX is slowly starting to respawn. They're getting back out onto the map, whereas EDG, they need to reset, get their health bars back up, and spend some of the gold that they just picked up.
Can they actually buy time for Deft, though? Because if they can't rush it down, EDG is going to be here a good 30
round
seconds
2, boys.
faster. I feel like DRX might have to give it up. They're going to try to buy time here, but Deft just now respawning. He's got to run all the way out there.
Yep.
And everyone from EDG is already here, so it's a 3v5 for a good 15, 20 seconds.
Deft's contribution is a Jaina Crystal arrow right now, otherwise nothing.
Guys, I feel like I've seen this before.
Yeah. Korean 80 carries in New York don't land Ash arrows. What are you talking about? This never happens. Here we go. Starting up now again. JJ, 6,000 health yet again on this one, but it's going to reset. We know Pyoshik's around, so a steal's not going to happen, or it is going to be flipped over what I should say. King indeed looking for his flank play, but doesn't have it just yet. Scout, no flash, but has the ulti yet again. And once again, looking for this dragon. Most of them playing inside the brush. A blue trigger required to see where everyone is. Flandre still is behind his own team, cannot find the actual flank. It's going to be up on the front side instead. Zivir pop, nice smite. Pyoshik grabs it. 3-0 DRX.
This time, DRX leverage their range and don't give EDG the opportunity to find the fight. That means that they walk away with the objective and put themselves on Soul Point.
And now they have them cut off towards mid, so they're going to have to try to walk the long way around. King and Pyoshik and Barrel trying to zone them out. As Zeka and Deft are onto the tier 2 tower, this looks like it's gone. DRX are playing the map so well.
3-1 in turrets, 3-0 in Drakes. Gold lead in their favor as well. Everything in the top scoreboard says DRX are winning here in game 1.
Massive props to DRX. I think that when you look at this series on paper, EDG should come in as the favorites, but DRX continue to surprise. The fact that they even qualified to the World Championship this year was a surprise to many. They were not supposed to be here, but at every single stage, they have only defied expectations. They land the stun.
None will it kill, though. Able to shuffle back out his Scout, staying alive. He's got extra health in that build, making it a bit more comfortable. Barrel did ignite in that fight, so it is a big cooldown missing.
Yep, yeah, they do cost themselves some cooldowns, but we can go back towards this dragon here. The turret's even getting dropped. They decided to try to burst it down. Lee Sin is stunned. I wonder if he was out of range. Was he stunned?
Nearsighted. He was W'd by
Oh, he
Graves.
was Graves nearsighted in the arrow, so he's actually stunned up, loses vision with that smoke screen. Great catch, Freak. I didn't actually see the graphic of that, which means he's not going to be able to smite it. You can, of course, can smite while you are stunned, but not if you do not have vision of the dragon.
Yeah.
As they say, if you can't see me, I can't see you. You know what I'm saying? So the
Pretty sure Def could see him.
dragon ends up falling to DRX. So when we kind of take stock of the whole map right now, DRX do have a small advantage, a single tower advantage, and a pretty significant Drake advantage. This means that in terms of their early game control, they've been able to convert it into quite a lot. While the gap between the two teams isn't dramatic, a lot of that does come down to the fact that EDG have been finding successful fights. They traded 2 for 2 over up towards the top side Herald. They just found themselves a favorable fight around the dragon. And you look at Scout, level 15 on the Azir, 2 fully completed items. The man is really coming online right now, and it's going to be a bigger threat as the game continues.
Absolutely. You can start to see some MR is being picked up on the other side as an answer, because it's flat pen in both mid lane and top lane. You can see the Hexdrinker has already been picked up. Merctread's in top lane. Merctrade's down here. We have another Hexdrinker being built up by Deft as well. There's so much threat from those double AP soul laners on the EDG side. And this is going to mean there's going to have to be some heavy lifting from Viper as well. If people are starting to really stack up that MR, it puts more pressure on the Sivir to really be that threat.
And the ironic thing, though, is Sivir, you can see Viper's build. He doesn't believe he has target access. He went Swifties, which you called out earlier, and he went Rapid Fire Cannon, which is like, I get one auto. I can Q, I can throw one Ricochet. Go team, and that's his build. And I'm not saying it is wrong. He's getting zoned out by an Ashe and a Heimerdinger. It's tough to play with Shockwaves running around and things like that, but his build is very much, I have a front-loader contribution, and then my DPS is going to be lower than any other build I could go for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it can be tough against some of these champions that are going to be zoning you out, right? There's the Orianna Ball that is going to be outranging you. There's the Ashe Volleys. There's things like the Heimer Rockets and so on that are going to make it tricky. And I think what he's going to really rely on to get that access is the mayhem that can be created by people like Flandre and JJ, right? If they can get in that back line, if all of a sudden there is a Kennen ulting in on the team, well, everyone has to scatter. Now all of a sudden, Sivir can move forward and really look for those autos to try to clean up the fight.
Yeah, I will say that initially, I talked about how I felt that EDG had a more traditional, easy to play front-to-back teamfight comp with the addition of being able to flank with both the Lee Sin and the Kennen. But when you look at it on paper, neither team really has an easy way into this fight, because even though EDG have a more quote-unquote traditional teamfight comp, you're still trying to gain access against an Ashe, an Orianna, and a Heimerdinger. On top of the fact that you have the Grave smoke screen, like, there are so many things to just make your approach difficult, whether it be slow, stuns, poke, just so many obnoxious things exist on the side of DRX that they can just sit back and leverage their poke. And basically they're saying, EDG, if you want to fight us, you're going to have to go through all of this damage before you even get a chance to touch us.
Absolutely. And it's one of the cool things about Heimer support and also Maokai, you know, in supports like this, that can actually mark brushes without being there themselves.
Yes.
Right? You know, when you are trying to deal with someone like Flandre, you can have your tower in a bush, and as he's coming over, you know, he has to deal with that little annoyance, and you're going to be able to spot him out more easily. Of course, you still have to be within their sphere of influence, or whatever you want to call it, for them to be activated. But it is very difficult. And I think one of the things that has been kind of hamstringing EDG somewhat in this game is that they can't really get any deep vision. They're always the ones coming to the objectives late. So they're not really able to effectively threaten these flanks very often. It's always Flandre having to, like, walk straight at the enemy team.
Yeah, the one guy who kind of had permanent pressure in his lane was in the top lane. Kennen was permanent pushed onto Fior, and hey, they got first Herald out of it, but that's not the matchup we're seeing when these Dragon setup is happening or a Baron setup is happening, where, like, that's the far lane. That's a TP lane. That's not the one you're using to get Fryo to then set up everything else. And it feels like, yeah, with Ori having pressure, Ashe having pressure, what's going on. A quick update on what's going on, by the way. EDG's jungler JJ reported an issue. Tournament officials are investigating that. When we have more info, we will deliver it, but pause courtesy of JJ.
Overall, very solid game one. I think a pretty competitive game between the two teams. You can see the strengths and weaknesses of both sides' compositions and their actual approach and ability to start these team fights. So I think that this game could still go in either direction, and there's a lot of options for both these teams. And the biggest problem that EDG now faces is the fact that there is 3 stacked Drakes on the side of DRX that are going to be very difficult to deal with because they're going to be forced to take the next Dragon fight.
Absolutely. And that's where it's going to come down to the setup. You know, can they actually find a window to get to that Dragon early, to try to get those deep wards, make sure they're setting up Flandre for success? Because I do think EDG have the tools they need to really win these team fights, but not if they are second to the Dragon, right? If they're always the second one showing up and you're having to fight through all this poke and these towers and everything that is really kind of just bothering you on your way in, it feels incredibly difficult to actually reach these DRX carries.
It's just hard to do so because we've seen for the last 15 minutes that it's the Ori who has pressure over Azir and it's the Ashe who has pressure over Sivir. Probably largely because the Heimerdinger, right? It's that combo together. Sivir obviously deletes waves, but not if she can't get in a range to, you know, get chunked down to half HP at the very start of it. Then Struck runs out of health and that all happens. So the other part of it is, you know, theoretically, if you are late, if you have an Ornn, he just walks up, we press R, we all run in, but it's like their engage is Kennen and Azir. And they can start fights, but they can also get killed by a stun combo, right? Ornn doesn't, those two both do. And it's like, well, he could fight, but only if he can flank. Problem is, Fior's watching the flank. It's like, well, look, what about the other flank? Now, Azir turret's watching that flank. Like, okay, what about the other flank? No. Heimer turret's watching that flank. It's like, let me in! Let me in! They can't get it.
I mean, one of the things that's kind of just to sidestep a little bit, that's so cool about this series to me too, is you know, Def versus Mako. And one of the facts that, you know, there's so much talk in the past about Mako being the guy to really level up Def's laning, right? To have been this guy that kind of trained him, so to speak.
Yep.
And this is many years later, of course, but they're meeting again, and it is almost like that pupil versus teacher kind of story, right? Where now he's using all the tools that Mako gave him against him, right?
For sure.
And I just think that's such a fun dynamic because, you know, in sports in general, and esports, of course, as well, when you're playing against those former teammates, it's like you know them so well, you know their habits and what they like, what they dislike, and sometimes you can really try to use that against them.
And I will say that when we got to see that promo video, I was not expecting Deft at the very end to sit there and say, EDG, let's dance. You know, that level of confidence, that bravado to come from Deft. The man has struggled internationally over the last couple of years. Outside of that Samsung performance many years ago in 2014, it's just been a quarterfinals appearance and then knocked out. The man has been looking for that opportunity to return to the highest level, and against an EDG that overall has been struggling this year, and a DRX that continues to level up throughout this tournament, this feels like one of their best opportunities they've had to bring Def back to the highest level.
Absolutely. I mean, this will be his sixth straight quarters appearance, you know, not including the one where he into semis. He had 5 where he fell out in quarters, so this would be another attempt here to try to make it back. You know, Chovy, who obviously we just watched yesterday get his semifinals berth, had never actually been past quarterfinals. So it's two of these incredible players who have been mainstays on the international stage for quite some time. Deft, of course, longer. You know, both kind of now in a similar boat where they're trying to get to that next level. They're trying to continue going further and further and further and really get to the level that I think all their fans know that they can reach.
Yeah, and that's the fun part because, I mean, I think back to like 2014 Deft and people who are watching, you know, good 8 years ago. At one point, I think Deft was the best AD carry in the world. In my vote, like there was a point where he was for a year or two like the #1 AD carry, and the fact that he at most made World Semis. Now World Semis is actually very good. You're top 4 in the world. Like that's pretty well deserved. He like won an LCK title. He's a 4-time domestic champion in both Korea and China, 2 each. Like he has done a lot. But the fact that for like 7 years he's like top 8 at most and it has to bow out, like. He deserves a bit better than that, you know? Like, I want a bit more out of Deft. I want him to get that extra little bit. So we are back into the game here, and we'll see if EDG can get some map control.
When you talk about, you know, him being known as the best marksman in the world, you know, all those years ago, I think a lot of people would argue that he is, at the very least, you know, in that conversation up near the top. And now he is against Viper, who most people have as the best AD carry in the world today, right? So he has an opportunity to prove himself against that level of player, you know, against the defending world champions here in EDG, his former teammates in Mako and Scout. And it's just so interesting to have that opportunity.
And now we're just seeing both teams dance around this mid lane, because when we look at objectives across the board, there aren't really that many outside of the tier 2 towers, but also this mid-tier 1. It has been the thorn in the side of EDG. By taking it down, it makes it much easier to gain access into the enemy jungle because you can push those waves in deeper. But DRX, they're holding firm. They're leaving Kingen on a side lane to act as that threat. And if you look at the minimap right now, you can see this Fiora pushing in that bot side while they just maintain control over this mid wave and make sure that they secure vision around the Baron, which they can transition towards the Dragon in a minute's time.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the one thing missing for the Fiora is, you know, when you look down to that bottom quadrant, it doesn't have that deep vision. So he can push out the wave, but then he has to back it off until he really sees everyone here. And as DRX do reset, EDG has now moved in towards that top side, and they're clearing out all the wards in this area, as well as pushing up towards mid. And they should be able to knock down this tier 1 here pretty easily.
You get it. Number 3 on the board here. EDG tying up the turret score. Top outer for their sake, still holding on. As mid tier 2 is dead on their side of the map. Otherwise, they've knocked down all the outers. And now EDG are, in fact, the first ones in River. They actually managed to grab all the control on the side of the map. Deft on his way towards a Wit's End to get the MR to survive. A Kennen and a Zir. Kingen is already here on the flank as well. Bot lane, most being left alone. And look at this. Beryl has snuck in, and Beryl has a bunch of turrets now on the ground. And EDG might not be first team objective anymore.
I mean, if you can get 3 turrets down and someone face checks into a grenade into alt rocket, even as a support here, you can potentially 100-0 someone. So they do have to be a little bit careful about who the one walking forward here is. But he's given up. You know, he's revealed by the Dragon. It's really smart. If you pull the Dragon, it's going to hit whatever is closest to it, whether it's your team or their team. So if someone is hiding in a brush, that can be revealed.
It certainly can be. Dragon now being aggroed towards DRX. Kingen hovering off in the fog of war, yet to be spotted. The teams have reversed compared to the last time we saw this Dragon fight. Flandre hovering around behind. They don't see Kingen on the flank, but here comes the arrow.
Arrow hits Scout. Smite fight not just yet. It's going to be reset on the Drake. Fiora still not in. Shockwave catches one. Mako stays alive. Here comes Fiora. Finds the kill. The cannon goes back in for two. And you got a bunch of damage still on Azeka. Stopwatch buys some time. Fiora goes for broke, but his ankles are just that. The kick, and it's Scout securing the kill. On for a triple. And EDG win as long as they possibly could. They're going to get the ace. Only Mako falls, and Baron's going to be next in their sights.
The world-class team fighting of EDG strikes again. DRX are wiped off the map. There will be no Soul. There will be no Baron. EDG will take it all.
EDG get everything, and it was Scout flying in, finding that engage. The chaos created by this Azir opens the window for Flandre to fly in with his ultimate, for Viper to go forward as well. Everyone from EDG committing heavily to the fight. And these squishy members on DRX's side, once that engage was there from EDG, they just couldn't stand up to it.
100% kill participation for Scout. We have to keep our eyes on him because, look, the arrow connects to him onto the backline. The shockwave, though, is late. Look, it doesn't come quite through. It lands on a Mako, but it doesn't connect onto Scout. This then gives him the window to dive onto the backline, scoop up Deft, scoop up Pyosik. They get melted by the Kennen ultimate. And while we talked about Flandre looking for those flanks, it was all about Scout finding that engage to set up for his team to clean house.
Yeah, he didn't have to go through the back door because Scout just kicked down the front, comes right down the middle, knocks both those marksmen into the team. And you can see how excited they are backstage, knowing that was a massive moment for them. Had DRX won that, they get the Soul, they potentially get the Baron, the game could be theirs, but now it is EDG truly in the driver's seat here, i.e. nearly done for Viper. It will be after this Baron power play because he already has all the pieces. That is going to be another enormous spike.
2,400 gold right now. Yeah, top lane Adder killed. King doing the best he can to play permanent split push, mostly catching up in farm with the opposing top laner, but it's still overall higher farm out of EDG. And the bot side Siege slows down a little bit. Ashe, Heimer, Orianna, pretty good defensive tools. And despite grabbing this Baron buff, EDG actually behind in turret kills so far. Of course, more to do as mid lane tier 2 should drop. And King will finally get his own recall off. So still about 1,500 gold. There's 2,000 on the Red Bull Baron power play.
They send Flandre up to go and catch that top wave. EDG a little slow to play through both lanes, but they're able to secure the tier 2 in the mid. Now, though, they have to break through this wall that is Zeka, Deft, and Beryl. The wave play from this trio is oppressive and very difficult to siege onto. As long as EDG keep playing through these two lanes, they will slowly chip away at these objectives. The rapid fire going to be helpful here for Viper to just slowly hit away, and the damage from Scout, you can see in the side lane, no one can really stop him at this point. And unless they're willing to commit, he's going to take advantage of his range to chip away at these towers.
I mean, that is just the flat pen build there. Q+1, maybe 2 autos. It's a good 60% of Deft's health there.
Yep.
And they're just going to punch it right through, knocking down the first inhibitor tower. The inhibitor is going to be gone very quickly here. We'll see how quickly Kingen comes back because he is still up in that top lane, still pushing. And it looks like they're going to be willing to give up this middle inhibit as well. They don't feel that they can defend it. So they're going to try to potentially trade for a top lane inhib. And you can see Flandre going back now. They're going to try to stop the recall.
Okay, yep. They get a couple more seconds off of the Lee Sin, but it's going to be middle inhibitor gone. Kingen doing what he can to get every objective possible. Can he kill his turret in time? With Demolish, it was close. And maybe there's going to be some wave capabilities on. Wants to go. Flandre has several vitals up, but the W's already burned. Q, auto. It's going to be the last shot. He can! And he can! 700 gold and a runaway. Kingen will try to start with his life. Sivir ulti, I believe, burned. They can't get into him anymore, so Kingen with a great kill. Knocked down an inhibitor turret as well.
Yeah, that's massive. The delay there from Deft actually forced it to be a TP. And though he does come through before the turret goes down, he comes through right as the tower is going to die. You get that kill, which is a shutdown. 700 gold going the way of Kingen there is very, very big. And it also means there won't be a TP for Flandre in a minute here for this next dragon. So if you can pull him to a side lane again as Kingen, you have TP advantage, and you can potentially set up a 5v4 at the Drake.
I think that's the biggest advantage from DRX's perspective, because EDG now find themselves in an awkward map state where while they do have push, consistent push in mid and bot lane, that top lane is going to be very difficult for them to play around with Scout not having TP available and Let me just very quickly check. It's going to be available in about 50 seconds, which means that the Dragon will spawn before that is ready. DRX can just leave Kingen in the side and leverage their poke around the Dragon. The problem the DRX are going to have is that Flandre's flash is about to come back up. Scout also is about to have his flash back up. In fact, it's now available, which means that this 4 versus 5 around the Dragon is a very difficult position for DRX to put themselves in.
But you have to look, it's Hullbreaker Fiora, and he is top, right? He is going to try to commit to this heavily.
Blocking.
Look at Beryl as well.
Someone needs to come for him.
Zeka has TP and Heimer's walking up. They get 3-man top lane, and you will delete structures. So EDG rush on the Baron. Recalls take 8 seconds. Inhibitor is gone. Quick wave clear comes through. Now Barrel's here. He can put down wards, he can put down turrets, and they're going for the base. Scout shows up, but can you find the shuffle? He's able to get it, but over the wall they go. A stopwatch burn, and Viper gets the kill. Viper flashes, they get the second, and just like that, Scout is legendary.
Yeah, that's huge. They get back. Both the carries of EDG do arrive, and now they're going to try to go for an end of their own. They're TPing back in here. 4 members of EDG are going to be here. There's only 3 from DRX.
Is going to be enough there? Def not going to be locked down too much just yet, but they're going to go for the waves best they can. They know bot lane is flooding in. Zeka's wave clear is only so good. A new cannon, a new Superman is on the way. And they've got a 4 versus 3 inside the base. Sivir still walking over. She TP to the base. First turret dropping pretty rapidly. Still trying to clear out the minions. First turret is down. A stopwatch burn, but that should be a kill every time, right? Death going to be locked in place. Here goes cannon. The kick back. 2 kills. And EG going to take the very first game. The attempt at the Nexus does not succeed from DRX. The early game was not enough, but Scout drops. 3 alive. Can they kill it in time? JJ gets low. Viper is still hitting. He's got the Guardian Angel, and the Nexus falls. EDG takes game 1.
In typical EDG style, they will team fight their way to victory. And while there were windows for DRX, they were very quickly shut in the face of the overwhelming reigning world champions. EDG looking good here in game 1.
Man, what an exciting game, though. It really was, creativity here from DRX, both with the draft, bringing out the Heimer Ash, trying to also play a much trickier style of game here, looking for the side lane, looking for the back doors when things started to fall apart in that 5v5. But as you said, Betty, it is the team fighting from EDG that really stood tall here. That soul point fight, that soul fight was really what changed this game completely, because it had been DRX in the driver's seat for quite some time. Scout finds that incredible engage, sweeping back Def, sweeping back the Graves as well. They both get deleted. That gives them a dominant team fight win of the Dragon. That eliminates the soul condition. They take the Baron. The gold lead really catches right back up.
And what do we say at the very beginning? Hey man, is Zeka good on melee champions? You know what he's not great on? The mages. And we get a max range arrow hit, full stun duration on who ended up being like a 9-0 Azir. Where was Shockwave? After he got unstunned.
Right.
It killed a Soraka. Mako got 1 shot, and the team fight was 5v4, but like, Shockwave killed Soraka. Azir Shuffle killed their entire bottom lane, right? And it's like, Scout's pretty good at League of Legends.
It definitely felt like in these team fights, there was a very big mid diff, and you see it in the PGB, like the difference in terms of damage was pretty significant in favor of the Azir, with 32,000 damage done overall. Like, Scout is a world-class mid laner. Many respect him for his talents. He's a veteran in the space as well, and we're going to need to see a little bit more from Zeka if he wants to get the better of Scout.
And it's interesting, right? Because obviously, DRX came into this with a plan, wave clear mid, pushing bot, split push top, that all really, I think, does make sense as a cohesive composition, but it doesn't work out here in game 1. Sylas and Akali both were available. They could have grabbed those up if they were willing to do it blind. Of course, that is scary against Scout, but we'll see if they want to change that up in game 2.
Well, you got more to play, of course. It's best of 5. It's at least 3 games, so at least 2 more to go. We'll see how much longer we have on stage. Now, if you cannot make it to San Francisco to watch the finals in person, you can watch the big screen with friends and family at one of 600 theaters and counting near you. Use the QR code below to purchase some tickets. Now, while you grab one of those tickets in one of those 600 theaters or more, we're heading over to the State Farm Analyst Desk. See you there.
Thank you so much, Freak. It's EDG who will take game number 1 in our best of 5 here against DRX. The defending champs is starting out on the right foot. And Chronicler's prediction, it's safe either way.
So far, so good. And I
just keep changing punctuation.
So,
yeah,
exactly. So going into the draft, I do want to highlight again that this obviously going to start on the DRX side. what is the success plan? When does DRX look the best? When they have a tanky engaged top laner for King, and when he can play tanks, his Ornn and Maokai both are incredibly good. And when you have Zeke on a melee mid. So what do? They put King on Fiora, and they put Zeka on Orianna. And then
So
nothing
confused
makes
by
it.
it.
Well, welcome to DRX.
But it actually makes so much sense the beginning, the opening of this draft, okay? And it's really cool if you look at it from EDG's side because they're on red side, and they actually say, we're going to give you 2 of the most powerful, most sought after picks in the entire meta right now. The Graves jungle, which everybody has been either stomped by or started to permaban, and then the Ashe Heimerdinger. And they came up with plans to counter both preemptively, even before getting in this, knowing they're giving both of these over. They're like, okay, fine, we're just going to have Lee Sin start on the opposite red side, and it won't be a problem if the Graves doesn't get this jungle diff off, straight from level 1 and corral you into one quadrant. And then for the Ashe Heimer, their idea is the Sivir wave clear and Soraka heal bot is supposed to just, outscale it and wait it out. It still was high value for DRX, though, with the Ashe and Heimerdinger getting a lot of turret plates and pressure.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed out the initial jungle pathing, because I think that was really important. We've seen teams just yesterday, obviously, with Canyon, but we've seen other teams do a really good job of making sure that Graves is super far ahead and already en route to power farming into this massive carry later on. And then I agree with the Sivir and the Soraka response. I thought it was good, despite the fact that DRX obviously had massive push in that wave, and you saw their setup around the first 3 Drakes in particular. It was so difficult for EDG to get in there.
And there are LCK teams where I see a draft like this with no engage, and I have faith in to execute it. But DRX just hasn't really been that team. I think that when we take a look at the Dragon fight that EDG won and that won in the game, it's in large part because this team operates on a very set notion that there needs to be a big trigger pull. And there's the Ashe Arrow, but as we can clearly see, that's not enough. And then outside of that,
the trigger's been pulled! Where
are they going?
Where's the bang?
Well, exactly. I mean, in a lot of ways, that's my issue with the team composition of DRX is after the Ashe Arrow goes out, I mean, unless you've really hit the most priority target and can layer a giant Heimer ult over the top, it's going to be very hard to actually take these 5v5 fights.
Yeah, well, as the game went on, and in this in particular, it was actually just really important that EDG already had the setup, right? Because then DRX have to come into them. In the other Dragon setups, you saw that they were just constantly poking them out. Flandra is looking, they don't have a TP ward for him, they don't have a good, flank for him to get in the fights, and then the rest of the team is just getting poked out. This, as soon as the go button is Scout's Azir, the Kennen comes in, and it did showcase not only their initial setup, but also just the team communication. EDG is known for having that strong communication team.
Yeah, that's the other side of the coin, right? We can criticize the DRX comp and maybe the difficulty of navigating a mid to late game team fight like that, given the picks. But at the end of the day, EDG still has to find a way to take advantage of it. And Scout is exactly the player who can do that. He's our 1+ OP player of the game for his performance on the Azir, a signature pick for him. And it wasn't just that fight alone where he popped off. It was all throughout the game. He was racking up the kills and assists.
Yeah, big plays from him are what won EDG this game. I mean, they made it very close. DRX did a good job early on of using, the poke that they had and the pressure that they had, stacking up the Dragons, getting it to that critical point. But again, EDG's look at outscaling and then just simply the playmaking here. Azir sweep into Kennen ultimate. Kaboom.
38.5% damage share, by the way, with only 1 death and involved in every single kill that the team would have in this game.
Did we say people were underestimating Scout World Finals MVP last year when they won? Big stuff.
I just think it's funny because Scout's Azir is kind of a meme where you can get the performance that he had here, or maybe forcing some plays, but that was also
Let's pull up our
one
bingo
of the
card.
things that we had on this giant bingo card.
We're going to do a little updating. We can knock
taller than I am.
We can knock a number
You
of
want
these
me to hold
off.
it?
Yeah,
sure,
that'd
man.
be-
Kobe
that'd
will
be
hold it,
helpful.
and I will deliver. We've got these wonderful little world stickers
Yeah,
that we can
thank you,
apply. So,
producer.
Emily, I'll hand them to you. First, let's go Ashheimer. That was an easy one, but we got it in the bot lane. And actually, just in the bottom corner there as well as Scout's Azir. Those are the 2 draft-related ones. So, really, we're very close to already having a full bingo. But there were a couple more that got sorted out during this
Kobe
bingo.
did
I'm not
threaten
letting-
us.
Yeah, during the
Producers
pre-show.
made me do that. They told me to pick
Kobe
them.
went for it.
No.
And then, of course, we can't ignore, there was one more.
Yeah,
What was it?
in the break, the casters did touch upon the Death Mako narrative.
Yeah.
so
Oh, we
got
had
that
dueling
one
fan
too.
chants, too, though, when we were out here. during the pause.
we need
but
another
we need
sticker.
another sticker. Here we go. Hold on.
we have
Let me
one?
get. Yeah, I got him. I got him.
Good.
I gotta make.
Oh,
I gotta make this
good
one
job.
real quick. Sorry, guys.
So,
this is why
well,
Dash
bam.
is so on top of
So
stuff.
personally, what I'd like to see in the next one is maybe a little bit of this.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
oh,
okay,
nice.
perfect.
And then
I-
we can respond with the
Exactly.
Flandre Gragas, because in the green room, Chronicle and I are just going back and forth being like, Flandre Cannon.
So DRX
King
is
and
sticking to the
Fiora.
blue side, which
Oh.
I think from a tournament meta perspective isn't going to surprise many people. It's always a question, though, of whether or not sticking to the same sides in a loss on a series is really the right call. And so we like those first 3 picks, the Graves, the Heimer, the Ash, but I'm kind of with you. It's like
Hey.
when
The
they
last
left
one-
Akali,
Hey,
Akali was
hey.
an option for
And
Zeka.
NA fans know this all too well. Pick Ornn. Get that Ornn.
Ornn and
Come
Akali.
on.
Ornn and Akali, and that
There's
would have
the
been beautiful.
New trucker skin.
Captain Flowers approved. All right,
Ornn is
we're
great.
going to see what DRX pulls out in game number 2 to try and bring this back to a 1-1 scoreline. And while we head to break, check out DRX's pick, What We Left Behind, as the song that represents their play style on the official LoL playlist on Spotify. Take a listen. We'll see you back here for game 2 after the break.
Zeka a bit low on mana. That's a stun, but will it be enough though? 100 HP, Wish comes off in time. They're still going for a bit more. First blood, the latest of worlds comes through. King gets a single vital. Will it be enough to kill? Yes, Yoshik takes him down, but still not in. Shockwave catches one, Mako stays alive. Here comes Fiora, finds the kill, but Cannon goes back in for 2. And you got a bunch of damage still on Zeka. Stopwatch buys some time. Fiora goes for broke, but his ankles are just that. The kick, and it's Scout securing the kill. On for a triple.
We're shuffling into this assist of the week presented by State Farm. In a must-win matchup, 100 Thieves pull out all the stops with this Shurima sandwich onto CFO.
They have to go in. CFO on a timer. Now Hui now locking them down. They're instantly changing Rest. They're trying to lock him down. Over there in the flank! Throwing the bot lane back into the waiting arms of the Thieves! Dragon still standing, 2K, but they take the fight. They take the soul. They send Oysters running. Absolute domination from 100 Thieves.
I wanna see the world now, baby, let's go. It's nothing but green lights ready to roll. Only you, you're the one that I want. Only you, you're the one that I want. You got me feeling so free. Got me feeling so free.
Behind 21 epic days of epicness. Behind 1 billion hours of drop jaws. Behind every match, every broadcast, every moment at League of Legends World Championship 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco Network, aka The Realm. Cisco, powering the future of esports.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And the best way to keep up with all the action on the go is Riot Mobile. It's home to all things League, Valorant, and more, where you can watch Worlds live, catch up on series scores, and chat all about the action with your friends. It's almost as much fun as hanging out here with Vedius and Azael.
I heckin' love Freak.
I know. Me too. Isn't Freak great? What's your favorite Freak fact? Yeah, okay, good call. So we got game 2 coming up, and Edward Gaming took game 1. It was a really close one. It was a very fun one. End of the day, Scout, I think, just giant mid-gap, right? Like, he was so huge in all these fights. I think he set up so many of those battles.
Yeah, I mean, I want to give credit to Scout, but I also don't want to just pretend that Zeka played some horrible games. Sure. I think Zeka actually was doing quite well in the laning phase. Sure. He was forcing out a lot of summoners early on with his shockwaves. Yes, there was that one moment where you're talking about, hey, maybe could have hit a shockwave. You know, I didn't track him closely enough in that fight to know if there was something that
He stepped onto a silence, but
from him.
there was probably a way to hit it.
Yeah, but either way, you know, I'm going to be interested to see if the priority on that Sylas or Akali goes higher. They are back on blue side here. You know, he did have the opportunity to blind one of those mid laners if he had so chosen. But of course, they wanted to go for the Ashe Heimerdinger. They wanted to go for the Graves. So I'm curious to say if the bans are going to stay the same. Well, already they're not, because Fiora is getting banned out here on blue side, which is very interesting. Now, to me, that says you're just going tank top blind, and you're gonna ban out the Fiora, and I think they're just going to play for more of a standard 5v5.
What we've seen from Flandre is typically he's Mr. Weak Side, right? He's the guy that you leave on an island, you let him do what he wants to do, and Kingen is the guy that's more willing to play these counters. But what we have seen so far at this tournament is that he's willing to play Fiora into winning matchups. They're willing to give him champions that he can have a lot more agency on, and EDG trust him to be that carry threat, which does suggest to me that DRX is looking at a Maokai or an Ornn to be played in the top lane.
It could also be, I mean, these bans say Aatrox, right? So now they're trying to force them. Do you want to ban Graves or do you want to ban Aatrox? I think is the decision that EDG are having to make
Or
here.
Sylas?
They're going to ban
Wait
Maokai instead.
a
Very
minute.
interesting.
Silas is
So Aatrox is the pick, 100%,
Yes,
right?
sure.
Because it's like if you ban Fiora and Renekton, which are the two most common answers to the Aatrox, you're just going to go it. And if Flandre wants to be Mr. Weak Side and play a tank, but guess what? Aatrox is great into tanks. It does mean, though, you could be giving over a combo like Graves, plus, you know, you could just go back to the Azir even. So there is a lot of power picks that are available here for EDG, but Kingen is going to get the highest presence champion in the tournament. And they're just going Jax, okay.
Thanks for the bans. Don't care. Jack's coming through anyway. And interestingly enough, though, they're actually rushing on the Sejuani. My eyes are still so much on Sylas.
Yeah.
It was Scout's second most played across summer, but he has not played at a World so far.
But I think we could just have Akali versus Sylas mid lane, right? Because it's at one side, Zeka could go for one blind. Honestly, it's a pretty basic skill-based matchup. Both of those are great melee champions that pair well with the Sejuani. So I feel like Scout could play either side of that. I do really like the Poppy as an answer here because it would be good into the Jax, into the Sejuani, and into the Akali or the Sylas if you actually are expecting that to be taken.
I am expecting a... Not this. This was... That's what I was expecting.
There we go.
Yeah,
It's got to be Akali versus Sylas.
I
and he
think
picks
it will
whatever
be.
side he wants,
Yeah,
right?
I think it's the Akali person. Yeah, I think it will. What's
this
thinking?
one.
I mean, I like Sylas because it gives you some engage by stealing the Sejuani ult,
So-
but they are instead going to go towards the Akali.
My opinion, based on what I've seen at World, is that Akali is favored in the isolated 1v1.
yeah.
I agree with you that it is a skill matchup. There's no shot they're going to do Galio.
It's going to be some.
I do think that Twisted Fate is a really good pick, though, into the Akali. We know how deep Scout's
Jax,
champion
too.
pool is, but in my opinion, okay, so they're going to stick with the Azir. Traditionally, Akali is considered a counter into the Azir, as she is into many mages because of her ability to dive on top of them and have that kill threat once she gets to level 6. But Scout demonstrated in game 1 that he's feeling good on the matchup, he's feeling good on the champion, and he's saying that I can still guarantee pressure in this lane 1v1. Maybe we can do that if we can also get ourselves a winning bot side.
It's such an interesting draft because you know it is taking some left turns here a little bit. You know, Flandre, obviously, you know, he can play the carries. He won Worlds last year playing Graves. You know, is obviously a carry top. The Jax, you know, is strong into the Aatrox, but I will say the early levels can be very difficult, and you have to play the Jax really well to actually do well in this matchup. it's very, very difficult if you are getting constantly poked out, by these Qs from Aatrox, harassed under tower. Jax wants to more look for those all-ins where, Aatrox tends to win that kind of chip and trade back and forth. So it can be difficult to deal with.
I do love this Kai'Sa ban from DRX. Everything from EDG was suggesting that they kind of wanted to dive on top of you.
Yeah.
They wanted to get up close and personal. And I think the Kai'Sa being respected, so no Kai'Sa Nautilus to the side of Viper and Mako. The question is, what other direction could they go? Would they want to stick to something like the Sivir? EDG, on the other hand, is saying, we don't want you to have long-range, safe, scaling AD carries, both the Ashe and the Jinx removed from Deft.
I wonder if that means that they want to go towards Aphelios on the side of EDG, right? Because some people do really like Jinx as an answer into the Aphelios. So that would give you really strong scaling options if you just went Aphelios here and you pick support for winning 2v2 on 5. I think that could make a lot of sense. Deft obviously is also
Lulu,
just exactly, yeah. Deft is also really known for his Jinx. It is one of his historically best champions.
Yeah.
So I think this is really smart because it's a strong duo that it really answers, I think, most things well in the meta. Because you have support pick on 5, that can really kind of account for any sort of difference.
Well, we'll see it hover down, probably get locked in. Lulu,
I like it.
likely an answer here. We'll see Lucian Nami is up, was played every single game of the previous series. Also, you can go for something like a Varus Heimerdinger if you're going for something a little bit more unusual. Of course, Ashe was banned away.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that you're going to go for the Lucian Nami because that's kind of considered to be countered generally by the Aphelios Lulu. Draven would be really, really exciting if we are going to get something super aggressive. So it's going to be the other option. I wonder now, so they're going Ezreal plus Heimer.
What?
So heavy poke, right? Generally there's two schools of thought. If you go Ezreal, you either go Ezreal with an engaged support and you roam, or you go Ezreal with something like a Karma or a Heimer or whatever, and you look to dominate the lane through poke. They're going to try to dominate through poke here. And it would be a tougher laning phase if they go Lulu, but the scaling on EDG's side is just insane.
And I think the EDG is very comfortable with that. It is their bread and butter. We talked a lot about it in Game 1. They are one of the best team fighting teams in the world. The reason why they were so competitive in the LPL during playoffs was because of their incredible team fighting. And that man in the mid lane, Scout, he will once again be on the Azir. He'll have the Lulu as additional utility to help protect him and the rest of the team. DRX going for a bit of a mishmash when it comes to their composition.
Yeah.
One of my criticisms of Game 1 was that if they wanted Kingen to be this split-pushing threat, I think it would have been better to have Zeka on something like an Akali so they can have multiple split-pushing threats, and it facilitates better into their pick comp style. However, they don't have the Ashe this time, so while I think that they do have that silent threat, that pick threat is now what they're lacking. They really don't have much utility and really much range outside of the bot lane from DRX when competing against Aphelios and Azir.
I mean, you have all Heimer grenade, that's like about it. That or a flank is really what you're looking at, for the engage. So I always feel when you play these kind of compositions that DRX has, you have to be winning early because you have to be first to objectives. These comps can circumvent their lack of engage when people are checking into them, when people are having to come through those Heimer turrets and the Ezreal poke, and there's Poppy on one side, Aatrox on the other, you're having to walk in. It's very difficult. But if you are to fall behind with this style of composition, you don't really have a lot of ways to come back because you can't actually find pick. You're not going to win through side against Jax, and you don't really have that hard engage. So your options become very, very limited. So, if EDG are just able to keep it even in the early stages, I think they're going to be feeling so good about their chances in this game.
They certainly are. I think EDG already securing Game 1, looking good. We'll see if they can continue that momentum as we head into Game 2.
Alrighty, what's it going to be? DRX had a huge early game lead in Game 1, but EDG found the win through team fighting and heroics out of Scout, who is back on the Azir. Zeka, however, second time around, had the option of playing Akali in Game 1, now plays it in the same match we could have played it in before.
Crowd seems quite competitive right now. A lot of EDG support, but a lot of DRX here as well. Of course, both the LPL and the LCK have strong representatives making their way into the semifinals already. Will we see a 3 LCK trio in the semis, or will we see 2 LPL and 2 LCK? EDG currently lead the series, and once again, they're looking to emulate their success from Game 1. Strong team fighting, as Ale and I have already talked extensively about the late game insurance of this Azir Aphelios. Those familiar with Pro Play League should have seen this combo multiple times throughout the world. They're no stranger to it. The real surprise to us is this Jax in the top lane. They were confident in giving over this Aatrox to Kingen, and then Flandre having the answer.
What's interesting is across Flandre's career, he does have a lot of carry games with a lot of okay, yeah, Nars is the most played, but like there's Vladimir's and whatnot in there. This is his 9th ever Jax game across an 8-year-long career. Like Jax is not the one he actually goes to very often. It doesn't win the lane, it outscales the Aatrox, sure, but this is not what he normally goes to.
And I will say, I really like this turret placement. You know, hugging the wall here so that the minions aren't actually aggroing directly onto them. The minions aggro each other, and this just gives you the push, right? It's giving you that additional advantage. And Viper now, they're going to get aggressive onto him.
A lot of damage on a half HP, but now back on a barrel. Cloverland slows. Not going to go for any flash follows there. Viper could have maybe tried, but might have found himself dead to death. Still means the push goes over the DRX's side.
And all they force is the Ghost off Viper, and he is playing Ghost Flash. It is not, you know, a standard defensive summoner spell. The heal is on Mako, and both those summoners down on Beryl. He's going to be so vulnerable now. You know, if JJ can find an opportunity in this next 5 minutes to get down towards bot lane, could be very, very effective.
You can see, though, that DRX maintaining this push, not quite as scary as the Ashe Heimerdinger is, but obnoxious nonetheless. Flandre being able to get this early push is no surprise. When we talk about early laning phase, normally once Kingen has gotten a few more points in his queue is when you start winning out in the isolated 1v1. But for the time being, Flandre will maintain that push. Same in the mid lane for Scout. And this means that JJ pathing up towards the top side. His primary goal here will be to cover Flandre in the event of any early shenanigans from Pyosik.
Nice up into the Q3 though, by Kingen at the very least. They trade blows back and forth. 3 CS difference. The pressure for Flandre. We'll see if he wants the lane to go back to his side. But just whatever Jax wants to do, he'll get out of this one. JJ going to be sitting around. He knows if Poppy were to come around, this would be an unplayable gank situation. And I'm not sure if he saw the drink go down. They didn't see Sejuani, so Pyosik about to be face checking in, and at what point do they go for it? There's the slow. Looking for the Q in a second there, and he's going to find the first stun. Leap strike won't land. Pyosik trying to run away. He is phase rush, and he might have already triggered it, as now you've got the rest coming around. Scout will not get any more than this, but Pyosik down his flash.
Great coverage there, though, by JJ. Flandre, you know, using the lead strike a little bit too early because the W had already been popped from Poppy, I believe, before she was stunned up. So he could have just waited that out, potentially been able to get enough damage in that either he would have gotten the kill or Scout could have flash followed for that kill. But either way, they do force out the summoner. They keep Jax safe here on that reset. And Flandre's actually going to hold on to the teleport. He knows that he might be getting targeted in this lane here, as he does have to push aggressively if he wants to be able to threaten those all in. So he's actually just going to hold on to TP. Yes, he'll lose a little bit of experience, a little bit of gold from a couple minions, but I always really favor holding on to that.
Yeah, I think it's really wise because you never know, right? Poppy comes around next time around and it's like, I lost 2 waves that I could have gotten by TPing. It's like, I guarantee you lose 2 CS here or I have a chance at saving 14 CS. And, you know, makes that estimation, says it's the right way to do it. It does mean he's going to be temporarily at an XP deficit. Really nice play by Kingen, actually getting away from the entire combo. Getting the better side of it as JJ is here yet again. But Flash being out for the Aatrox should make this pretty tough to play for.
Right now, was he snuck into
I don't believe that
push?
reveals in player POV, this isn't revealed to you. As spectator, you get infinite information, but only once he autos will he land stacked. You can see Flandre not autoing him.
JJ is committing to this play. Kingen does have the level advantage.
And here we go. For it. Finds for a stun, slow combo. He's going to flash, find the stun, and a flash over. They're going to have it after all. Beautifully set up, beautifully secured. First blood goes to Flandre.
That was so well done there. Double flash straight in onto Kingen, and they hold the Sejuani stun for after Kingen flashes so they can catch right back up onto him. Really, really nicely done. And now we're seeing the inverse of what we were talking about play out here. Pyosik, though, looking for a wraparound on Bob, but Beryl may just be dead.
Beryl has no summoners, and he's going to go down dead. The first kill for Aphelios indeed. Yes, it's a trade kill. Well done, but EDG getting the best of it they could in a 2v3.
EDG gaining advantages in the lane. They find a good gank on the top side in the 2v2 from Viper and Mako, wanting a little bit of revenge after the pressure that they were put under in game 1. Secure that kill onto Beryl and punish him for his level 1 aggression.
I mean, that is just huge. They get the kill on the top on a TP-less Aatrox, who, you know, now the wave was going to bounce. It's going to push away from him, so he's in a really bad spot. Flandre still maintains TP advantage. And then in the 2v3 here, Beryl gets caught by the Glitter Lance, gets rooted up, and just gets knocked down there. Beautiful job by the EDG bot lane, winning out on the 2v3.
Funnily enough, it's the minion that actually secures that kill at the very end. They didn't quite have enough damage, but you could see that little auto attack flying through the air from the minion, ending up securing that kill onto Beryl. Which means that EDG rather find themselves with a kill advantage. Gold, though, still very comparable. The reason is, when you have a look at the CS, Zeka finding a pretty significant advantage in the isolated 1v1, choosing to run the fleet footwork to give him a little bit more sustain as the all-in from Flandre, but Pyosik's here to cover.
Now Division finds the stun, but King not going to find anything more to do. A couple of slows come out of Pyosik. Decent damage here on Flandre. And here comes Sejuani. Going to find a knockup out of the Aatrox. Decent damage coming around. And even with that gank, it's DRX finding the better trade.
Yeah, going to be able to get the better trade and going to be able to push this in critically. They're just trying to cover Kingen on this push. He has no TP, he has no flash, so Pyosik knows his game is pretty over if he dies there again. So they really want to make sure that that did not happen, but not going to be able to threaten any sort of a dive. I just think that they're too healthy.
It's actually committed in towards the top lane. Zeka is on his way, and so is Scout.
It's reading that there's going to be a longer play on the top side. Scout has indeed walked up. They go over the play here. Ulti's not going to land. Second's coming around. There's going to be enough. They shuffle the boat with the turret. No one has aggro yet, but the damage should be enough. It is traded back. Zeka reads the play and salvages what would have been a 1-for-0.
Ends up being a 1-for-1. A good teleport from Zeka, but it's EDG that's actually first to the play. We see a little bit more trading on the bot side of the map, but I don't think it's going to result in a huge amount. The fact that Scout was able to roam up first, it felt like that he could see the play happening before it did. He's able to find another beautiful ultimate onto 2, forcing DRX underneath the tower. Really sets up EDG for success, and if it wasn't for Zeka being here, this could have been much worse for DRX.
But still, just such a good ulti there from Scout. Shoves them both under the tower, so there's not even really an opportunity to fight back. And yes, Zeka does clean up the 1-for-1, but at the end of the day, he expended his teleport. You know, there's no kill on the Aatrox. Jax just gets further and further ahead off that because he picked up a kill, he picked up an assist, and now JJ looking to see if he can steal his way, but he doesn't have an upgraded smite, so it should be Pyosik as long as he's committing his smite.
But he doesn't know that he's in the brush there. QW, and he actually gets it. Tagging on the wall, though. Level 6. Ulti not back up, but it doesn't matter. What a nice play out of JJ.
That's cheeky, JJ. That's very, very cheeky. Taking away the red buff right from underneath his nose. DRX will find themselves with a small gold lead for the time being, but a small win there for JJ as he steals away the red buff.
And that's really down towards that bottom side. That is their kind of main advantage right now. A little bit of a gold lead there in mid as well. You know, Deft playing that first strike Ezreal. They have been having some good little bits of poke that they're landing onto Viper to try to establish a small CS advantage. Of course, Beryl did die. But overall, that 2v2 is still going pretty well for them.
And I want to go back to this mid lane point because Zeka getting a CS advantage in this lane matchup is not typical. Often the Azir will be pressuring that Akali underneath the tower, forcing you to lose those early CS, but by choosing to run the fleet footwork, it means that in the long game, you end up coming out with the sustain advantage with both the Doran shield and the constant healing that you get from that passive. Means that Zeka playing the laning phase very well. Let's see if he can translate that lane advantage into the team fight later on as JJ has found Beryl.
Oh, what a great stun. Will it be enough, though? Summoners are down, and Viper secures the kill, 2-0.
Yeah, Beryl failing his flash over the wall there. Popped the flash, but was not against it. They're going to try to make a counterplay up on top side with Flandre.
Pyosik pulls aggro, wait for the turret to cool back down. I think they're waiting out his ultimate, get him less stats, and they're going to go back in once it's down.
They want him to pop Counter-Strike, but he's just refusing to do it. But if they go for it and he pops Counter-Strike, then he might be able to turn it around.
They're pressing Q. He's going to do the same. Jump back to the minions to get out. Got a fair bit of the XP, but he missing all of the gold. Great restraint on both sides.
You ever seen that scene in The Office where they're all pointing finger guns at each other? That's what that was. They were all just looking at each other awkwardly. And Flandre just decides, you know, I've got another meeting to get to, so I'm just gonna leave this one for now. Of course, that will mean that he falls behind in the CS point, but as Freak mentioned earlier, it's more about the scaling for this top lane matchup as Viper continues to get the better of Beryl here down in the bot lane.
It's all about that standoff. You know, when you're trying to go for those dives on Jax, you almost always have to force the Counter-Strike first. Otherwise, you just likely will not have the damage to actually finish him off there. But DRX do push him back. They are going to be able to get a Herald off the back of this. So despite it feeling like a lot of the things are going EDG's way, the gold's still very close, and Herald has the opportunity to get them out. And this is just Beryl just not quite against the wall when he flashed. And that just seemed like it was a misplaced flash. He was kind of flashing backwards. I think he saw the ultimate coming out, and maybe his mouse was just in the wrong spot, so he's just a little bit of a panic flash, it felt like.
A part of me thinks that he thinks that even if he flashed over the wall, he was going to get hit by the Sejuani ultimate, so he decided to flash left. But it looks like that with no flash, he ain't getting out of this one.
Stuck with a slow, can they give it over to the AD carry yet again? Looks like it is going to be claimed by Sejuani. JJ gets his share of the action now. It's 5-2, and they are just picking on the bottom lane.
Yeah, and this is looking rough for Beryl in this one. And this is, a lot of times people will talk about the issues that you can have with these mage supports, right? Mage supports are known for being able to bully in the 2v2, but something what people will always say is, yeah, but what about the ganks? You don't really have the ability to escape from a lot of these ganks, and you know, Beryl losing that flash multiple times in this lane has been easy prey for JJ, and now it's a 0-3-1 Beryl here that has really been most of the kills this game.
Really well done to find those bits of action. You can see that the gold still favoring DRX very slightly. A 20 CS lead for the Aatrox. If you collect this way back, so Jax pushes it in because he's still, despite being down in kills, able to play the lane out pretty well. And they're going to get even more as long as Def should stay in range. He is plus 610. Thank you very much. Def is huge at 5,500 gold. It's 1,000 out of anyone else in the game.
And I'm just so curious though, like, are they going to start dragon stacking? Because since they haven't really established that big of a gold lead, I'm just trying to think about how they are expecting to play this one out, right? Because you're really low on engage. You need to be able to force your opponents to come to you at the points in which you are strong. Generally use the dragons to be able to do that, but they haven't even taken their first 12 minutes in, so even if they begin to now, Soul will be so far away that I feel like EDG are going to have all the time they can ever want to get to their 2-3 items before they have to fight.
For sure. EDG just feel like they're in full control of the game right now. And the gold difference is surprisingly deceptive. You know, gold is often a good indicator of who is like in the lead right now, but I feel like a lot of these gold leads being generated by DRX are just small individual lane advantages being built, but in the grand scheme of things, they're not that dramatic. It means the DRX should still be on pace in terms of itemization. There's still options for them, but I really feel like that when the map opens up is when DRX's comp becomes a lot more unleashed. But as we talked about, Azael, with the Ashe, they had way more room to find picks on the map, but now they're forced to try and look for these dives, and I don't think this will go the way they want.
Flash out for Flandre, ult the odd, and not going to get much more out of Pioshik. Still gets the flash, which is nice. Flandre, though, withstanding the aggression, still on 0 deaths.
And credit to Flandre, because this is historically what he's known for, right? The weak side player, the one that often gets a lot of reasons to throw a good ult from JJ.
Themselves a stun. Will it kill Beryl for the 4th time this game? In comes Jackson. Flandre gets his part of the buffet.
He gets another kill. Flandre has been withstanding the pressure, surviving as best as he can. And every time EDG gets up there, they seem to get kills. When DRX gets up there, all they're getting is maybe a slight CS advantage here, and Kingen will be waiting around for it, so we'll be able to collect the wave as Pioshik is up here to cover. But again, another play going the way of EDG. And Flandre has got to be very close to his mythic now if he doesn't already have it.
It's just pick after pick going in favor of EDG. JJ has been everywhere on the map right now, been involved in 5 of the team's 6 kills. Outside of that 2v2 that was happening in the bot side of the map, he has been everywhere finding ganks top, finding ganks mid, finding ganks bot, and DRX yet to really gain much on the map. You can see the towers being chipped away at. They do have the advantage down towards the bot side of the map. Of course, those plates being secured with DRX was very favorable, but next Dragon spawning that 3-minute time, that's where I expect the next big fights to be happening between these two teams.
3:15, a while to go. But right now, you see the duo lanes have gone to mid lane, pushing the waves back and forth now. Is unfortunately for Deft and his lane mate, they have not gotten nearly the kind of pressure they had before. They did knock the whole turret down. That was, you know, nice with the Rim Turret and all that, but you usually have that first Drake. They've essentially swapped objectives from the prior game. DRX still, though, 1,000 gold up in the early game, just like last time.
JJ is hovering around the top side of the map. Will throw out a bit of vision, but DRX quick to respond. What I will say is when I think about the pressure on both these team shoulders, you have to wonder if a lot more is sitting on the shoulders of EDG. You're going to hear it a lot today, but reigning world champions, that is what they are. One of the few teams and organizations to maintain their roster after winning worlds. The 2 exceptions to that were Samsung from 2016 to 2017, or 2017 to 2018 rather. And then it was Invictus Gaming, back from 2018 to 2019. We'll see if EDG can usurp the curse of being knocked out after winning the World Championship. But really, T1 is the only organization that's won back-to-back World Championships, and it wasn't even with the same roster, right? Exactly. It was only Faker who was able to do it.
Yeah, and for IG, you know, they're the furthest the team has gotten after winning and then returning with the same roster. They got to the semifinals. The other team to do it, Samsung, I believe, did get knocked out actually in groups. So,
yes,
you know, it is one of these situations where it is pretty rare to be able to maintain that level of dominance for so long. EDG setting up the dive here as Kingen comes in.
Versus one. Kingen flashed the way, gets a ton of knockups, locks JJ down to the turret, and he's got reinforcements. Will it be enough? Not just yet. Everyone getting away. Poppy, evict, flashes in, looks Looks for Scout. Not quite killing him. He's got enough reinforcements. And with Mako around, the durability is too much. The rest of the DRX are coming around as well. Over the wall goes Deft. Half HP on the Viper. EDG, 5 men strong, running away.
It's EDG forced to play on the defense. They were the team setting up the dive, but the response from DRX was swift. Beryl has his eyes on a play, but I don't think they're going to convert it into much. The TP coming out from the Ezreal, going down towards the mid lane. The ultimate just to delay the backs. DRX want to secure objectives, and they're going to do just that. Top tower secured. They have their eyes on mid as well.
They're going to get 2 towers and a Herald off of this. This is actually brilliant. We saw Deft just TP straight towards mid. Beryl, they'll pull aggro the tower.
Oh, had to flash the ulti. Gale Force! And the Q lands 5 dead! Beryl is feeding!
Viper sends his regards. Say goodnight, Beryl. Another death for him. Trying to play it cheeky, trying to zone Viper away from getting back to his tower. But Viper says, bro, you're not that strong.
It was last year that Beryl had to lose at the hands of EDG in the final. And here in game 2, he is struggling against the bot lane of EDG, considered one of, if not the best bot lane in the world. Viper proving why he holds that title.
Absolutely. I mean, Viper has just been so impressive in the LPL. When it comes to team fight time, this guy really plays the edge so incredibly well. You know, it's some of the most impressive team fighting you really will ever see. Flandre now pushing up here, but again, JJ close by, will be there for cover.
Pyosik, Hex Flash over the wall, does not get anything more out of it. Flandre ults for durability, that's actually doesn't get hit too badly. Second Drake of the game, looking to go to EDG's way. Pyosik is around, could try to find the smite. Zeka zone out for a second, go for the stun, smited, well done. But the team fight is here. Big damage out of King in an eviction on a 1. JJ gonna be attacked, he should go down, and yes, the kill goes over to Death. It's DRX trying to find a team fight in the mountain. Actually, it's the Infernal Rip making it easy to chase on in. That means Mako's gonna be in range, and Mako is gonna drop. EDG have the Drakes, but DRX kill the champion.
And they have a Herald as well. Could they go to Baron here? Are they just going to push for towers? There's no jungler alive. They didn't make the call. They're going to play for gold. They're going to go for the inhibitor tower here. Tier 2 will fall quickly, but can Scout prevent a second charge?
I think it'll one shot from the eye at this point, so as long as he's there. Pop, down it goes, nothing else done. And I think, yeah, if Baron had spawned, that would have been the option for DRX.
Oh, of course.
It was so
It feels much later into the game, considering how tense these team fights are, Azale, so I don't blame you. But yeah, DRX walk away with a big fight there, and you can see how quickly the gold lead has ballooned. Earlier I said it was a bit deceptive, it's not anymore, and you can see how JJ gets a really good smite onto the Dragon. But look at how they're able to play this front to back, knocking out the Jax and forcing them into this choke point, and a really clutch stun there from Beryl onto Viper. He turns back to try and land a bit of damage onto the engaging DRX. The EDG, they just don't have the summoners to disengage from this, and DRX just barrel through the enemy's jungler and extend to a 5k gold lead.
Yeah, and Keegan showcasing the value of that Aatrox in that fight, being able to drain tank through a lot of the damage. You know, I'm surprised DRX was still able to find the angle. Zek had been chunked out so heavily by Viper on the side, and he had one of those Aphelios turrets down, and did about 50 to 60% of Zek's health before he even was able to enter the fight. So it was looking like it could have been a good one for EDG, but that Poppy ultimate, the front lining of the Aatrox really shining through. And DRX team fight their way to a 5k gold lead here. Are able to claim another tower off the back of that, so now Deft is ridiculously strong, and you look at the completed items here down in this bot lane, he's already transformed, and Ramana already stacked up here. He's looking good.
It's one of those situations where it doesn't matter if we can find criticism and weaknesses in DRX's comp, because they have Aatrox. And this champion is considered way too strong. He just seems so flexible on the power he can generate in lane, but more importantly, what he can do in team fights. And I think that this is the biggest thing that EDG still need to find a way to deal with. As long as Kingen is getting onto the EDG, well, anyone, he's able to just melt them and tear apart these fights. We'll see if EDG can find more impressive team fights as the game continues.
And Flandre is going for the Frozen Heart second build, which I do really favor. I think it's very, very strong on the Jax. It was pretty good in the 1v1 against these physical damage side lane that he's going to be dealing with. But it also is really, really nice in the 5v5 because you have such high amounts of CDR. It makes your Leap Strike, your Counter Strike very, very low cooldown. So you can jump in on Deft, you can force him back, and then still retreat back to your team and have that additional set of cooldowns up to go back in again later.
Count down the time. 2 minutes to go until this next Drake spawns. It is not sold just yet. We have seen JJ getting the better of smites. Not only last game, but this game as well. Taking away the red buff, for example, over the wall goes King in. A lockdown. Viper tries to run. Lulu helps, but he's still going to go down. Pyosik gets the kill credit. Second death of the game for Viper.
I was not expecting the Heimerdinger to be the pickmaster in this game. A beautiful ultimate comes out from Beryl, catches Viper with no flash, and now they can convert it into the Baron.
Post 20 minutes, baby. I'm
Hell
right
yeah,
this
it
time.
is
They're
Azael.
going to Baron.
Ooh, nice little attempt there. Yeah, Barrow playing so far to the edge. Punished a lot for it in the early game, but now, 20 minutes in, has gotten so much for them. 4,000 health left of this one. JJ has flash, he has smite, he has the ability to play it out. Question is, will Poppy keep him away? The stun, he still gets the ult off in time! It's gonna be smited! Pyosik guarantees it! That was beautiful!
DRX are just taking over in these last couple minutes. This is incredible. The team fight around the Dragon. They get another team fight here a couple minutes later. The gold lead has just absolutely exploded. Now over 6,000 gold ahead here, and they're going to be wearing the Baron buff when this third Dragon spawns. They'll have a good shot at trying to stop the snowball towards Soul that EDG has rolling.
It has felt like a very strange game because the early game, even though DRX were getting these small gold leads, it didn't feel like it was significant enough to really stop the powerful scaling that EDG would still have as the game progressed. It felt like that they wouldn't have the tools to find these picks, that they wouldn't really be able to do much against the EDG comp, but they keep finding picks. They're getting really creative with how they create these pockets of vision, and now they're looking for another one. Viper will be forced off this wave, and it's something that we're continuing to see from this DRX team where they control the space incredibly well. Now Zeka is looking for a pick of his own on the scout.
Gonna find it there. ER all gonna land, but with his jungler around is gonna be enough. Oh, the R2 is late. The stun lands as well, and he's burning, and he doesn't have lethal damage anymore. The E would be all that would kill, and it wouldn't land at the end of the day. 100 health left on him. He's got some honey fruit. The jump on in for Scout. The shutdown comes through. Drake is alive. Heimer kills it. Bot lane gonna drop the Aatrox as well.
They're getting stuff on the other side of the map, but I mean, he had full info. He knew that was a 1v2, and he decided to just try to take it anyway. Not able to find the execution there to make it happen. He does get the flash off of Scout, so at least it is a trade of summoners there, but Zeka really didn't have any reason to try to take that 1v2 while his team is just getting so much on the other side.
Yep, EDG, while they will be happy with the single kill and the tower, DRX walk away with the Infernal Drake and a bot tier 2, maintaining that 5k gold lead, extending it just a little bit. DRX, they still need to be able to break into the base of EDG. With the amount of wave clear that EDG have, we need to see a DRX splitting up the map. And I understand this idea of Zeka looking for a pick in a side lane. That's ideally what you want to do on champions like the Akali. Create these situations where maybe you can get the outplay in the 2 versus 1. And credit to Scout with his timing on the ultimate. Just as Zeka is ulting, he uses it to interrupt that dash, meaning that Zeka had no escape options. But DRX need to keep this pressure up. The Baron is going to be wearing off at about 30 seconds time. They've secured all, or at least most, of the tier 2 towers. I believe that they still haven't quite secured the top one. They found Mako. They're not going to commit to it, and this top tier 2 is slowly being chipped away at.
Some good news, though, for EDG is that Viper will be closing in on his IE. He already has the 2 items. He's going towards that IE third here. The VF is already in pocket, so if you can get towards that, you are going to be very, very threatening in these 5v5s, especially with this Lulu behind you. But you can see the vision. They're really starting to get choked out.
Yeah, and when we talk about controlling space, this is exactly what we mean. Notice how they move into these pockets of darkness, and then they just sit there with their poke. And the second that EDG tried to come in and contest some of the vision, they get forced off it, meaning that it's DRX that can either wait out the wards if they can't sweep them out, or they replace them with their own wards. And now they're just stealing away all these neutrals. Deft just picked up the red buff. He's now going to get himself a blue buff. And DRX, they're playing the map incredibly well.
They really are, you know, and at the very least, EDG can move in on the other side. As soon as they see that Deft and Beryl are down towards bot side, they move in, they try to clear out some vision, reestablish a little bit of control, but it's looking really nice for DRX. You have to credit them with how well they're playing the map.
Yep, 6,000 gold lead, 1,200 of that. The Red Bull Baron power play that ended a minute ago. As they slowly stack out their side of the objectives. EDG not threatening a Dragon Soul, especially with how much DRX owns the map. 5-1 in turrets. Farm actually pretty solid everywhere. Every single lane is up except for support.
And one thing that, you know, doesn't really showcase itself in the CS lead is Deft has gotten 700 gold from First Strike, and nearly 800 gold now. So a couple kills already grabbed basically from him. Scout on the other side has accrued about 400 gold, so really, it is starting to pay dividends, and you can see that additional burst on these ultis. Every single time the ult is up and first strike is available, Deft is just firing out these ultis, trying to poke out his opponents, get that additional gold from the first strike, and it's been kind of up and to the right over these last couple minutes here. They've opened up quite a large gold lead, 6,500 or thereabouts. Only 26 minutes in is really, really impressive.
It's one of those things that ultimately I underestimated. Often when we judge team compositions, we often remove the nameplates and we look at the comps purely objectively, comp to comp. This is Deft's everywhere, right? This man, he often has an aimbot associated with this champion, and he is famous for it because of how experienced and good he is at playing the champion and often the matchup. Yet to die, 203, 277 CS, and he's nearing that 1,000 gold mark with his first strike, Azael, and he's only continuing to make that gold gap bigger between the 280 carries.
Absolutely, and you have to give credit to Peril as well, despite the fact that he has 5 deaths this game, and he has been able to make some plays in these last couple minutes. And Peril is a guy that has been throughout his career very creative. Last year at Worlds, he was actually tied for the most unique champion picks out of all the players there with 12. This year, coming into the series, he already had 6 unique picks and had only replayed one champion, the Heimerdinger, coming in. Of course, now he's played a couple more Heimer games.
What a one trick.
Yeah, exactly. But it's just cool to see the confidence and the mastery over some of these unique champions that, Heimer is not an everyone S-tier pick. It is only really for a few of these players who seem to have mastered it.
All I'm going to say is there is an element of irony of an underdog team using Heimerdinger to upset a dominant historic LPL team. The Baron now spawning in about 10 seconds time, and DRX looking to control the top side, but EDG want to fight back.
Goes for the ult. They actually want to kill into Pyosik, but it's not going to be enough. They decide, actually, no, the fight's not here for a second to spot Scout. Just going to be wave clear, though, as Dev feels happy to run up and go for even more pokes. JJ without an ultimate, not going to be nearly as scary for Engage, so EDG don't have a good way to start the fight out as the map continues to be choked from them. The gold, to be fair, has remained relatively flat at around 6,000 gold.
And while Pyosik took a lot of damage there, he has a Warmox, so he's just going to heal that right back up. This is not a big deal. I love that on-tank junglers. When you are needing someone to step forward and actually check through these brushes, as long as they can't 100-0 them, the poke damage just doesn't matter.
The King leveraging the fog once more. That's a good flank position.
Viper has Ghost Flash Gale Force. He should feel pretty safe. TP now comes in as well to bring in Scout. This could be the fight. Eviction from Poppy. It's not going to land. Goes out a little bit too late. That might mean the angle. Pyosik cannot get rid of anyone anymore. Shrelly has popped out from Mako. Not going to matter there. King under the target. Gale Force again cannot find his stun, but Pyosik could be chunked. One more auto gets the stun, and they can kill him. He flashes, just barely stays alive, and waits for the Warmog's region to kick back in. They keep this 5-on-5 going. The Drake is alive. For now, there's no Drake. A flash. Forced out a barrel. A Scout goes in for more. Could have got his own flash. Doesn't go for it. Could come right back around. And now Pyosik is regenning.
Yeah, he's regenning right back to full, but Kingen has no flash, no ulti, so this Aatrox is going to be a lot weaker in the fight. They also use the ulti on Beryl. They use the ulti there on Death. EDG are going to start this up, and they do have the ultimate advantages and the summoner advantages right now.
Big 3 ults up right now for EDG. True Shot Rush going across. Now it's only Akali. Stun's going to land. Dragon burn down. Soul plate for EDG. But can they get out? Here comes Kingen. Oh! The knockup. But the rest of the backline stays safe for now. Tackle won't find the stun either. Zek has to jump back out. No one dying just yet. Kingen almost stunnable. Zek won't find the rest of it. E2 and R2 backwards, and there is no kill to be had. A Drake secured. EDG on Infernal Soul Point.
A very tense exchange between EDG and DRX. It is EDG that will walk away with the Dragon and put themselves on Soul Point, but you can see how terrifying this DRX squad is right now. Level 17 on Zeka, level 16 on Kingen, and Azael, you highlighted how so many of the ultimates were unavailable at the start of the fight. Had they been, that could have been EDG wiped off the map.
Absolutely, but some big item completions coming through there. Death Cap just purchased up for Zeka, as well as that IE on the other side, so the lethality for these champions is going to be that much higher. You have that fight again here. All of a sudden, Pyosik doesn't slink out with a couple health. He dies to that IE of Helios. And they have got to play these fights so damn well, because this late into the game, one lost fight is going to mean the Baron, and can mean an enormous swing in the game.
I will say, Deft, when you look across EDG's comp, what is the real threat against it? And that is some very real damage. Level 16, 4 items fully completed for Deft. He is feeling confident. He told EDG that he is ready to dance, and he is showing us his best moves right now.
Warmog's on JJ. He can take the front line at the very least, so both junglers actually able to play up, take the punishment, come back out of combat for 10 seconds, and go back to full HP, basically. They stack on up, but you can see Zeka putting the top side, doing very well in the Akali. It's top tier 2.
And I think it's really, really smart for JJ as well. You're looking over, Death is constantly poking away at them. They have a Bloodthirster on the Apello, so he can shut off the poke. They're looking for Scout.
Viper had an easy target there. You got Scout going for the knockback on a second, getting him away, but that's 2 ultis down for mid and jungle. Baron is up. Is that the play? Viper, again, missing the important cooldowns. Gale Force, the only thing left up, so a flank could look very good as Barrow plays for the mid lane with Kingen. The rest of his team owns the top river.
Yeah, they have to wait for Def. Def was picking up that red buff, so he is back now, and it's just rinse and repeat. DRX's game plan very clearly seems to be find flanks, get poked down, but there's more and more players on the enemy team that have ways to actually deal with this now, between the Warmogs, between that Bloodthirster as well. So it's really about trying to poke out Scout and Mako now, it feels like, mostly, and they're just going to start up the bear and try to draw them in.
Look at the ult. Scout and JJ don't have them available. Zeka is on the flank. Everything looks good for DRX.
4,000 health left onto this one. When does he get into the pit? Does he have a chance here for JJ? Gonna Q, flash, smited away by Pyosik, well secured on the Baron. Is this team fight gonna happen now? Is Kingen gonna push out Flandre staying alive? JJ cannot leave the pit. He's gonna drop. Baron and a kill. Well done, DRX.
Dangerous flip there from DRX, but they do get the secure. JJ gets into the pit, but Pyosik is able to nail it. And that puts them 10,000 gold ahead here now. For EDG, they've just got to try to hold on and look to fight for Soul. We can watch it one more time. Zeka's trying to keep JJ away, but they can't even get close to him. JJ gets into the pit. It's down to 700, and he had this fight. It looked like he was trying to do a combo, but
knock back on a second. Huge damage, invisible. Does he have damage in his skull? Oh! Yes, he does! Death captive, baby! It's going to be one. A Gale Force, but not in range for the rest. Zeka gets away.
Wow, Zeka is able to get the solo kill onto Scout. A bit of revenge after game 1. This time he's able to find the ultimate, and this time he'll shut down the mid of EDG.
And now that's a lot of the wave clear gone here for EDG. Azir is their best wave clear here, so they're pushing in through mid, they're pushing in through top, they're getting these lanes going. It's going to be difficult to actually control. Deft even pushing up bots. They want to try to play through 3 lanes here with the Azir missing and get as much damage done as possible.
Deft has a TP, he can split without any issues and just join the team when a siege actually happens. 50 seconds till Dragon Soul. That will be during the Baron buff. DRX 2,700 so far in the Red Bull Baron power play they've got so far. And you know they should have an easy time walking back down and securing Drake for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be difficult for them to get out of the map. But look at this, a TP flank coming in here from Scout.
Okay.
Can he actually find Deft?
Can Deft survive? Arcane shifts 1. He's got a QSS. He's going to shuffle away. Keeps it up for a bit more time, but he should still be the target. And they kill him. The Gary is down. But the base is under attack. Onto the Nexus turrets they could be, but don't want to take an actual 5v4. Pyosik finds a bit of time there against JJ, who wants a slow. Knock up. He's going to land. He doesn't have the last shot just yet. But maybe with Jax they have it. No, he's going to get away. But 10 seconds until Dragon Soul, and Deft is 30 seconds after that.
And they have the inside track, but they could go top. They can actually go top here and try to turn it into a chaotic cave. They're sending 3 top. They're going to try to go for a second inhibitor. Who goes back to defend? Pyosik is harassing them. Mako's base has been canceled, so it's Flandre and
2v3.
Viper.
2v3. It's enough to defend the Nexus turrets, though, is the thing. He wants to go in for more. I mean, without the big carries, right? Zek is the only one. Jumps in for Viper, but zoned out. Rooted. Stopwatch. He can stay for the stun. Goes for Barrel. And again, he finds the Heimerdinger. Aatrox kills off Lulu, though. The fight's still going across the map right now. Dragon Soul has been claimed. And Flandre has what? He has vision. Ward. Flash stun. Zeka. Oh! And
Over the tower.
Hits the minions. And Zeka gets away.
Oh,
the bottom side, though, Scout is being attacked. Does he have the damage? He does not. 10 to 10 in kills. A 10,000 gold lead.
This game is insane, Freak! Oh my god, EDG and DRX, an absolute slugfest. Back and forth, but DRX are the ones coming largely out on top in the gold lead. But the Soul is going to do a lot to eliminate that. And Scout got a 1K shutdown off of Deft as well. So if they can hold on here, if they can defend the base, they're going to have this permanent Soul buff, and the gold lead won't mean nearly as much. So DRX are trying to push to end right now.
Time walking out of the base. It's a 4v4 on this push. JJ holds the front line, but without Scout, they're missing a lot of damage. A 3-item Azir, certainly pretty relevant. Of course, Baron is gone, inhibitors are gone, which means supers are coming in. It's going to be a double stack wave on the top side. As you can watch, it slowly kill the enemy wave. but they're going to retreat back down. They know with Scout respawning, they don't like the fight anymore. Gonna play it slow.
And you can see how cautious DRX are still taking this game. Even with the lead that they have, they recognize that EDG's way back into this game is a single good team fight. They have to leverage their range and take their time. They now start threatening the bot side of the map. The mid wave is pushing in, and DRX patiently make their way towards EDG.
Viper wants his kill! Oh! On lands! And Viper screams across the world! It's a bot diff, baby!
What a play from Viper. Pops the Ghost, goes in, finds the Gale Force, finds the ultimate, and gets the kill on Deft here. Deft is doing about as much damage as the rest of his team combined. Without him, they can't push.
Viper sinks his fangs into the heart of DRX as Deft will fall, and now EDG will finally take the tier 1 tower in the mid lane.
Timing can be pretty close this one. He can almost get the turret before the TP completes.
I spoke too soon.
Time. There will not be the full siege just yet. 3 in mid. Mako's still there to support Viper. Keep in mind, no stopwatch. He doesn't have infinite safety. Zeka skiing back over to his own Shroud. Not going to find the play just yet, but with Scout sieging, with a stun on the jungler, they're going to push him off to go for the mid turret. They should kill it.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get the tower. They just don't have any wave clear without Deft. Deft really is it for this team. This full build Ezreal will not have the GA. So it's going to be tough to actually knock down here again.
And this is the scariest thing for DRX because we talked about it at the beginning of the game. You can see the respect that DRX is showing. EDG's comp is lethal in the late game. It is so difficult to play against. And up until that point, DRX were playing a very clean game. Yes, EDG was finding a pick here and there, an objective here and there, but DRX were the ones largely in control. But this was the first point of weakness that we have seen from DRX, and EDG were quick to capitalize. Now they've reclaimed control over their topside jungle. They pushed out the bot wave, and now the Baron is on the board once again.
2 controllers in the pit right now. Not going to clear them away. The vision is fully there. Mid will be pushed in, but Zeka on the wings. Gets rid of Scout's Banshee's Veil. 6k health. Already getting burned low. The damage is so incredibly high. Pyosik stuck in the pit, gets stunned, and Zeka waits in the wings. He has not yet looked for the flank as he gets rid of wards. Pyosik low but not down. Flooded him back in the team. And Barrel safe for the wings now as well.
Barrel being forced back incredibly low. This is a big win for EDG. Pyosik looking to try and heal on the backside of the Baron pit, but good highlight there. Zalen Freak, that top wave is continuing to push in, and it's something that EDG have to deal with. Instead, they make their way towards mid.
Flandrade walked up. Poppy's going to recall. She looked for the play, but they've already recalled out Scout, so it's going to be just the push towards mid and the retreat back, because guess what, though? Poppy is on the flank. Poppy's on the flank. She's going to get here before Azir. They've got a chance at finding the kills. Viper has flash. Viper has flash. Oh, the root stun into Pyosik. Will it be the kill? Stone Plate is not enough. Viper is simply too huge.
Viper does it again. The root from the Gravitum stops Pyosik finding that pick on the Mako, which would have been the difference maker in the fight. DRX now a man down. Can they stop EDG's Baron?
I don't know that they can. They don't have a jungler here, and Barrel has no flash.
Deft has TP. Deft TP's to the top lane. They've got to get back to the base. They've got to answer him.
Double TP.
They're going. They send more. Seth gets the stun, but inside the pit, they're still playing for Baron. It's secured, but Deft kills turret number 1. He kills turret number 2, and the Nexus is in his eyes, and he's gonna get the
inhibitor! The inhibitor is back up! What?
He cannot get the stun.
No way! Oh my God, Deft, no! The game was in your hands, Deft! It was right in front of you, and the inhibitor spawns! Absolute heartbreak for DRX! That was their game, and an inhibitor stops the Nexus from falling.
Quarters of seconds made the difference here. The inhibitor goes back up with a single auto away, and Elder is spawning.
I cannot believe that just happened.
It's just insane. And the stop on the Aatrox as well. The stop on the Aatrox, you have to wonder how much faster could it have gone down? Would they have had the extra damage with the Aatrox here to actually get the kill? I think they would have for sure. So the Set 20 stopping the Aatrox really made all the difference there.
Oh no! It's so painful to watch.
It's so close, and Def loses everything here. He loses the TP, loses the GA.
I can't believe it. I've never seen that in all my years of playing League of Legends. I have never once in my life seen that happen. EDG will now secure the Elder, and it feels like the DRX are losing everything.
If King had TP'd from a slightly different spot, or if JJ didn't spot him and stop him there, DRX win the game. If the inhibitor respawns, 1 second later, DRX win the game. And now it is Soul, it is Elder, it is EDG pushing forward here with Viper feeling like an unstoppable force. But DRX must find some way to stop him.
Zeka has TP. If he finds a way in, it's not going to happen there. Flandre is actually in base. Def's going to Arcane Shift out away. Theoretically, it is 5v4. Against Elder Dragon, it is tough, but Flandre is playing to make sure there's not a TP play. Inhibitor's easy to kill. And next is 2 hits afterwards. They have to cover the base. And the thing is, this looks so EDG favored. They've still got Baron, they've got 5 to go with it. And they're bringing Flandre over. They're trying to end the game here. Beryl, chunked a bit low. Viper, Gale Force down. Has Ghost, but no Flash. He is killable. They evict only minions. This small wave can be cleared. Shirelia's pop, 30 seconds in the Baron. Walking in for a bit more. Pyosik chunked a bit. Zeka waiting the wings still. King in on the side. Jump now on by Jax. Viper still playing to the edge. One hit will kill Pyosik. He tries to get in range. Can't find him. A Ghost is now popped. No defensive tools left. There's a shuffle back. It's a stopwatch to buy some time. But does he have a target in his eyes? It's not going to happen. A solo kill for Flandre inside the opposing base. Flandre may die, but doesn't matter because the base is going to fall. Death dies Nexus to Nexus, and EDG go up 2-0.
What an incredible game between DRX and EDG. Really powerful in some of these really kind of scrappy fights where everyone is piling in there. If you can seal that away, that can look really nice. But talk about confidence here from Deft, as you say, only his 3rd recorded Draven game in his career. And is going to bring it out at match point here.
There's something in my head that's like, but it's Def Straven. And I'm like, but then I'm like,
memorably bad.
Yeah, am I convincing myself of something else? Like it's,
I mean, Deft, and then you just say any champion sounds pretty good.
True, right? You can just like, yes, Def's Vladimir Bot. I'm sure that was, no, actually that wasn't very good. But wow, okay, so it takes a lot of confidence to lock in Draven, of course, when your backs are against the wall, when DRX falls short. What I like to see is confidence, because I think that what Game 2 showed at the very least was that this team was beatable, right? Yeah. And while in Game 1 you had a small advantage and then you couldn't out-team fight them, in Game 2 you were able to build individual leads. You held the gold lead pretty much for the whole game. And then you converted that into picks, into Barons, into the Nexus being 100 HP away from falling. So coming into Game 3, I feel like the DRX need to have the mindset of this team is beatable, and as long as we play as confidently as we did in Game 2, there's no reason why we can't push them to a Game 4.
Totally agreed. Update, so there is a player that needs to change their client language. So tournament officials are going to remake the lobby. And there will be a delay getting into game, but picks and bans in the current draft will be recreated. So they are just redrafting right now. We are in the lobby. They're doing that. But one of the players just wanting to change the language on their client.
Viper said the game wasn't hard enough, so now I wanted it in Spanish.
I mean, Viper is already like fully fluent in Mandarin. You know? He's just got to keep learning more.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? That's good. Add to the list. Like try to keep pace with Shox, who's on like herself. Like one day we'll all keep up to her ascension. But to your point about, I just see Deft, and then the next word is, of course, he's good at it. His top 16 most played champions are all 50% or higher win rate.
His top 16?
His first 16 champions.
That's quite a few.
It keeps going. There's a couple of stinkers in there eventually afterwards, but like he's just got a laundry list of stuff he just wins on at all points in time.
Wow. It's also really interesting, you know, his highest, well, one of his highest win rate. His highest is Jinx, but also the MF, almost 78% win rate with a lot of games.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that, you know, he has brought it out, he did bring it out twice in groups, lost both times with that. You know, the only MF wins we've actually seen are the MF Yuumi games from quarterfinals, and then some in play-ins as well. But it has been interesting to kind of see the evolution of the meta. And even just the drafting in this one was really interesting to me. See so much focus down towards bot lane. I believe there was 4 or 5 bot lane bans. I mean, I guess there was 6 if you want to count the supports and stuff like that.
Sure.
So 6 total bans down towards that bot lane. And there's just so many ADs in the pool, really. So it's like you're never going to fully ban them out, but you are trying to limit options. But I just can't imagine that they were really prepared for the Deft Draven here. And all the love for Showmaker. What a series that was yesterday.
Yeah. It is fun. The audience here, I've said it like every week. My people are like, y'all been amazing every single time. It's fun. I stay up here after the games. People are like, waving, we're saying hi. What? I'm just selfie with the crowd, which is great. Like, you all have been absolutely wonderful here in New York. Thank you so much for being absolutely amazing for the last 2 weeks. I'm hoping Atlanta is like up to your level. I'm just saying, like, you set a high bar here is all I'm saying.
I mean, it's been two weeks of incredible games here. It's been such a pleasure to be here in New York with the live audience. We've had so many amazing games now. You know, thinking back, we're treated to one of the best quarterfinals ever, one of the best series ever at Worlds yesterday. And hopefully we're going to see.
We just had one of the most memorable moments I've ever seen in a World Championship before.
NA is really good at hosting Worlds.
Yeah.
Like 2016 was a banger.
It's true.
And then we come back here 6 years later, and it's again an absolute banger. It's great.
And like you already look at the semifinals ahead of us as well. JDG, LPL's first seed up against T1.
Yes, 369.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible. And then we're guaranteed one of these 2 teams going up against Gen.G, who went all the way to 5 games against Damwon yesterday. So the semifinals are guaranteed to be a banger. We are getting closer and closer to jumping into the game.
Loading
screen
I see it.
acquired. Onto the Rift in just a second. Will DRX find their way into a reverse sweep? My pick'ems say no, I'm just saying. I would like the points. I entered some of the group stage picks. EDG, though, 2-0 on this one in a ridiculous game 2. Find a win for an 11,000 gold deficit. And now we are on to the Rift. Is this the last game of quarterfinals, or does DRX find their way back into the series?
Okay. You can hear the roar of the crowd once more. A lot of support for EDG. That same support for DRX as well. We have our eyes on a number of places in this game. The 2v2 matchup in the bot side of the map. Draven, Soraka versus Kalista, Renata. It's kind of crazy when you think about when Draven and Kalista are on the Rift, you expect like Thresh, Leona, Nautilus, and instead you've got Soraka and Renata, range supports.
You know what my eyes are drawn to? Ignite Graves. So,
that is true.
This is JJ.
LPL Graves.
Yeah, I mean, you want to scrap with me on Kindred? Great. I'm going to take Ignite. Good luck in the fight. It becomes very, very difficult. And I will say, you know, so much of it is about who's getting the first hit in these matchups, because if Graves can force out the Kindred ult early, he generally has much better burst coming out of that ultimate to actually be able to knock you down. In those cases, Kindred, you know, you hope you have your E up, so you can actually have the third hit of that E right as the ultimate expires to try to burst him down. But this is a champion that can scale very, very well. You know, getting that first mark can mean a lot, and that is going to require that you do have those pushing lanes here.
Alrighty, we'll make sure to pick push some buttons on your keyboards because you want to grab the exclusive Very Nasus Much Wow emote from Prime Gaming by connecting your League account with your Prime Gaming account. Get that one, spam the emotes, let them know. You can tag it to First Blood or Ace or, you know, Killing the Nexus, which Def sadly doesn't know about in this series.
Why you gotta do him like that, Free? Why you gotta do him?
Headset's too good, he can't hear me, it doesn't matter. JJ gonna have no problem getting red 2 Raptors on his side, wants to AoE as much as possible, doesn't quite get perfect tags. You can see this Marvel don't even have the red buff tag on them right now, so a little bit slower, a little bit unlucky in the pellet spread, but DRX pressuring, and looks like level 2 is gonna be first for the blue side, as pretty heavy trade here. Fiora, Q's gonna be back up in time, but with the grasp, gets a huge health lead over Kingen.
Very good trade from Flandre in the top lane, and something we have to talk about. This is the first time we've seen a Graves not invade at level 1. Of course, playing into the Kindred does add a lot more risks, not running the flash as well. We'll instead just be doing a full top side into bot side clear, jumping on over to his Grok to secure that level 3, and then we'll now start clearing his blue. Now he does have options to pass back up towards the top side of the map, but instead he may look to contest this bot side. Scuttle Crab, but with the fact that the bot lane push is going in favor of DRX, and Zeka is actually gaining some good control here in the mid lane, means that he's likely going to pass back up towards the top river and look to secure that crab for himself.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where he goes. You know, he did skip Krugs, so wanted to get down here a little bit faster. Likely going to reverse clear back up towards top, as you say, because it does feel like mid and bot pushing here for DRX. Interesting to note that Zeka is actually playing First Strike Sylas. I'm not sure how much value he's realistically going to get out of this, because it is going to be difficult. Viktor obviously having very long range, and unfortunately for Pyosik, Mark
Lost the 50-50.
We'll see if he wants to try to run up and contest. I don't know that he will. I think it makes more sense to just go to your Krugs and keep farming, but he is crossing. No, never mind.
Yeah, heads back down. I think maybe understands what the path likely was from the Graves. He's going to come up and seal it out. In his mind, the reverse clear actually works out for him. He's not stuck to the wrong side of the map when the mark comes over. So yeah, wins the coin flip. First mark is, I believe, guaranteed to always be Scuttle. Once you get a single mark, it then adds things like Raptors as possible play. But at 0, it can only ever go there. So we're going to wait our solid 3 minutes until the Scuttles respawn, and we'll see if we can get it next time.
Do you know where else you can get marks, Freak?
Enemy champions.
Murder. Yes.
Yes.
So.
But only pre-planned murder. It has to be premeditated.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah, crimes of passion not allowed.
It's one of the things that I think is actually really fun as well with Kindred, is the ability to actually mark people without the intention of going there, right? Like if you mark an enemy top laner, they often get very scared and will just back it up. And I do believe, did he just throw it at the mark? Yeah, he did. He just threw the mark right there onto Fiora, I believe. He just changed it over. It was on Graves at the start, but I think that's what we just saw
you're right.
there.
Yeah.
So, you know, showcasing the hey, better watch out. And sometimes you can really make people change the way that they're playing because of that. Of course, he reveals where he is on the map by actually hitting that vision plant up on the top side, but nice poke there onto Mako, and Viper has already gone back.
Ooh, gets over the sweet spot. There's no Q available for Kingen anymore, so Flounder in a decent spot. I want to point out, though, bot lane is a huge farm lead. Viper recalling for an early vamp to try to stay alive in the lane, but Beryl and Defs have been crushing bottom lane.
You can see Pyosik just hovering around the top lane, making sure that Kingen isn't at a real risk of getting dived. Flandre not going to overextend his lead. He knows that the Graves just got back to base, so he's going to reset himself, pick up that Sheen. It's going to make this lane matchup that much more oppressive. So Fiora often a very good matchup into the Aatrox. We'll see if Flandre can get the better of Kingen this time round. Obviously, he didn't have a bad game last game, but he definitely wasn't able to really mute or shut down Kingen's Aatrox. As we mentioned, if it wasn't for that interrupt on the TP, this could be a 1-1 series right now.
Absolutely. It would be. You know, you really need 1-2 autos at most actually have filled off that Nexus, so very, very close. Early game, going definitely more Flandre's way. I do think that while the barrier to execution is higher on Fiora, if you play it well, I think it's a harder matchup than Jax's. It becomes very, very difficult. Because especially, you know, if you're looking for any sort of an all-in, it's almost always going to go Fiora's way. It's so easy to actually carry those in 3, which Aatrox really loves in those all-in plays. But JJ here around mid, just a trade of ultimates there from Zeka and Scout.
Oh, he's low enough. He's low enough. There's maybe a chance for the Graves kill. There's the smoke screen. Ignite is on, flashing away. Of course, he cannot flash follow. Zeka will survive, but with no summoners, he'll have to make the long walk back to the lane.
And I will say, I'm a little bit surprised to see Zeka playing towards the top side of the map because his jungler was on bot side, right? So generally, you do want to hug towards that side. So playing towards that darkness on the top side of the map does get punished for it. And unfortunately for Pyosik, it is a topside Scuttle spawn, so he's kind of over 2 on the RNG of where these marks will go, which means it's another Scuttle for JJ, and the mark's going to be pushed back that much further, and it is so important getting to that first 4. Every 3 thereafter is even more range, but the first 4 is really where it feels like you can start team fighting, because otherwise you just get too heavily outranged by most champions.
DRX definitely don't have luck in their favor so far in this series. We'll see if things bounce back as the game continues. JJ happy to make this cross-map trade. We'll steal away the blue buff as DRX going for a very early Drake wing condition. They do have a huge amount of control on the bot lane 2 versus 2, so it makes sense. And they will convert this and over that early pick to Pyosik.
Nicely done. One objective on the board. DRX. See if they can get anything out of it. The ultimate cross gets all 4 stacks already, but Kingen heals back up reasonably well. His Q, his auto's doing enough. Jinja is around, but does not land the skill shots. Has an ulti, still holding on to it. Does Flandre have the damage that their sweet spot's going to land? And King gets back to half HP. Without a bunch of bonus AD, the ulti doesn't do that much damage, and Flandre doesn't really come out that far ahead.
Yeah, I'm not able to actually get in there on him, and JJ didn't have the flash to go in. We just panned up, but you saw him actually starting out stunned, so was able to actually land that riposte, get the stun on that, then proc all of the vitals there. But it was a great backstep from King, and if he doesn't actually backstep on that end of the line, I think wouldn't have been able to survive under the tower there. Pyosik just hovering around top here a lot. but it hasn't really been able to get much done. It's just been kind of keeping Kingen somewhat safe.
Might. So it's stealable, but doesn't land it. Is it too much from Zeka? He's ulted, and he dies! The invades for a red buff and gives up his own blood.
You can understand the idea, but the timing was just poor there from Zeka. He goes in way too early. Pyosik cannot offer any assistance. And if he'd stolen that red buff, maybe there's a world where that play can happen. But JJ with the ultimate combined with Scout's ultimate made an easy first blood going in the favor of EDG.
Yeah, Pyosik and Kingen looking like they're wanting to try to contest here. Fiora did TP to mid, so Fiora is arriving, but they are pretty heavily committed to this.
The play on Grace is going to be fine, though. Sweet spot hittable, gets the eye. Pyosik gets the ulti. Now, it is going to be an almost certain death. Kill goes to JJ. One on the board now for the Graves, but a Herald steal is a solid quick of like 700 gold.
Yeah, that is pretty big, being able to actually get that Herald away. The aggro is a little bit mismanaged by EDG. You need to keep someone on that same side as Pyosik, because otherwise the Herald turns towards you, and Pyosik gets the free auto on the eye, which is what happened there, allowing him to actually secure it. But meanwhile, on that bot side, Deft and Beryl are pushing, almost have secured a second plate, and that does give you a clear target of where to actually go with this Herald. Again, JJ first towards the Mark, though that Mark spawning in the bottom side, and Pyosik still not able to find his first one of the game.
So frustrating for Pyosik. It can really be a difference maker because it can be so quick to snowball the game. But JJ has had good control over these Scuttle Crabs. We're going to have a look back at this. So again, we talked about timing here. You can see that JJ is already level 6. So even if he was able to steal this one away, but now Zeka's committed both his Q and his E onto the red buff, which means that even if Pyosik was there, they're already down 2 skills, and there's no real way that they're going to come out on top of that. So maybe a cheeky steal attempt with the Q might have worked. But then we talk about cheeky steal attempts. This is a great one here from Pyosik as all of EDG is on the right side, and it opens up the eye for Pyosik to land the smite and the auto attack. Does cost him his life, but overall 2 kills for a Herald. In the long term, I would say this is going to be worth it, DRX.
For sure, and that was actually so close though, because the Herald was turning there. It looked like JJ almost had the angle to actually get the auto on the eye right as it turned. They are going to drop this mid lane, though.
I'm surprised.
I thought it was going to be for Deft.
Yeah, I was convinced they were just going to drop it in the bot lane, get Deft out onto the map. Maybe they can already swap out the Aatrox from the Fiora matchup, and then, you know, you can start taking more towers and more plates, feed them into the Draven. But I know they want to get Zeka a little bit more gold. They know that he has been struggling a little bit. You look at the item difference in the mid lane. Leandri's on one side, not much on the other.
Chapter. Yeah. Not the best situation to be in. Of course, there was one auto away from Deft killing the second turret plate in the bottom lane. The Herald Charge would have most certainly gotten that one, plus the next 2. Could have been a good share of gold. EDG with their kills, up 600 gold in the early game. Somewhere to be farmed though. Mako goes for the ulti. Gonna not. Oh, he does land on a Deft, and that means the combo can land.
Oh, the cash in!
Executes Mako! Viper comes in for the rest. Beryl certainly cannot survive this one. They'll wait. They'll rend him in the end. Viper should get the kill, and it's going to be gold positive, but at least Deft got something.
That was actually so massive, though. It's not even just a normal trade kill here. He had 300 stacks on the Draven that he would have lost there. It's 40 gold baseline for the cash-in, plus 2.5 gold for every additional stack there. So that's another enormous amount of gold that he's actually getting. That was worth like 3 kills, essentially.
Yeah, if I can have a quick check.
You can hover the tooltip, I think.
Yeah, if you hover the tooltip on the passive, it'll tell you exactly what he got from the cash-in.
757.
757, plus the base kill gold.
gold.
He got over 1,000 gold for that one kill. And instead, he would have missed out on the entire 757, and he would have lost 75% of those stacks. So it would have been, not only the loss on immediate gold, but the loss on potential gold. So this really does keep DRX in it.
Certainly does. And you saw a situation where Deft was like, I'm going to kill both of you. He was very quickly running at Viper saying, even though I'm lower on health, I know I win this. The only reason why they were able to turn it around was because JJ was able to land that ultimate. They could burst out to Deft before he was able to really run amok in that bot lane skirmish. So props to EDG being able to shut him down. But once again, you can see, similar to last game, even though EDG have the kill lead, the gold is still very comparable.
It really is. And I don't think you can favor scaling too much on one side or the other. Definitely you're going to favor the Fiora in that 1v1 in the side lane, but I do think Kindred and Graves both scale very well. Yes, there is a range advantage on the side of Scout, but Zeka on this side is really strong here also. And they're going to go in for it, flash in, but I think it's just I'm not sure if that's a misclick from Mako. I'm not sure if he intended to use the bailout on himself or on Viper, but Viper was 100% HP. He may have just used it for the move speed for the kind of the buff there, not realizing that he could get burst down. But you also have to remember, with the Draven ultimate, you get the bonus damage for the stacks that you
you're gonna
have.
execute.
Yes, exactly. So because he had over 300 stacks, it'll just knock him down.
Well, you got another fight in the top side, gets away from all the weak points, just staying in the same spot, but still gets all the marks tagged, so a flash, a jump over the wall, gonna stay alive. But that is still a long summoner spell missing out of Kingen.
It is, but that was actually really well played. You know, he knows that JJ is coming over, so he just stands and fights Flandre until his E is back up, then flashes over to E over the wall. So really nicely done, I think, escaping what was a pretty difficult situation. And Kingen is up at least a bit of farm.
Ooh, gets a smite steal at something, but it's gonna be enough damage. Might have to ulti. This one does so. And as he's pushed away, not quite a dive, but ulti for a red steal might be okay. But Scout's coming around. Zeka lands the stun, and he makes good in his play from earlier. Everfrost lands. He is out. He will not die to the Chaos Storm. DRX get a red. They get a kill, and they're back in this game.
That's actually so big because that was also the marked target there. So Pyosik gets a mark off that kill.
That's massive, and you saw the advantage of the Cloud Rift, giving him that extra movement speed to be able to dodge away from the Victor ultimate as well. Enough to get him away with his life. DRX maintain the gold lead now, and Zeka's aggression is something that we continue to see, especially when he's on this Sylas. This time it pays dividends as he's able to get that kill onto JJ. And as you rightly said, Pyosik now sitting at 2 marks. 2 more to go, and then we can really see this Kindred start to come online.
Yeah, that's big. You know, it took him a long time to get his first mark. Then he gets that mark off the kill there. You know, it is worth going a little bit more aggressive when you can get not only the kill, but that you are getting, you know, essentially flat stats for every mark. You know, it's not just the range, you get bonus damage as well on your ability. So everyone worth quite a bit of gold here. And Pyosik going to be starting up the Herald. They are swapping bot towards top, so they are looking to move heavily towards this, but EDG is going to try to match.
Earlier, oh, hang on a second, as you rightly said, Azel, all of EDG looking to contest this. I think they're going to be way too late, though. Yep, that will be secured. They need to pick it up, though. Beryl is pessimistic.
Out ulti, Pyosik can't go for it,
He
so
can't.
they get 300 gold from the Herald's kill, but they will not get the charge.
So
it's a 40-second timer.
Just an objective that ends up dropping, but they
Beryl?
have their eyes on it. He wants it. Beryl, is he going to go for it? Oh, he's too
Low.
flashes away. Won't be able to secure it, which means the EDG, small victory there as they get that summoner spell out from Beryl. And now with Dragon 2 minutes away, both teams rather looking to reset. Kingen making his way to bot side and will start threatening their bot tier 1.
Nicely done by EDG, just pushing them off. It kind of looks to me like Zeka maybe could have just ran straight for it at the start, but I would have to really watch it again to be sure. And he was missing his flash. You wouldn't want to give up your life to be able to grab that Herald. Either way, you still do get that local gold, as you said, Freak.
And so earlier, Azel, you were talking about scaling and how it's pretty interesting, right? Because I think one of the main reasons that Kindred is considered quite good into Graves is because she can outscale him, especially when she's more of the traditional AD carry. You can already see picking up the Kraken Slayer. In terms of the straight up 1v1, I think the biggest difference would be JJ having slightly more HP, but that damage is going to get rampant as Pyosik continues to scale later on into the game. And Zeka on Sylas also has a lot of late game threat, and we know the traditional teamfight power of the Aatrox. The thing that I think is interesting about these two AD carries is typically they consider to fall off in the sense that they don't often against solid front lines, it can be difficult for them to gain access because they're relatively short range. Kalista also doesn't build like a typical AD carry does, but there's a lot of squishy targets on both these sides. Kalista has a lot of mobility that can be used. Pyosik in a bit of danger here, will be forced to flash. But I'm really interested to see how these late game teamfights actually play out, because as we talked about, it seems like these fights really could go either way depending on who gets the better setup on the objective.
No, I mean, I absolutely agree, right? When you think about Draven, you do think about struggling to actually punch through that front line, not always necessarily having the best range, not always having, you know, the best kind of movement to be able to avoid that. But you look over, so many of these champions are so incredibly squishy. You know, if this Draven gets the 3 crit items, gets the IE, has a rapid fire, that one axe can mean so much. And this is another marked target here. So the third mark there for Pyosik. He's only one away now. Flandre!
Flandre gonna get CC'd for a bit, gonna flash instead of post too much of anything, but would have still been in so much threat afterwards. And has to walk this one out. Drake is up in 10 seconds, and Flandre without a summoner spell might not be able to fight for it. EDG, you can see they're not even playing to the side of the map right now.
DRX first on the objective. Pyosik will be able to get another crab. Felt like in the early game, JJ had full control over those little crabs. Now the ultimate stolen away from Scout. I say stolen away, I suppose should see borrowed.
Thief, borrowed!
As Zeka's looking to return it.
It's our ultimate summoner. 3,000 health on the Cloud Drake. Everyone else walking in there. JJ would like the smite. It's going to be claimed by Pyosik. No execute yet for Death, still fighting. But nearsighted cannot fight anymore. JJ pushes them away.
Yeah, going to be able to push him back, but DRX do grab the Dragon. They're second of the game. Going to be feeling really good about that. And they do have some pretty nice champions for the Cloud Soul. Aatrox is always one that I think really does benefit from it because you're already getting the speed up from your ulti, but Zeka could be in trouble, force the flash.
Damage there as the rest of DRX wants to clear the wave, a little bit of poke down towards Viper, a pullback and a Mako will not find the kill, and in fact, forcing the ulti out of Kindred now as well. Pyosik, that is a very long cooldown. It'll be up in time for the next Drake, sure. Not a lot of health given.
This is gonna be
knocks down bot lane.
This is gonna be a weird thing to say, but Scout is very good at dealing damage.
Yeah.
And it might seem weird, but when you think about a champion like Victor and Azir, often one of the hardest things to navigate about these champions is for Victor, very linear skill shots, controlling your soldiers, for Azir. Yet, regardless of the position that Scout finds himself in, he's always able to deal a ridiculous amount of damage, and it's just a management of his skills along with understanding the limits of his champions and the flexibility in his pool. He's just such a talented mid laner. It's always someone that you have to respect and understand that he will always be a threat as the game continues.
Absolutely. This is a guy who, back in the day did train under Faker, came up right, has been in the LPL for such a long time. Part of EDG, who is the most successful regional organization. They have 6 championships, I do believe it is, in the LPL. This is a team that are kind of known as the Kings of Summer, right? RNG are the Kings of Spring. They're the ones that go to MSI, but it's EDG who owns Summer.
And what's crazy is, for the longest time, EDG was the international failure for the LPL, always getting knocked out in the quarterfinals, maybe sometimes even groups, right? They just could never perform on the international stage. And then last year, being world champions was very different to what EDG fans are used to, but now that pressure falls on their shoulders once more. Can they do the back-to-back? They find themselves 2 games up, but DRX are not going down without a fight.
Certainly in quite the battle here. Only a 1,000 gold difference. Scout gonna go ahead and let this wave get crushed as he knocks down these minions and denies as much gold and XP as possible. Zeka only now walking to this lane. He lets the wave die. He'll get the rest of this gold, pick up the 500, and walk away clean, putting the game a little bit closer. 500 gold difference, 2 Drakes to 1. DRX with a lot of pressure though, Kingen, despite being counterpicked here, Aatrox versus Fiora, despite being a player that I think has often been maligned for his laning phases and just overall, he's one of the ones people look at when it's like, they lost, top diff. But he's actually been winning the lanes, largely against Blundry in the series.
Yeah, no, I think he's been doing a good job. Largely people look at the other side of the half bracket and they're thinking about Breeze, they're thinking about 369, they're thinking about Zeus, and they're saying, all right, that's the top lane side. This to me has been the bot lane side, right? It's Deft, it's Viper, it's Ruler, it's all these guys, battling it out who are considered, elite at that level. But it doesn't mean that even some of these players who aren't considered, to be the very best in the world aren't still truly incredible.
Might. Gets one, finally pays back. There's a ward that got put down. My thing pop. Thank you very much. Control ward killed. Gold handed back for the ghost ward.
It always feels so bad when you're doing a buff and then the enemy jungler just walks up, steals it.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, ulti goes in for more flash or flash. That means he's low. Ultiable. Goal! Step by Kingen.
Look at Zeka. He's so far behind them. He actually TP'd in there. They're going to look for the deep flank.
Big flank. Wants a stun. He's going to find it there. Make it a shield.
Waiting.
Get ready for the rest. What's he going to steal? Looks at the Everfrost. Nothing else. Doesn't want this fight anymore. Immediately pulled out by Viper.
Yeah, but that's Mako's flash. Mako flashed immediately there before he got pulled out. Going to be a sidestep on that ulti. He's going to try to redirect it through them, but won't be able to find the angle. Remember, Deft has been farming up these stacks for a long time since his cash-in. He's again back to nearly 300. He's at 265 stacks right now, so it could be another massive cash-in if he can get it. And Pyosik, as you had touched on earlier, did hit his 4th mark off of that Gromp, so he has really hit that critical point. Looks like he's going towards a Wit's End next, so not going to be going towards, IE kind of max damage style of build, but still, showing respect over the fact that Scout is going to be such a threat.
40 seconds until the next dragon. DRX do have the push in bot. They have control of a mid. When you look at the vision around this objective, you can see there's one deep ward around the Raptors for EDG, but not really much else. Not much vision has been invested. It's largely been a contest over these waves. DRX are trying to make their way deeper into the bot side jungle. Zeka will gain a little bit more information, and Kingen is clearing this out. So here we are, DRX now with good control around this objective. The EDG forcing their way through mid will give them access into the river.
At half HP is the mid lane turret, but it's not going to mean much. EDG are first to the river, at least with numbers. King was there, but going to get pushed out a little bit. Attempted poke by Pyosik, not going to land for much. Viper a bit low, a little bit low on mana as well, and ulti is down.
EDG do always have such faster push because of this Victor. There's not great wave clear on the other side, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult. But Pioshik is in the pit. Remember, he can ulti the dragon if he wants. Zeka.
Deal. Berserk hits absolutely no one, and claimed by Pioshik. It's enough time to jump in, smite, and get out.
Exactly, yes, he doesn't hit anyone, but it's because they all had to run away from the dragon. So Zeka, with the zoning ultimate there, stolen from Mako, pushes them back, gets them the dragon, and now gonna get them the tier 1 as well. That was a beautiful position from Zeka.
This is something we saw a lot from him in the group stages. Zeka stealing away Maokai ultimates to act as zoning tools, and now EDG committing to a dive.
No flash, no ulti anymore. He's gonna drop down. Flying gets the kill credit, something on the cross map. EDG need to wait for the next wave to kill the next turret, but you can see DRX grouped up around Baron. TP is up for the Victor. He can join the team, and that 4v4 is more than DRX wants to play for. They'll take Krugs and lose bottom.
So a small blunder there from Kingen. He should have recognized that his team was pathing up towards mid and top, and he was left alone, whereas EDG was still hovering around, and they wanted to secure that bot tier 1. So he ends up losing his life. EDG get another tower on the board, and they get themselves another kill. Now they have claimed control over the gold lead, but it's only a small one. Both these teams are neck and neck here in Game 3, and it feels like that every single time this series, EDG have been able to come out on top. Their team fighting continues to dominate here in this series. Let's see if the same will happen again as we get closer and closer to one big fight.
Yeah, we're closing in on that soul here, 3.5 away. Securing that last dragon so big for them, but Scout is becoming such a problem, you know, going for this really high damage build here. Zeka, though, threatening on the flank.
Wants to stun, but doesn't want to dive into these 4 right now. Scout gonna be able to walk away, no problem. Has the move speed with his evolved Q. Get away from Ping and W and not get chained back up. You can see a 1,000 gold difference separates these teams. EDG still playing to the edge. Not gonna get locked down by Zeka, who then looks for Flandre and a TP back in. Looks like EDG pushing very hard to try to take his mid lane turret down. Full health of Manabar back on a Scout. Hoping they can find it. King is still on the wing. Still no flash, has his ulti back up. Poke from Mako, be careful, could be too far up. Gonna be attacked. And be Kalista ulted back out, a long cooldown now missing.
Both teams are very squishy, and we are seeing that a single big ability hit can just force a single meta out. The biggest difference is the sustain that DRX have at their disposal because of this Soraka barrel. Even though the poke damage is good from Scout, to the point at which it is lethal, this man has a death cap already 25 minutes into the game, but the sustain and the healing from Beryl makes it that much harder for EDG to find lasting damage onto DRX.
Yeah, it's becoming very, very difficult, and Mako, you know, has had to be ulted out, you know, in a couple of risky situations multiple times in a row there. Zeka just using the Victor ult to scout out that tri-brush, make sure that no one is actually coming for him, and we'll have to back it up, but I mean, Mako's only survivability comes from one single gem, right? Like, he is so squishy at this point.
And I will say, this mid-tier 1 whole series for EDG has been a pain in their ass. Like, it just refuses to fall. And every single time, DRX are committed to making sure that they hold control. But why is it annoying? Because it makes it that much harder for EDG to move into the bot side jungle and actually set up that control, which we consistently see from DRX. This team is very good at understanding how to control space in the enemy jungle to then give them control of the neutral objectives that they want to secure.
I always like seeing these little things, these little champion mastery things. You know, Pioshik using his W, putting it over the wall so you can see if the wolf goes out and attacks anyone over outside. You know, being able to make sure that he is clearing that out, keeping it safe, and they're trying to have this battle for vision over on this top side. Zeka really wants to finish off this tier 1 tower top that is very, very low on health, as you can see on the minimap, but has not been able to get access to it. JJ and Pioshik are just going back and forth, trying to clear out the vision to allow their solo laner to be safe to push up.
1,500, EDG actually slowly clawing a lead. Some of that could be first strike on the Victor, to be sure. But also point out that Deft has been stacking and stacking 362 stacks. That's 362 extra true damage for execute on his R if he gets someone low enough. There's always a chance he gets that one and cashes in and goes huge.
Yeah, for Scout, he's now up to nearly 900 gold, 800 and something up on the first strike. It's 272 gold on the other side for Zeka, so of course, you know, much more earned as expected there for Scout. But he will still have the opportunity for that additional burst in the later stages of the game, as long as he's not actually getting it poked off him. But it was definitely a pretty interesting, I would say, surprising choice here on the Sylas. You know, not something that you do see a lot. Sometimes you see it taken on Assassins, but we'll have to see if Sylas can actually get into the fight quickly enough before it's actually popped off to have value in a 5v5.
Oh, for sure. see EDG once again contesting this mid wave. This mid wave has been a massive point of contention throughout this series, and it's all because of this tier 1. But EDG are saying, this is our time. We're looking to secure it.
Shrilly's get away from Zeka. It's going to be enough space to knock down the mid lane outer turret. So 3-3. All the outers are dead in this game. And Dragon's Soul is alive for DRX. Their third Cloud Drake. A possibility. EDG would love to keep that away and creep that move speed off of DRX.
Look at bot wave right now. DRX have a massive wave pushing in underneath the tower.
Beryl.
But the poke onto Beryl is significant. DRX are just buying time, forcing EDG to lose out on gold. And this reset from Beryl means that it's unlikely that DRX will be able to contest
This play. A step ahead is EDG. They think, okay, you're going to cross-map Baron and we send for Drake. We're only going to send one for Drake, though. The rest of us are already going to try to poke you off the Baron down to 11K.
I just don't know that they can do it in front of Scout. I don't see it as realistic, but they're going to try to rush it down. They use Zeka for the zoning ult again, but
yeah,
there's just no way you can do it in the face of this Victor.
The other problem is you have no real tank, right?
Yeah.
We talked about how squishy everyone is in the face of this Baron, especially with the resistances that it takes away from you. You are so susceptible to Scout's damage, and you can't take the risk. So DRX, they concede the mid-tier 1, they concede the Drake. EDG extend their goal lead to 2.2k now, and they still maintain control over the Baron.
But one good thing working here for DRX, the IE is now done for Deft, so he has completed that 3 items, is on a very, very big spike, and up to 395 stacks here of Adoration, almost 400 now that he will crest on this wave.
That's money.
That's money, but that's also an execute, right? So that it does increase your power, that one-shot potential here, you know, one auto, and if someone gets low enough, you have that potential execute here to knock them down. So we'll see if that can really come into effect, as this game is slowing down to a point where it really is starting to feel like one of those games that will be decided in one decisive 5v5.
And you know, for DRX, if they lose that one 5v5, the year ends. And Deft goes 9 years in a row, 8 years in a row, like calendar years of not winning a quarterfinal at Worlds. And sits there again with, sadly, only a top 8 to his name. Zeka's international debut, honestly, on the Sylas looked pretty good, but has not gotten his team over the line just quite yet. We'll still wait for the next bit of the game to be played out. 3.5 still to go until the next chance at a Cloud Soul. EDG mostly going to play for the top side. It feels like they are the ones with pressure over the map with a 2,000 gold lead.
I will say, I think the EDG could leverage Flandre in the side lane a little bit more. Perhaps they are concerned about him in the 1v1 matchup, but they really shouldn't be. At this point, Fiora should be able to outplay and get the better of the Aatrox, especially with the level advantage Flandre does have. And because they can create this threat and then have the TP, they can just dance around the Baron. I like this a little bit more from EDG. They are a little hesitant to overcommit for the time being. They're moving back to mid, making sure that they have this push, but I feel like EDG actually have a lot more options on the map than they're leveraging. Instead, for the time being, they're just slowly farming, making sure that they clear out the vision. Perhaps they're just waiting for the next dragon to spawn.
It feels like that's what they're playing for, right? You know, even with this Fiora, as you're saying, they could play on the map more heavily, but it feels like it's more about the 5v5. You know, even the build here for the Fiora, going for the Frozen Heart here, you know, trying to prepare for that 5v5 against this double marksman. But EDG, they say enough is enough. We're going to start up the Baron here. They're going to pull King Up, who's not there quite yet, but it's not going down very quickly.
Again, there's no front line to hold it easy.
It's an awkward force.
The Renata shields aren't enough.
Yeah.
Like, there really isn't a way to sit there on Baron and be like, because if you poke at them, there's no engage. You can't peel off Baron easily and be like, we're full health, and we Ornhorn. They're going to find the move speed on towards Beryl, and he's able to flash to stay alive. Somebody heal now down as well. The whole squad stuck in a little ball, but no one finds the engage back onto it. Scout looks at the poke, can't find it in the fog.
At the end of the day, trade of flashes there. Mako flashing in, trying to find the handshake onto Beryl. Couldn't quite do it. Not going to get anything more of that, but yeah, neither team really has the engage. So if both teams are okay farming, it's going to be a lot of farming, right? You know, you're not able to actually find that pick very easily unless you can get someone to face check into you. But because both you guys have highlighted, neither team has a tank. The Baron tank is not that safe. EDG, though, going right back towards it. It is spotted now. What can they do about this?
They're a team fight. Zeka gets interesting ulti. He can throw in a teammate. I'm not sure who he's bound to. He can pick at the start of the game to buy a black spear and tag someone for it. Not sure who his friend is, but regardless, not going to find a chance to use the ulti in that fight.
Yeah, it's possible it's Pioshek. That's the most common generally. You know, when you do have mid lane Sylas, you just grab onto your jungler. So if there's a potential Baron Seal opportunity, grabbing that would have made sense. You could even, you know, have him flash in and then pull him out and things like that. Could potentially be big, but of course, you know, not a team fight ultimate as far as the damage that you're going to be dealing. Pioshek does spot JJ. They have the push here, and there's not a tremendous amount of wave clear, but DRX are very far out on the map, and a little bit hesitant to fully commit to that tier 2 because they don't necessarily know where the TP wards are. They don't know if they could be getting flanked.
It's what I call awkward, boys. Both teams find themselves in a very awkward position when it comes to knowing what to do, but they don't actually have the tools to do exactly what they want to do. And it was a really good highlight by Freak as well, talking about the turnaround ability. Like, often when you start the Baron, you get the enemy team to come into that choke point, and then you like horn into that choke point to then force an engage onto one side of a potentially split up team. But you usually don't really have that unless they're willing to throw Mako in, and he did commit the flash to try and find Beryl, but he immediately then flashed away. What they do have now, though, is control over the mid wave. They see 2 members of DRX top, which means that this dragon should be theirs for the taking, but they have their eyes set on the tier 2, and it looks like DRX don't have the wave to stop them.
Yeah, Deft has got to be so careful. You don't want to lose your stacks at this point.
Keep going.
He's got to be close to 500. They're just going to keep going, as you say. Yeah. There's no answer here. I mean, the wave clear is horrible for DRX, and that is one of the big advantages that EDG have.
2v1 top side means nothing. Fiora just takes the farm, feels good about it. They will stay a little bit, but keep in mind, it's going to be a 5v4 soon. The difference, though, is Shirelia's diff. It is, of course, it's on cooldown for now, but you still know that Renata can give teammates haste. When you land a spell on a teammate, they get even more above that one as well. And they're going to walk away. Zek getting shunked down to half HP, rended, and pushed out. They're still playing in this fight. Fiora TPing in the mid to guarantee the kill. Renata ult going to land on Fiora, and they're going to catch a whole lot of damage. Scout has to burn his Zhonya's. Will the re-engage look good? He's silenced, he is shut down! A huge fight for Deft! He gets the auto he needed. Flandre is low, gets to repost it, but it's already a second kill in for Zeka. What DRX needed may have been found, and he's got to stack up the red. He's got to stack it and pull it, and it's not gonna happen! 3-0, DRX are back!
A 1,200 goal cash in there for Deft. He gets so much off the fight, and they're going to head to Baron here, surely. It should be theirs for the taking. DRX are not done at Worlds yet. The gold is tied again, Thaddeus.
Zeka dances on the edge of death time and time again, but with the Reaper on his side, it is he who comes out on top. DRX will secure the Baron, and they will walk away the victors of this fight.
Deft facing with 3,000 gold after that. Gonna be able to finish up the LDR, gonna be able to get a Zeal on top. That was such a huge moment for them. Pyosik also getting a shutdown. That's going to try to slingshot him towards his next item.
But look at this. So initially, Zeka loses half his HP. You're going to watch him steal away the Renata ultimate here and land it crucially onto the 2 big carries of EDG. Viper and Scout are going to be trapped here. Zeka sees his window to engage, and then Kingen comes in from the flank. The silence underneath Scout as well limits his options of escape, and he gets one shot. Deft delivers the final blow, but the moment the Scout is gone, the rest of EDG are easy pickings for DRX.
And look at that riposte there from Flandre, just keeping himself alive against Deft's ulti on the side. Viper can't get away, so he's trying to stack up the spears, but all they have to do is silence him. The silence goes down, so he can't actually pop the rend as the ulti is expiring there. Yeah. So not a chance at a kill. Beryl playing that out very, very well. Back-to-back uses on that silence were massive, and now DRX have the Baron. They know Scout is top, so the wave clear isn't here, but he's going to TP. Can they kill the tower first?
They're going to try to get a bit of damage. He's going to show up onto a silence. Renata going to get the disengage, but not enough. Another turret falls, and DRX looking to find a win. They were robbed in game 2 by a quarter of a second, and now the gold lead balloons, grows and grows, 4,000 nearly to their name. Next dragon is a soul.
We haven't seen LCK dominance in a number of years, but with the way DRX is playing, we'll see if they can make the reverse sweep happen. Zeka once again dashes in.
Pyosik, and finding it again, low health bars. Pyosik, yes, he's going to be inside the ulti, staying alive for this one. Middle inhibitor is gone, but the fountain, of course, is on one side of the map, so EDG get their health bars back. Look at the bot lane, but time is limited. Beryl only has so much healing. Summoner Heal and Wish are up. They're going to feel comfortable for this one. Without Kindred, the burst is still a possibility. Bot lane inhibitor turret drops. They cannot find anything too big out of Flandre just yet.
DRX don't need to rush this though. They can take their time. They know that Death is incredibly strong, and they have the empowered minions on their side. 2 inhibitors down. Now they just need to disengage. Dragon spawns in about 2 minutes time. They need to go back, spend their gold, because there are some big items to be picked up back in base.
Yeah, Death Cap coming through there for Zeka. Rapid fire for Deft. He is full build. full items on that Draven with the rapid fire. You get that crit auto. That's 100% crit here onto one of these squishy carries. That can be devastating. That can trigger Zeka or Kingen to go forward and try to finish off that fight. But it's all going to come down to one final fight here, potentially 2 minutes until Soul for both teams. And we know, Vedius, how clutch EDG has been in the 5v5.
Certainly do. DRX have been in this position before. It was about an hour ago. They had an exposed Nexus, and they were incredibly close. Now, of course, those towers are still up, but DRX, they have to be cautious of that. They do not want to let this game slip away from them, otherwise their year will end.
And I will say a key difference between this one and the last one. In the last one, I think they didn't feel they could 5v5 any longer. So they were going towards these split push, these kind of backdoor tactics. In this one, I do think that they feel that they are on even keel. They have been willing to take the fights. They have been looking for these 5v5s. Deft is in such a position of power right now. And Zeka as well with that death cap. We know the burst is huge.
I mean, I think one of the other big differences is Viper, right? He was such a problem for them the previous game. He felt like a wall they couldn't get past.
Can he get stopped?
Second is wrong, and a half second late again. Deft not able to land the push.
Very close there. DRX almost secured themselves a pick, but it doesn't matter. TP now gone for Flandre. That silent threat isn't there. Zeka can stay top now as he pushes in the top wave. We'll have the teleport available. Notice, too, that the bot lane is pushing in favor of DRX. Big crit on to Mako. Should force him back, and this is likely the soul for DRX.
It looks like it will be. They're going to TP back here, and we can see Mako is basing. It's 20 seconds until spawn. Will they try to get out there? Flandre just based and completed his death stance. He doesn't have TP, but they are running out of the base here. It looks like they want to try to find some sort of an angle if they can.
Taking all the vision first, right? Getting everything, so you have to walk through 7 miles of fog of war. Get anything done, then it's down to 4 seconds. Absolutely no wards down there, which means there's nothing you can easily do as EDG. You're gonna guess what's safe for us, and the answer is nothing. As Drake is burned and slain, and a Cloud Soul comes through for DRX.
And Pioshek picked up another mark. He's up to 8 now on the Kindred, so he's got his second range upgrade already at the 7. He's just going for bonus damage there, bonus stats. He's going to have that backline access. And I love the purchase here of the Black Cleaver. CDR very effective on the Kindred. And is going to be cutting down the armor for the Aatrox, for the Draven, as well as for himself.
EDG can feel the pressure now. DRX are slowly but surely claiming more control over the map. These items are terrifying. DRX, they feel like an unstoppable force right now, but EDG have a tendency to find these miracle fights where you least expect it. They are still very well respected in the LPL and internationally. And this team is a team that you cannot afford to underestimate with the names that exist on this roster.
Absolutely. You can see Viper knows the physical damage threat there is massive. Looks like he's building towards probably a last item Randuin's here. But here comes Kingen and Feral.
Kingen wants to walk in. They're going to throw in the run out of the Scout. Nearly dead. Gets the Zhonya's away. Gets away from the flash. Berserk in the backline. Isn't enough damage. It does not run out of drop. Pioshek gets the ulti with 50 health left. And he's going to burn the stopwatch now as well. Flandre needs to live. Gets a bit of healing, but it's not going to be enough. Chicha mostly left alone. Knocked up and slain. And Deft will take another head. And another. And another. And that's going to seal the deal. Scout left alone, trying to clear waves, but DRX are 3v1.
DRX do not falter, they do not give up, and they stand strong in the face of the reigning world champions. They will bring us to another game, and they will take down EDG.
The inhibitors likely will not save you now, but we'll wait till the whole thing falls. Kingen dives in for Scout. Cannot find his man just yet. May in fact drop, but they're on to the Nexus. Deft finally gets the shot. DRX take a game.
What a game from DRX. Happy birthday to Deft. He knocks down his first Nexus in this quarterfinals, and DRX stave off elimination here. They're going to have to do it 2 more times if they want to stay alive in Worlds, but this was a great first step. And Deft gets his first ever career win on Draven here. Not something you would be thinking he'd be saying this far into his career, or at such an important match here at Worlds that he would bring it out, but he brings out the Draven, and it really worked out for him.
And Deft, unfortunately, has a horrible history of getting 3-0'd in quarterfinals, but today will not be that day. And I feel like that has to do such wonders for his mental, because you think about that previous game, you think about how he was on the edge of winning, and then he finds himself 2-0 down. Oh no, another 3-0 to add onto my long career, but not today. He's able to stand strong with his Draven.
Yep.
Zeka's able to come up clutch, and DRX find a huge win to keep the reverse sweep alive.
It's just crazy because one more out on the Nexus, they're at match point.
Yeah.
They're 2-1, right? It really just made such a tremendous difference, but great game from DRX.
Yeah, I need to give kudos to Zeka, though. You touched on him briefly, but the 2 Renata ults that I saw that he stole were massive. There's one he threw from Fog that, like, if only EDG mind read, this was like the first Baron standoff, where he's for sure on Fog, there's no wards, he tosses it, and EDG were like, actually, don't love it, and just sort of did this, and out it went. But like the first Dragon Steel that he got, it's like you all have to run into bot lane Tri-Brush. Like it's guaranteed yours in this one. You can see the game was back and forth, but like I really do think him taking Renata ults was the single like biggest sort of overarching thing in this game. His Sylas is so damn good.
It really is. You know, it wasn't as much about the damage this one. You know, from the Sylas, I also think Pyosik had a really, really good game on the Kindred. Was really where he needed to be at the right time, at the right place. You know, landed a lot of key smites, had some good ultimates in these team fights to deny a lot of the burst from EDG as they were flying in. But you've got to say, Scout has been, I think, excellent in all the games. Like every single game, he is topping the damage charts. He is really positioning well. He's not dying. It's hard to ask for more from this guy.
I agree. He's very good.
And I think the Aatrox kind of matters here as well. There was so much bullying from Flandre when it was Kennen and Fiora, but Aatrox twice in a row, he's winning the early game. He's got pressure. He's got CS leads, and it feels like he's converting pretty well in that one. So a lot to look at. We'll see what happens over in Game 4. DRX are staying alive in our series, down 1 and 2. We're running it for Game number 4, so let's get over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Freak. DRX and Deft to breathe new life into the series as they take the comeback win against EDG. The power of the alpaca is with
You
us.
saw the angry one?
Yeah.
Nice.
Chronicler?
This is the first game that Deft has won in a quarterfinal since he got knocked out by IG in 2018.
And, and to be clear, he's been to a few quarterfinals.
Yeah.
And he did it on Draven. And he did it on Draven.
You know what I said when Draven was locked in? 3-0.
Yeah.
I didn't believe.
It's true.
I should have.
His win rate, not so great on the pick, if we're being honest, and hasn't even picked it that much in his career.
Better now.
And to pull that out in an all-important game. Now, granted, he gets to pull it out alongside Pyosik's classic Kindred, so that's another piece of the puzzle that we have to talk about. And for a second game here, the Aatrox goes over as well. So I think a better look at a DRX, but it still was not easy by any means, Kobe.
That's my biggest issue for EDG. I think you got to stop giving over the Aatrox.
Yeah.
This whole tournament has been one giant experiment, everyone trying to figure out what do we do about this champion, and the only really positive answer was T1's Zeus with the Yone. But as we get right into these highlights here, this game was so drawn out.
Is it a highlight?
Highlight.
I know.
Becca, baby!
What I do think is something that has been a problem for both these two teams throughout the entirety of this series, and that is that they are both allergic to drafting hard engage, right? And if you combine no hard engage with champions like Renata or Sylas with Renata, Aatrox, it becomes so hard to find decisive fight, and I think that's what really draws out these games.
I just think that Flandre is not that guy to play Fiora, okay? His split pushing was atrocious in this game, trying to ever get side lane control for them and then teleporting in at the inhibitor right into the face of this big stolen Renata. Ultimate was one of the big failings there.
This is a problem I have with a lot of Fioras, not just Flanders, but this is actually, so in my opinion, EDG actually could have won this game if they hadn't overforced here. It's just everything you don't want to happen into this fight, including a TP that's about to come through from Flandra as the stolen Renata ult comes out from Zeka. One thing that is crucial if you are playing a Fiora is that you need to recognize when you can be getting side lane pressure, and your team needs to also be able to play around that really well, right? And in this, we saw them over grouping. This TP is kind of an example of it. This was more just they stayed too long and then tried to commit to getting that inhib health because it was so close to going down. And in my opinion, this is what really gets DRX back into the game. They get Baron off of this.
1,000%.
But yeah, like to the Fiora point, my big issue with it, and I've been really critical of this with multiple teams, I'm about to be critical of it with EDG and Flandre, is that the strength of Fiora as this Aatrox answer, right, is that you have ultimate side lane pressure. You're supposed to be hammering turrets down while the rest of your team is doing something else. And Flandre was almost entirely with the team. I'd love to see like a proximity stat on that. And also they were all almost always around mid. They tried
we
to
spent
see that
way
mid,
too much
that
time.
mid tier
Way
1.
too much time, group just 5 in the mid lane.
Yeah.
And yeah, it definitely, again, I just want to contextualize this whole conversation with the fact that we opened up the day saying, or expecting rather, that neither of these teams would be ultra top lane focused in their picks or their play, and yet they've kind of, you know, they've disagreed with us.
This was such a great team fight from the solo laners here from DRX, with both King and Zeka getting right to the back lines. It made it so easy, created so much space for Deft to just run them down on the Draven, finishing out this game. Honestly, yeah, it was crazy, and you could see the angles there for EDG and some of the openings, but I'm excited for DRX to push us further in the series.
I'm glad you brought up the top lane pressure, Dash, because I think it's super interesting, especially in a game like this, right? Where you have Draven and then you have the Kalista. And we know that Kalista, even though it was picked into the Draven and might not be the best answer to it, she can take over an entire bot side of the map, right? And have complete Drake control, that kind of stuff. And I was expecting the junglers to path bot side. And they both are still pathing top.
I mean,
and
I'm going to quickly bring our bingo card
yeah,
back
we already
up.
hit bingo, by the
Well,
way.
we did already hit bingo, but the reason I'm actually going to bring it up is because a lot of the things we put on here are about bot lane and about putting your top laners on things like Gragas, you know? So, like, weak side top lane, go
we haven't
bot,
had a proper bot
things like
dive,
that.
yeah.
No ganks top, exactly. Like, what happened?
I don't know. Are you used to seeing DRX play through topside?
No.
Because I'm not.
No, because they shouldn't, because they need to draft on. I've already been over this.
Okay, all right, but now let's talk about this fourth game, okay? Because DRX did come away with a victory on the back of some very impressive Draven play, but an extended game at that. It is EDG with side select, though, and so they are going to hop over to blue. This is going to disrupt the 3 games in a row that DRX has played on the blue side. So if DRX wants to take us all the way to 5 games, Chronicler, what is the recipe from the red side of the pick ban phase?
Ooh, that's very tough, because I do actually think that the Aatrox, even though both these top laners have been kind of up and down, is such a tough pick. So I think you got to give over the Azir to Scout, calm Bandit away, but then have one of the answers, the Sylas or the Akali, and execute better than you did in game number 2.
So you got to get rid of the Aatrox and the Yuumi for
Aatrox,
sure,
Yuumi.
and then like Caitlyn as the last one, or what?
Yeah, maybe. That will be a good one.
DRX backs against the wall, and they withheld the pressure, and they won in game 3. They've got to do it here. They've got to do it in 1 hour's time as well. EDG, the reigning world champions, narrowly lost in the LPL playoffs.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
And you can hear the fan support behind them. One of 2 remaining LPL teams, JDG, waiting in the other semifinal. EDG hoping to step up to Gen G next weekend, seeing if they can keep that trophy in their own trophy case.
Oh, this is cute. I've never actually seen this with Kalista. So he held onto the black spear until they went into lane. Feral dropped his ward, started his recall, and then he actually channeled the spear on him while he was going back to base. He was able to continue the recall and then had the little death animation once he landed in the base, in the well.
That is min-maxing to the extreme.
It is, but if you're going to rush down bot for that lane ward, you can't actually channel the black spear then go down. You'll be way too late. So that's a clever little optimization there from Deft and Beryl. I love stuff like that.
Very good spot there as well. Now you will see this early vision investment. Wary of an early invade. It's going to be sweeped out by Scout, but also that deep ward on the red buff rather, coming out from EDG to identify where Pureshik has started. They see him not starting off on the red buff, which means that he's likely going to be on his blue, pathing up towards the top side of the map. We'll see what JJ does with this information. Again, we talked about this mid-jungle. I love seeing Lee Sins play through their LeBlanc lane because LeBlanc has so much powerful setup. Her ability to land the chains and the damage from Lee Sin LeBlanc is just so scary to deal with in the early game.
And meanwhile, in this bot lane, you can actually see Mako has the read. Like, this lane is not actually playable. He went Relic Shield as Renata. Normally, you're like, yeah, I'll take the mana. I can fight back. It's like, no. I'm getting poked forever by Ashe. I'm just going to last hit, like, 2 minions under the turret. Like, make sure the cannon doesn't get dropped. Like, we're going to be getting a bit of gold here, and Barrel's going to play. Pinner's at the limits. He knows there's no surprising engage tools yet. JJ gets level 3 as he finishes out his left side of the map and goes for an invade path. I believe not spotted by the Trinket. You can see it hugs the left-hand wall. Trinket Wards will not see over that one. So he is behind, and Zek doesn't know. He needs to land the chains. Can he do so? Pureshik's around. Yep, there's the hop to a teammate. Sidesteps the slow, and Scout will stay alive.
Man, great read from Pyosik, just walking through mid. And he's not going to actually lose any time there because he walks through mid, and then if there's not any gank happening, you just queue over into the Raptor pit, no problem. So smart coverage, and they're getting a bit aggressive here. Will be a nice spear trade.
Chain lands, Q lands! Is enough to kill Zeka. He's for a bit of damage, but otherwise still going to live. A flash still forced, though.
I love seeing this level of investment in the mid lane. We already talked so much about Lee Sin LeBlanc, and I feel like this is what you have to do. At level 3, you have your chains, you have your dash, you have your Q, you have everything you need as LeBlanc to set up the kill for your Lee Sin, and they've already gotten the flash out from Zeka. This is going to alleviate a lot of pressure.
Mid-prio difference, though. Pyosik can't easily stick around. He's got top pressure, but if LeBlanc lands the chain, there's a lot of damage there.
Here's the thing, though. If Pyosik gets out, yes, you do lose the Scuttle, but this actually delays the recall from Scout a lot. And Zeka now canceled his own recall, so he actually picks up the farm here. He doesn't actually fall behind on tempo. It will be dangerous now as the wave is pushing away from him, but it's going to mean that Zeka will have a better base than he would have otherwise grabbed.
Looks like it's still on that 0 stack of his Corrupting Potion. Scout misses 0 XP and gold from the mid push, but you're right. Zeka able to get a better recall, certainly nice. Looks at the chain. Electrocute auto, chain gonna land, he can't go for any more. This time Zeka finally, I think, will be pushed out. He wants to explain the freeze, will force the TP. Yeah,
I was just about to say, the wave's in a really good spot. It's slowly pushing towards Scout. Of course, both mid laners likely just going to TP back into the mid lane off the back of this, but overall, Scout's pretty happy with how the lane is going. Double Scuttle Crab as well for JJ means them early game dominance in favor of EDG, but the early gold in favor of DRX.
Yeah, and he just has to be careful until he gets this shoved out. You know, really wants to reset this wave. Pyosik is not covering mid right now, is playing up towards top. But it does mean Zeka could be in trouble if Lee Sin makes another pass at mid lane here.
So Flandre playing a bit safely. Has his own flash. He knows that, of course, Camille and Sejuani is plenty of crowd control. Hashing a ward. Don't know if he ever saw it go down. But now with the wave pushing away, needs his Lee Sin. But JJ is on the other side of the map. Chain's gonna lead it again. Good trade. I like this one. Jumps in, gets himself a shield. All right, good enough, I guess.
But the problem is, mid lane wave still not able to actually be reset. So he gets that trade, and then Scout pulls the wave down. So as the wave comes here, he just basically pulls it over to the side here and creates this freeze. So it's still not unlocked. And what was a slight advantage for Zeka and CS is going to really go Scout's way.
I love watching good mid laners play, and we're seeing a really great synergy between the mid and jungle here of EDG. JJ investing the exact right amount of investment in the mid lane to set up Scout to just dominate the laning phase. Props to Zeka, he's still doing very well in the farm department. He's not getting zoned away by really anything, but both mid laners doing their absolute best to try and build up what advantages they can in the 1v1.
And the bot lane going pretty well here for DRX. You know, he will pick up the remaining farm here, and he's going to be up about 10, 11 now, right now. But we'll have to see how much they can get done with this Ashe, because Mako and Viper have been playing it very far back. They have been really kind of just conceding a lot of the wave. I think feeling that they can't really scrap, they can't really trade autos at this point in the game, and I do agree with them. But that being said, the Renata is likely to have a lot more value in the later stages of the game, unless they can create what is a very big advantage, I think, in this 2v2.
We have Pyosik saying, yep, we got bot pressure. The wave is slow pushing down towards their turret. We have infinite control this one. You're not going to all-in us with a Vamp Scepter, so on he goes to the Drake and feels comfy. Even his mid laner got the first recall off, recalled in front of a cannon wave, able to inherit that one, dropping 1 or 2 CS. Now comes back in and has the mid push, so Mounted Drake picked up at 630. DRX, a lot of control here. Top laners haven't been back to base just yet, but both bot laners on Vamp Scepter. Gonna withstand the poke. JJ, best he can do is counter jungle a 90 gold Raptor camp. Mountain Drake worth so much more.
DRX firm control over the early game once again. And I'm impressed. Their bot lane, we knew that they would have the push, but really Deft has demonstrated that naturally the 2v2 matchups do help him, but he really has been able to get the better of Viper in a lot of these 2v2s. There was that exception in Game 2 where Beryl was falling short, dying a couple times in the straight-up 2v2 matchup, but other than that, Deft has had a phenomenal series along with Viper, and we get to see some masterclass AD carries going toe-to-toe at the highest level.
And I think when you talk about the ADs, when you're talking about lane, you also have to give credit to the supports, right? And I think a lot of the laning advantages from DRX have come through these creative picks that Beryl has been going for, right? The Heimer in Game 1 especially was massive. The Ashe in this one really making a big difference as well. So a lot of the creativity here out of DRX that I think is giving them those edges in the 2v2. And then it's EDG who has been often on the back foot, trying to pull it back in the 5v5 later on.
The lost cannon minion, everyone in the chat spamming -1 right now. Even though Flandre is zoning him away from it, he lost the cannon minion. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, got the XP, I think, but yeah, it's 69 gold or so missing, so
nice.
Nice job, I know. I mean, it's well done by Flandre, you know, very, very skilled. Though that said, the CS lead once again goes Kingan's way. So outside of the Kennen Fiora game, Kingan has been up every single game in this top lane in CS, but this one far enough away. His jungler not his side of the map right now, still busy taking a red buff that takes a big L on farm, and it's going to be Flandre, sorry, catching all the way back up.
Yeah, he will be able to catch up, but the wave will actually group and push towards him, so Kingan can take that base timing. They're both going to TP back towards top. First base from both of them, so we'll get a lot more dangerous. Scout could be in some trouble now.
One more auto will be the stun, but Scout's W back up. Actually has to burn R for it, save the cooldown. Flash away, it's going to be Beryl flashing out himself. Early burn on some cooldowns right now. Deft going to be the better of that trade, it looks like, but his support quite low. Now playing the top side, is it going to be enough? To look for the chains, look for the kill. Will they find Kingan? A big knock up there from Aatrox. Smite for help. First blood comes through to Kingan. Smite comes across the rest of it. Pyosik will drop though as well. Scout able to claim the actual eye himself. Zeka getting dropped. Doesn't have any cooldowns left. Wander needs his Q back up, and he doesn't have it. Zeka gonna get away.
Nicely done escaping there, but it is the Herald going the way of Scout. He can push up mid, and he's going to be able to get solo gold on that when he so chooses. Bot lane, though, going very well for DRX. It does cost Beryl his flash, but they got 4 summoners from the enemy bot lane duo here. Just utilizing that faster level 6. Deft hits 6, and they immediately go for the play there. Beryl now has his ulti, and there's no cleanse on Viper. So if they can call down Pyosik, there's a good opportunity for a gank, and that's why JJ is here and just
has to hit Ashe. Has to hit Ashe. Has no flash, has no cleanse, but Kalista no ult either. But if he had flash, he pulls a ruler. That man dies. Lee Sin ganks with it, but never in range. Beryl not able to be hit.
Very close play there, but the respect from the DRX bot lane remains firm. They will not concede any kills over to EDG in this early game. The gold now dead even. Incredible stuff from both these teams. I think DRX continue to defy expectations. On paper, coming into this series, you would expect EDG to be the clear favorites, and we're gonna have a look back into this fight, mainly as to why. Look at the initial play setup here. JJ interrupts the stun. It looks like so much damage, but immediately the rest of DRX turn their attention onto JJ and get that kill. Pyosik, though, gets forced very low on the back end of the fight, allowing Flandre to pick up that initial kill. And I'm wondering where the third cube comes in from. We don't have time to scout, that's the route.
Yep, that's been forcing the cleanse out. There is Ult lands. There is no way out for Ashe. You gotta believe this one's gonna be killed. Stuck against the wall. Pyosik can see it happen, but can't make the play. Scout comes in, secures the kill.
Yeah, they bring the extra man down, so despite the fact that Pyosik was in the area, nothing he can do about it here, as Scout is around as well. Scout's even gonna pick up a plate. He does have the empowered recall with the Herald. They will get one plate back in mid lane from Zeka. But we'll see if they can get anything more off of that.
Looks like they weren't even able to secure that bot lane fight, so a little unfortunate there for EDG. You'd imagine that they wanted to convert that into something like a Herald, maybe even secure that tower. But it's good to see EDG getting out on the map with this mid-jungle duo. It's really what you need to be doing with the LeBlanc and the Lee Sin. But Zeka doing the right thing of just pushing in mid and trading what he can.
It looks like the tempo was too important for that one. Health bar's a bit low. They need to get back into the base because the drag came up in 40 seconds. Sidestep. Just barely on the arrow. 2 ults missing. Scout saves everything. Well done by him.
Smooth, very smooth there from Scout. You could feel the cold wind nipping at him. He was able to sidestep it beautifully. Now the dragon spawns in 20 seconds. EDG do have control over the mid wave, but it's DRX to have access to the river. Good awareness from JJ there. And now EDG have made their way into the river, and Scout will use the Herald to generate this pressure in the mid lane, making it harder for DRX to come and contest.
Yep, and because it was on the mid laner, it's 320 gold right there to Scout. He also picked up the 200 for the kill, plus 100 local gold, so that's 600 gold he basically got just straight up from the Herald.
Nice stuff, but now Scout has to play for his own mid lane as it was so grouped up against the turret. He's got to get in there for that one. I want to see if Aatrox can join. He's got the Eclipse. He's got the first mythic of the game. That is a big power spike. Without TP, he would have to walk, and you can see he is going towards the top side of the map. So ahead or not, it doesn't matter. It's about the 4v4. The bottom side, Chain will land, but Scout not getting the better of these trades right now.
Well played.
Zeka hits him back pretty well. Distortion not going to land. The ulti on cooldown, and you can't get much more than that.
Yeah, there is no ultimate available for Pyosik, but Barrels is now
he
back.
wants it. Really slick. Zeka gets out in time to shuffle backwards. Had his own ulti. There's an overdrive. Ultimately not killed, but now another recall forced by the Scout.
And now, DRX could potentially just start this up because there is no TP on Scout, right? And they have the HP advantage here, so they should just start this up. They have the Kalista. This should be their Dragon, so it should be a second one going the way of DRX. It is a 1k gold lead for EDG, but more than evened out by these two Dragons going the way of DRX, and they are still the team that has all the engage options here.
Nicely picked up. Dragon on the board. The top scoreboard favors DRX. The bottom scoreboard is different. The nameplates are different, but as far as things earned in the early game, better for the red side right now. You want to see if Flandre can get himself the next plate. Not quite, though. A little bit of poke, though.
It's also worth noting that it's going to be Mandate Ashe, so he's not going for the lethality style build. Oh, nice try on the delay there from Kinga, but the timing was great from Flandre on the Q3. But the poke is definitely going to be annoying here. You go for the Mandate Ashe, you have the Ludens on the Azir that's going to be built towards. And that combo there, volley into the Q from the Azir, is going to be really difficult to deal with for some of these champions over on the EDG side.
Definitely getting lower and lower, but the plate's going to drop in about 30 seconds. It seems like the LeBlanc can get too much more done. Is first to Ludens. He mentioned the gold getting fun out of him, but the problem is that all lined up after the Dragon went down. Didn't have Ludens for the mid play, didn't have Ludens for the attempt on Zeka's life. Drake was playing off the lane pressure. Arrow! Oh, it still hits him! He distortions the wrong way, still gets tagged. JJ lands himself a Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike will not follow.
If JJ wasn't there, I think they maybe go in for it, but with the Lee Sin around, if you fly into the tower there, you're going down.
I'm telling you right now, everyone in this arena would have panicked, including me. I would have been hit by the arrow at least like 3 seconds ago. What crazy reactions there from Scout. We continue to see him dodge these arrows. We saw it in game 1. We're seeing it again here in game 4. Man showing the utmost respect and continues to prove why he is one of the best mid laners in the world. Scout on this LeBlanc, a lot of responsibility will fall on his shoulders to be that big poke threat later on into the game, find those picks onto Deft in particular. We'll see if he's able to do it, as EDG slowly but surely continue to build up a small lead. A number of plates went into Scout's back pocket. Does have the Ludens alongside Zeka, just picking that up for himself now. Looks like that EDG making their way towards the top side of the map. I don't think they can get anything onto Kingan though. They're just going to convert this into a Herald. Maybe they can use this to break down the mid tower. Really important Herald, because sieging against an Azir, very difficult to do.
That feels comfy, right? Ult, flash, cleanse, all available, so his lane mates can be safe on top of that one. 6,000 health on the Rift Herald, and here comes the pending team fight. Down to 4K. Pyosik wants at the front line. There's the Agony hit again, and it's going to be a smite. It's going to be ulti out of JJ, and it just deletes the poor Lee Sin. Renata can't help now, but the re-engage looks good. King is quite low. No kill just yet. Second flies in, but everyone flashes back away. Re-engage. Ashe finds the knockup. Smite claims the Herald, and Zeka's killed off Mako. Chasing in for Flandre. Next attack would kill, and they'll knock him down. DRX taking the lead here in game 4.
What a fight from DRX, 3 for 0, and the Herald goes their way. The reaction times on both sides were incredible as Zeka swoops in. EDG flashed immediately multiple ways to get out of there, but it's escorting them into Kingan, into Pyosik, into Deft. We're creating the space. They get the initial first kill, and then watch the Azir as he swoops in here towards Mako and Viper, but the reaction times are there.
I thought we were going to see another Showmaker play right there. I thought it was going to be a one-sided affair, but the response from EDG is incredible. Mako, though, after losing his flash, finds himself in a very awkward position, as it felt like the DRX just had so much more space in the fight.
Yeah.
EDG was funneled into like one side of the river and this awkward choke point that they couldn't get through, whereas DRX had the entire river to play through. And Kingan, this man finding the right targets in the fight, coming up clutch on one of his big comfort picks and able to take apart EDG.
I mean, that is the power of drafting for engage, and now barrel up towards top side. They're going to see if they can get an arrow here. He's trying to play in fog, seeing if he can find an angle on towards Scout. They would want him to use his ulti first, but JJ now.
Information gained. Q's guesses incorrectly of where Ashe might be. I think might have actually seen the hawk shot over his head. Doesn't get it quite right.
Wonder if he was actually aiming for the Krugs there,
Yeah, looked like
regardless.
it.
EDG find themselves on the back foot once again. DRX have this tendency of finding these early game leads against EDG. They're not significant. Often they're only a couple hundred gold, maybe even 1,000 gold. And it's EDG finding ways to come back. But when we talk about team fights, you've been talking about it so much, Azael. It feels like DRX are the team that have so many good engages. Arrow sidestepped once again. But it doesn't matter. DRX have control over the mid wave. They have the Herald to create even more pressure. And this should give them access into the Vault River, but they're actually moving away from it. They are hesitant of what Scout can throw out. They will get good damage down on mid tier 1.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get that. Zeka in some trouble now. We'll have to back it up. The Electrode at least doesn't proc, but he's chunked down to narrowly above half. Kingen, though, on the top lane is going to be able to take down that tier 1 tower, and that should be the first of the game, and it's going to be solo gold. So a lot of gold going into Kingen's pockets there. He's already ahead on this Camille, but EDG do have the inside track on the Dragon and would be able to potentially stop the snowball.
All right, going to burn down 10,000 health from this Drake, and honestly, you can see no one's really sitting around to play for it. Kingen is still staying up there, so it's a guaranteed 5-on-4, and it means they know. You can see Scout sees him on the waves. It's okay, cool, I can go back to mid now as well. Dragon will be handed off. Now, it's traded for an entire top lane outer turret and a lot on top lane tier 2, and Kingen is still hitting it.
We'll have to see exactly how much.
Caught out, Rended. He wants to get a flash over the wall, but doesn't have it available. Deft pushed away enough, but Zeka might try. Doesn't have his own flash, but it could be enough. JJ holding his own kick. And I can't believe Mako lived.
That was really clever, though, from Deft. You know, gets the eyes on it, sees the desync recalls, gets over the wall, and is another tower going their way. So yes, they lose the third dragon. They would have loved to be on Soul Point here, but instead they get 2 outer towers. They get a little bit of damage on the top lane tier 2 as well. So it's more gold in the pockets here for DRX, who have now opened up a 2,000 gold lead.
Wow, DRX continue to surprise the world after what was an incredibly mixed year from the organization. No one expected them to qualify for the World Championship. No one expected them to finish top of play-ins. No one expected them to finish top of their group. And now here they are pushing EDG once again.
Even just going here is winning in game 5 both times. To go to semis, it'll be winning in game 5 again for 3 in a row that their series would be to 5 games to make it this far. After Zeka hadn't won a best of 5 in his entire career up until it was time to qualify for Worlds. He's got 2 in a row, looking at his third if he can make it happen.
And he's having a great game on the Azir.
Yeah.
And if DRX can win with him on these control mages, that's when you have to really start getting pretty frightened. Because this was actually a draft. Oh, a Scout. We'll have to pull back. This was a draft where both the Akali and the Sylas were banned out first phase by EDG. They're saying, all right, you can't play anything, right? So if you throw down that gauntlet, and Zeka is able to answer, Zeka is able to bring out the Azir here and have an incredible game as he seems to be doing thus far, then things get harder.
Uh-oh. That's a chunk on a barrel. That is a very dead Ashe. Burns the arrow. Deft himself as summoners will get away. But a pretty big pick with Baron spawning in 10.
Scout is just ruthless. He continues to deal so much damage as he has done throughout this series. Kingen, wow, continues to do the same on the other side of the map, really winning out on the 1v1. This Camille has come online, and now she is a split push threat that Flandre cannot deal with.
Yeah, playing very respectful. You know, could have potentially gone for the all-in there, but with the abilities on cooldown, it would have just been the alt damage into some auto attacks, and he wasn't sure that he would have enough damage in the tank to actually finish off Flandre, who had the ulti, who had his abilities ready. So instead, he just takes the tower, pushes him back, and continues to extend that gold lead, which is nearly 2,000 just between the top laners. And that is such a problem because Aatrox does not catch up in this sort of matchup. There is no playing for late. It is going to be down to Flandre's team fighting to try to find something and then cross that arrow.
Ooh, just sidesteps, happen to walk left. But guess what? King is on the side. However, JJ is around, and it's going to be a hook shot away to stay alive. 2 minutes into the next dragon spawns. DRX would find their third. EDG would get their second. The early stacking, making EDG not a threat on that objective.
And I do like that Barrel's just taking some shots with this arrow, right? Because when you are going for this style of build, you get such heavy CDR. It's only a 50-second cooldown at this point, so about every 2 waves you could fire off an arrow. And as you do get later and later on the game, you're picking up more and more CDR with these standard builds through that mandate path. You can get it down to really, really low marks. So just keep firing it out. Look for those opportunities. That's very low cost.
It's great that you mentioned Barrel as well, because it's crazy to think that we actually have 2 world champion supports going up against each other, right? And it was actually Mako that knocked Barrel out of that title last year in the full 5 games in the world final. EDG versus Damwon. Barrel obviously had a very mixed year overall alongside EDG. And both supports trying to prove themselves as world class once again. Beryl with his creativity, Mako with his consistency.
Oh.
We'll see if DRX can force EDG into game 5 as the poke continues to come out from EDG.
Theoretically could have kicked for that one, but probably was going to be a one-way trip for the Lee Sin. And certainly no guarantee Kalista dies. We tick down 1 minute until the next dragon spawns. EDG got the last one as DRX opted to cross-map instead. Got a turn and a half and a couple of waves for that play, and gold positive, though did lose some dragon pressure. We'll see what the play is next time. 40 seconds now, the timer.
And again, Pyosik going towards this Warmox. And I actually think it's so smart against a team that has no real engage, right? What they can look for is poke with Varus, with LeBlanc jumping forward, just trying to poke and prod. So Pyosik can just constantly be the one to face check, be the one to step forward, take this chunk of damage, but they're looking for the engage now.
And he saves the cleanse the whole time, knows he's safe with an Ash Arrow and is correct about it, so still has that for next time around. And we're going to see Chains or a Berserk.
Ult for ult traded, but this is DRX controlling space. They've done such a great job of this throughout the series, just gaining control of EDG's quadrant of the jungle and mitigating and suffocating them from vision. Kingen is looking for the flank. He should be spotted on this ward. He will be. And EDG, do they react to it though? Kingen knows that he's been spotted. The dragon has now been started. EDG looking for a way into the fight.
7,000 health. When we get the ulti coming across, the poke's pretty solid. Flandre needs to hit to the front line. A little poke towards Zek is going to be still okay. 4,000 health. Lee Sin can come in. When does the fight start? Dives on and looks for the kick. Into the wall. Not going to Pyosik. Smited by DRX and he stays alive. On the other side, we've already seen the kill in Renata Glass, but it's a 1-for-1. Now 2 as Zeka safely fires from the back. Flandre pushed away. Scout could be the target. He is stunned and Beryl shoots them from behind. Is it going to be enough though as they throw in the clone? Going to be able to stop that with his own passive, and Scout still on the way out. Should be able to survive this one. Turret will fire once, maybe twice. Over the wall comes Pyosik, but can't find his kill either.
Wow, DRX are out team fighting EDG and they're doing it in convincing fashion. The TP now comes in from DRX.
A quick slow, needs one more auto, and he can find the stun, he will get it. Here's the rest, flash volley, it's a flash to safety. Viper chunked again.
Man, the slows are so oppressive from DRX. It took so long for EDG to be able to disengage from that fight with the non-stop volleys, with the Ash Arrow coming through, with all of these tools that they're utilizing. Some great micro with the clone, though, from Scout to actually block Beryl coming back in with that Kalista ultimate. Really smart stuff from him to stay alive and avoid complete disaster, but it is DRX on Soul Point now here, and Hextech Soul to boot. It's going to be easy for them to apply that constant little poke and prod with damage.
Sees Beryl, no reinforcements though. Mako is around, but not enough. Red Smite for a bit, but now is the stun. He Wardhouse and has nothing else left. He might try to find a kick. He is stunned, but tanky. Merc treads, Gore Drinker stays alive. Death Dance halfway there.
JJ just looking for a pick. He almost saw one onto Beryl and will get the heal out from him, but it will result in much more. JJ will be able to get to safety of the assistance of Mako. DRX, they're the ones in control of game 4. After we thought that Mental would be broken after game 2, they've come in and they've shown EDG a plethora of different styles and a confident draft here in game 4. They're now looking for Scout.
No ult. W's going to be enough though. He's going to be clearly out of range.
But DRX, looking really, really strong. And in this game, one of the key differences is not only they have an incredible Baron take with Kalista plus Azir, they can just bait and turn. And they have a real tank with Warmox. Like, their Baron setup here is amazing. If you can deny the vision, Warmox Sejuani does not care about the damage that's going to be coming out from the Baron here. Zeka plus Daps can do the damage that you need. But Kingen.
Okay, the play throws Kingen. Ults to ignore it when he can, but kicked right back out. Hookshot gets a lot of space, but will it be enough? Other side of the map, of course, is 4 versus 3. Kingen buys what time he can, goes for the sweep, gets a slow. But they're going to find the rest of these. Wants to hook away, gets a shield, and a Zhonya's a stopwatch to buy some time. Baron is still low. He almost finds the kill, but look at the other side. The 4v3 looks good. Scout, it's his clone. It's Death getting 25 gold, but it has stopped the Baron. Pyosik, low on health.
They're going to start this. Oh, they're going to choose to disengage.
JJ's a bot lane.
Yeah,
they know they can't kill this.
I thought that JJ might just make a beeline up towards the Baron, but he decided no. They will trade the TP in order to stop this Baron, and they will get a kill onto Kingen. But overall, not a significant change in the overall game state.
Yeah, it is just that one kill. One thing that can mean a lot for these team fights, though, is no stopwatch now for Kingen. He is very far from a GA, so that stopwatch critical in allowing Camille to try to just dive into the backline, one-shot someone like Viper with the ultimate. Now going to be a one-way trip if he does look for it. JJ will be spotted, but should be fine. As you can see, Zeka not going to continue to chase. So it's just back towards the dragon stacking here, I think, for DRX. They've got to continue to set up vision in this area, and look to get ready for that. It's going to be about a minute and a half, so complete as many items as possible. You can see most of the carries here have their 2 cores now.
Difficulty is on the EDG side. Tell me a champion who is known for team fighting on the EDG side. Lee Sin, if you really skill gap.
Aatrox.
Aatrox in exactly 2
Renata.
times ever. You know, like they're okay at it, but you look at like, here's Azir and the Camille sitting at the dive. It's the Sejuani to front line, and it's like, wow, it is so much easier to play DRX's side of the dragon stacking.
I agree. It's very, very difficult, you know, so EDG is going to have to get some vision control here around this dragon to make sure that their opponents are coming into them, because if you can be playing from fog, all of a sudden the LeBlanc, the Lee Sin, champions like this become way more threatening.
Sure. And also, Free, do you know why ADG are the reigning world champions?
Why?
Because they are very good at team fighting. And while on paper, their comp doesn't look the strongest, I'm always impressed with what these individuals are capable of. And it's one of those things where often you have to take the nameplates off, but with EDG, you have to keep them on because these are some of the most talented players in the world. And we'll see if they can get the better of DRX, because right now they're in firm control. They have a 2k gold lead, they're looking to push in mid, Zeka will throw up the tower.
Scout wants to find some poke. Of course, Deft has his own bit of lifesteal, though that wave's going to get cut by the Azir turret, so doesn't have access to it right now. Scout still wants to find his own bit of poke. 15 seconds to Drake. It would be Soul for DRX. EDG, it's a consolation prize. It's slowing the game down for 5 more minutes. Trying to find their way back in, though, but Zeka's Azir, still a heavy team fighter.
And it gets awkward because now King can just go towards the tier 2 mid. EDG have got to decide, do you just straight up go for the dragon? They will. They're going to leech it on spawn here, but here comes the arrow.
Just sidestepped. Mako could have been dead.
Scout.
Out flash. Team fight coming soon. Pyosik could walk forward. It would be Dragon Soul if he claims it. Gonna jump in. 2k health. Trying to find the fight. Picked up at 11 HP by Jeje. In the backside is Azir rooted out of place and stuck away. They're all running. The Scout find his kill. He dives in and he shuts down the mid laner.
Scout will find the pick, and they're looking for more. Deft is on a sliver of HP.
A lot of damage to the backside. More and more poke coming across Flandre. Nearly dead, just to Death's Dance, running him down. Over the wall they go. Jeje barely stays alive. Scout needs his ulti back in 10 seconds. WRQ would kill Deft. Flash in. There's the E, but it's not enough just yet. Ludens gets the kill. They get the other one. The bot lane is dead, and it might be time to look for Baron.
And EDG prove once again why they are a phenomenal team fighting team. The positioning, the execution, everything comes together as they secure the dragon, and they will take down DRX in the fight.
Oh, Viper's left alone. And that was a fog guess, I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
He's
TP
coming,
though.
but he's far away.
Another
Viper's come
TP.
back. It's a 2v2, but will it be enough? Zeka has everything. Can Scout make it happen? The first arrow misses. King goes in for the stun. Cleanse, but ult makes it happen. There's the shutdown. Oh, he still kills one, but a 2-for-1 in favor of DRX.
A critical kill back there from Scout, but what a great play from Kingen. Realizing that the recalls could be disjointed there, finds Viper, gets his summoners, and gets the kill off him. And now I think DRX should try to threaten the Baron potentially here. Will they actually have the confidence to go over for it? You have Kalista plus Smite plus Azir. JJ does take the scuttle.
Wait.
His Smite's down for a long time,
what
though.
is the cooldown
He used it
on
to break
that?
the it's like 40 seconds plus.
I mean,
now, that's not a guaranteed information
45
known.
seconds.
They don't know though. They don't know that he doesn't have another charge of it.
They can't know for sure, but even still, though, EDG have no damage. There is no threat on this team. Renata, Lee, Aatrox are not going to win that fight. DRX know it, and they know off of heroics from Kingen. Heroics to dive into a fog of war brush, get a 2v1, they kill both carries and secure Baron.
That is massive. One of the critical things there was the fact that Scout TP'd Boss destroying that play, right? So even when he respawns, there's no way he can actually get back and try to contest at that Baron. So DRX make the right call here. They find the window to get the kills. They find the window to take the Baron. Okay, not gonna land.
Look at Zeka now, 2, 1, and 5, level 16. Very close to that third item. Let's have a look back at this fight where it starts. Oh, he sidestepped that? Wow. Viper able to get away with his life. Pyosik forced into the pit. Oh my word.
Smite to 11.
11 HP there.
HP.
And then you can see how much damage is being done. DRX, they're playing from behind the Dragon Wall, which means that their access to the backline of EDG is very limited. This makes it so much easier for EDG to focus down a single target at a time. And DRX, they feel still confident enough to go for this fight, so they end up kind of going back in one at a time, once again making it easy for EDG to pick them apart.
Absolutely, but Beryl, you know, bought a lot of space here with the constant volley spam, slowing them down. And then Kingen, you know, finding the window here as they were in that recall. Baron now taking, though, DRX on the push here. Going to be looking to see how much they can take down. They only have the one wave pushing right now, though. They're actually going to lose a tower in bot lane, so not getting much just yet with this Baron power play. They need to get mid lane working in their favor, and you can see Deft is pushing down towards that. They want to play in this top lane quadrant.
Nice try.
And try to bounce there.
Not going to get the arrow stun. Is going now towards Grievous Winds himself. Knows there's some healing and he poses keeps Viper, JJ, Flandre, all doing a bit of that. So it is Ashe getting Grievous on the squad. Still going for volley poke around the wing. Looks for the engage. Oh! Gets the stun of the W snapback. And Scout is bailed out for just a second. A kickback of the tank might not be nearly enough. Rooted in place though. Viper does what he can and Ignite secures the kill. Pyosik has to flash to stay alive. It is a 2-for-1 though. It is a fight. Victory for DRX.
What an ult from Pyosik, though. Had the Mad Life read there with the Sejuani ult. Nails it onto Scout. They get multiple kills. Pyosik may be low, but not for long. He's going to heal right back up. Zeka nearly has this DP. He goes back to base, but it looks like they will be happy with just the tier 2 for now.
And DRX are very quick to balloon their gold lead off the back of this Baron. 4K is now the advantage that they find themselves with. And DRX, again, continue to surprise. A single play from Kingen was enough to get them this lead. And you can see here the read from Pyosik. Beautifully done. He predicts the return on the W, is able to shut down Scout. And then they do not have enough to get another kill in order to bring it back to life. JJ also falls on the back end. Good Ignite means that they're able to get at least one kill back for EDG, but the damage is done. DRX walk away the victors, and now they're on
Soul. Now, almost every smite has gone the way of JJ. Is it going to happen now again? Pyosik at the front line, 3K health, dives in, claims the soul, but on the backside, Scout nearly picks off an 80 carry, but the health bar is getting so low. Scout, that is his clone. The clone drops. The jungler, though, does as well. 1-0 DRX. Beryl still holding the front line, but not a big damage threat. 1-0 and a soul is plenty good enough. DRX happy with this fight already.
And DRX, they walk away with 5 members alive and the soul. They're even able to get the kill onto JJ, so they feel confident enough to TP back in and look for the fight.
Zeka has ulti, no flash, but is it enough? Gets the slow, gets a whole hell of a lot done. Berserk buys some time, flash in for the Q. Viper and Scout combine for the shutdown. Pyosik barely lives. Scout needs the rest. Able to get away from the arrow. Beryl on cooldown now.
Oh, it's so close, back and forth there. Kingen not quite able to get the kill. The bailout would have been enough to save Viper, very likely anyway, but he does force flash off both Viper and Mako in that situation, so key summoners now will be missing. And we'll see if they can take advantage of that, but so much pressure at this point in the game on both sides.
You feel like that this is DRX's game to lose at this point, though. You can see a very close smite fight once again between the two junglers. Not quite enough damage. Looks like Lee Sin Smite wasn't even up for that exchange, allowing Pyosik to secure it. And at the back of this fight, Scout doing what he can with his clone to bait, but JJ got locked down with a single target CC, whereas EDG didn't quite have enough damage onto the backline of DRX to secure any trade kills. Kingen then sees a window here, saying we can actually commit to this fight, we're healthy enough, sidesteps the handshake from Mako, Pyosik dies onto Scout, and then Kingen just overcommits as Zeka can't get close enough to deal the damage.
Yeah, Kingen flashing forward there with the Q3, trying to get, oh my god, inside his model.
Yeah, the hitbox is like midway through the arrow on that one. Has been for like ever.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll change it one day, who knows.
Yeah, not quite able to land there, but geez, that was really close. That would have been Scout going down very likely as well. Even more CDR now picked up, and Beryl has hit rank 2 on the ulti. So the cooldown on the arrow now, 36 seconds. So he can fire that out basically every wave. Just continue fishing for this. He's going to have the Hawkshot up quite often as well here, which is going to give them the information advantage. They do have Soul in pocket, plus a 4,000 gold lead, so you can say it's about 8.
Yeah.
Or thereabouts.
Oh, bit of a slow. Pyosik going to be rooted in place. They catch JJ. It's not going to be in for the kill. The ward hops away, but Scout has nowhere to go. Knocked up by Ashe and shut down by Deft. Thank you very much for the double kill. Both Solo lanes are down. Berserk gonna mean a whole lot of nothing.
That is such a big pick. Scout, one of the biggest carries of EDG, is shut down, and DRX, they continue to turn heads. They continue to surprise the world as they're looking to bring the reigning world champions to Game 5.
And they're looking for the play at Baron. Zeka on the way back over, and DRX gonna grow this gold lead farther and farther and farther ahead. You can see there is no chance to play for it. Your consolation prize is a red buff. The King might allow you to kill. Mako spots him with a ward. Arrow's gonna go wide. He's on the way out. I don't think there's anybody chasing him down here.
I think for EDG now, your last hope has got to be a play for Elder. The great equalizer in League of Legends is that. Scout, though, in trouble here. The arrow connects onto JJ. The stuns are there, but Scout just doesn't have his ulti up, doesn't have his W available, can't actually create enough space. They pull in Beryl, and Beryl holds the Kalista ult until after he uses the distortion to follow after him to ensure that he can't get away. It's just beautiful stuff from the DRX bot lane there.
And it's just a phenomenal punish from Pyosik, right? He's been doing this consistently onto the LeBlanc throughout the game.
And you can see the years fading away from the stress every time you go to the coach camp.
I mean, again, no one expected DRX to be this competitive at this year's World Championship. The 4th seed from the LCK, barely making it into the World Championship. Pushed down 0-2 in this series, now on the brink of bringing us to Game 5. DRX have done what many did not expect. A team that is consistently underrated are turning heads here at this year's World Championship.
And look at Beryl trying to play in Poggy. We'll look for the arrow.
Not quite gonna land on the target, but it's gonna be up in 30 seconds from now, so get ready. That's gonna find a different stun. Freljord combo looking pretty decent there as Mako's pushed away, and the bot lane inhibitor has been laid bare and will be slain. Double inhib down. Looking for the rest of it. Now top lane has no wave, but they can cut this one and get the push to happen. The TP back in for Zeka to make this push. One that ends the game, has to burn a stopwatch, stays alive with a JJ low. Attack again by King and Flandre. Stuck in place here as well. Bailout not gonna be enough. They've killed off Scout. They've killed off Mako. They'll kill off Viper. They'll kill off everybody. And this Nexus is not gonna be saved. They're gonna take Game 4 and DRX bring us to silver screen.
Doubters be damned. DRX is here to compete. They will push us the distance. Reverse sweep now on the table. Both teams at match point here. And what a series. Back-to-back days. We have had such incredible series delivered to us.
Korea is looking to prove itself on the world stage again. And I feel like, I say prove it, it's already done it, right? The fact that yesterday went the 4-5 games, T1's dominance, and now we have DRX, the 4th seed from the LTK, pushing EDG all the way in a series that no one expected them to do so. What a phenomenal performance from DRX.
And it was a quarter second away from being 3-1 and over already. That Nexus barely lived in Game 2. And we have Game 5 coming soon. I cannot wait for that one. So check out EDG's pick, Burn It All Down, as the song that represents their play style on the official LoL playlist on Spotify. Take a listen and join us as we head over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Freak. DRX is not done yet. We're going to 5 for the 2nd day in a row here in our New York City quarterfinals. DRX really testing our reigning world champions now at this point, putting 2 together back to back and on the verge of reverse sweeping, Kobe.
Yeah, EDG are failing this test back to back here. Honestly, so much credit to the bottom lane here. I mean, Beryl with these picks, the Ashe comes out to support this time around, but I mean, the Heimerdinger was ruling the Rift as well for them. A lot of this creative aspect that we look to when we look at this team is what they're drawing on when their backs are against the walls, when it's must-win scenario for them, and they keep on pulling it out.
And the most surprising part to me in this game was Kingen, because Kingen, justifiably so, I've joined in, has been often criticized when he's not on tanks, even though his Ornn was the scorn of the LCK for the first couple of weeks of summer. He just generally doesn't look that good, and I think that his Camille was actually such a great pick. Into the Aatrox, it was okay, but it was more about the lockdown and the setup for fights later on.
And on that point, for me, it's just the fact that it was into the Aatrox, which was the pick that we were discussing kind of right before that. It's like, well, it goes to the other side, and actually maybe it's not such a problem if Kingen can play like this against it.
Yeah, I think the other important thing, and again, feel like people are probably going to be like, Emily, shut up about side lanes, but
Well, you'll find
he
out
was
soon enough. We'll
creating,
have to say it or we won't.
he was creating side lane pressure for what they want to do, right? Which was actually ends up being really important. Again, if you are on a pick like this, it's not as bad as the Fiora, because sometimes I think Camille has more angles into 5v5 fights, especially with the way her ultimate works. However, that was the thing that really impressed me here, because you can also see on the other side what EDG want to do, in particular with the Lee Sin LeBlanc combination, and that's definitely why Jie was pretty much constantly in mid lane early on.
Also want to highlight that even though Scout, to me, still has been the best mid laner, even in the games that they lost, Zeka on the Azir had so much of a bigger impact than we've seen him have outside of his Akali and Sylas games.
Yeah, and you could tell they targeted him in this too, right? So it was really cool too.
Not the
Obviously,
best
there's a flash away right there.
Well,
So maybe
Southerners, yeah.
producers are, trolling us a little bit. Maybe. No, it was just
We asked for
unlucky
this replay.
timing.
What-
It was
what is
unlucky
replay?
timing.
That was a good
And
engage.
there's
That
no
was
win.
3 flashes
There's no
we
win.
got.
Yeah, there we go.
I want Kobe on this one. Yeah.
I think the big thing is that was another thing that EDG targeted in draft, right? They were like, okay, we're on blue side. Here's what we're going to do. We're just going to ban away 2 of Zeka's best champions.
Which was
and
good.
I think, it's a good plan. And I think Zeka proved he's like, no, you know what? I can still contribute to my team really well. And the thing that's impressed me, I think, the most about DRX is the fact that they have been a lot more well-coordinated than they were in the LCK split.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this whole series has become a series of expectations that have been subverted over and over again. We came into this, we're like, these teams, they're so similar. They're so predictable. Yeah, their top lanes are garbage. They're always going to go bottom lane, play through bottom lane. Yeah, Zeka has to be melee champs. These mid laners only had 4 champions each. And yet, all of these expectations are challenged and proven the opposite direction here over and over again. So, side lanes being very important. The Azir performance from Zeka coming out super important. The creativity from Beryl again as well, but this is one of those examples of the Camille you're talking about, because it's not just pushing side lanes and getting these turrets down, it's also finding the picks. The Hextech Ultimatum, locking people in. Pyosik as well did so much on this Sejuani, with these Sejuani ultimates.
I think interesting point of comparison for this series compared to the other 3 that we've seen is that all of the games in this series feel like they've been decided in those very, very late game moments, because no one gets an absolutely astronomical lead and just runs it from start to finish.
We also see how big the Dragons are, because these games are so much longer and so much slower. Getting a Hextech Soul when you're playing against Ashe with Mandate and Azir is a nightmare.
And that's why, again, it's super interesting that it is coming down to so many of these fights and skirmishes in the Dragon setups, because neither team has focused that much jungle attention bot lane like we expected, right?
Well, without a doubt. Just, reliving a few of these moments. I mean, again, everyone playing just kind of on a knife's edge.
So the reason, by the way, the model, the hitbox for Ashe arrow is at the very end of it, because it would look weird if when Ashe shot a point-blank arrow, the thing was pointing out of the back of her head.
Right.
So it's gonna stay that way. It's always at the end. If you want to dodge it, dodge the end.
Right, yes, you can flash over Ashe arrow, but you need to flash over the backside of the Ashe arrow, not the front end of it. But that'll, of course, bring us to the final fight. As we mentioned, it's not easy for any of these teams to close games, but that's also because it seems like most fights are not definitive. They're not 5-0s. They're not clean aces, right? A lot of times it's getting a pick or 2 and trying to figure out what to do with it from there. But with a Baron buff in hand, that Soul as well, DRX will be able to find it. You can see there, Scout doing everything he can and trying to get on top of Deft, but with Beryl at his side, there's just no angle for him to find.
You bring me to my final point, and which is why I'm not changing.
This is Kobe's final point, everybody. Last
Final
point.
points! I am not changing off of EDG, despite the last 2 games here with the DRX resurgent, because Scout deserves to win. Scout has been performing every single game so
but
hard.
You know whose birthday it is?
Death's birthday.
It's Death's birthday.
It's the birthday boy versus a Scout and all the work that he's been doing. Emily, did we double check that stat on how many reverse sweeps there have been in Worlds bracket stages? We were trying to run it down, and somebody had thrown out that there'd only been 1 in history. I don't know if that was ever actually confirmed.
Oh,
but
I only looked at Def's
Def's
World
specifically.
Series.
Okay.
Yeah, and so there were no reverse sweeps in those, but there have been actually a surprising amount of 3-0s because you go back to when he was 3-0'd by Fnatic, 3-0'd by his sister team at the time, Samsung White, the 2014 World Championship, and then 2015 World Championship. It's only been his series against Rox while on EDG, losing 3-1, and then the absolute banger KTIG, where he lost 3-2. So this is another 3-2 either way.
Here we go. Ball's in EDG's court as they get side selection, but they're also the team that has taken 2 losses in a row. They're going to stick to their guns, though. They want first pick. They want that priority, but what do they spend it on at this point?
All right, so EDG, you obviously don't want to play through side lane split push pressure, and that's okay. You know what you can do? Draft hard engage for Mako.
Whew.
I want to see like the Thresh come out. I want to see something where he can control these 5v5 fights and EDG can fight front to back because I think it is their best look.
And the thing making it hard for him to do that for EDG in their draft is Barrel.
Yep.
He keeps on playing these poke supports that it's going to be so difficult for Mako to actually, have one of those champs into, which I agree, EDG need him to be able to be there engaged for their.
So is that put even more bans in the barrel? Because in their second phase, they double ban.
He's already taking 2.
Exactly. Like, what do you do?
You don't try to ban out there because it's never going to work. Because he's an endless.
He's just going to pull something weird out.
He's got weirder stuff. I am 100% sure. You just kill him. Just murder him, hard engage, and just run him down. Because if there's one thing that Barrel has actually struggled with, is he's been caught out. We saw it last year at MSI, at Worlds. We've seen it even within this very series.
Look, I realize that today we haven't been right about much.
I want you to make them choose the side. Because they never even predicted.
I do like that strategy of just murder them. And actually, I'm with you, Kobe. I think it's time that we make some decisions here on the desk. It's a best of 1. I know that Kobe's on EDG's side, but I want to hear from Emily. I want to hear from Chronicler. Who's going to take it? Do the defending champs move on to the semifinals, or does Deft finally make it back to a semi?
We're going to roll the dice. We don't know. Nobody can possibly know.
We have no idea.
Okay, 1 to 10, it's EDG.
Okay.
11 to 20, it's DRX. It's 4.
Oh, okay.
Heartbreak for
It's
Chronicler with the EDG prediction. Emily, are you going to stick on the EDG side?
I have no idea.
You're going
roll
like
dice.
Yeah,
part of the
roll
dice
the
as
dice.
well?
There you go.
All right, here we go.
Roll the dice.
It's going to be a split one, isn't it? No,
7.
7. Okay,
EDG
that would also
across
be
the
easy.
table here. We'll see if they can get
And
it
you're
done.
sticking to your
It
prediction.
has been 2,942 days since Deft has found himself in the semifinals. He can change that all in just an hour's time, where one game stands between him and that next best of 5 on the road to the Summoners Cup. We'll dive into that 5th and final game in just a bit. We'll see you on the other side of some scrapes.
Welcome back to Worlds 2022. I have a date for you, October 3rd, 2014. The last day that Deft won a quarterfinal at the World Championship. Fast forward 2,942 days later, and he is a game away from making it back to the top 4 and fighting then Gen G next weekend for a shot at the final.
And I think it's so incredible because we've heard so much about the possibilities of Deft retiring after this year. I even said, in interviews going into today, if he could win the World Championship, he thinks maybe he could retire without any regrets because this is the last obstacle that he really wants to get past. This is the last accomplishment that he really has been chasing for his whole career.
For sure. And to be able to do it against his former organization as well, EDG. We heard in that promo how he talks about that this was an organization that at first, after they won, he was happy for, but then he started to feel that they had done it without it, right? And that they had replaced him. Yeah, they left him behind. And it was kind of sad to hear, because throughout his career, he's achieved so much and the expectations have been so high on his shoulders. And you can see the sheer amount of support that he alone has, let alone the rest of DRX. There are so many people that want to see him succeed. It's a difficult obstacle for him to overcome. There's still one game left to play, and we'll see if he can do it. He came so close in game 2. He was literally an auto attack away from being in that semifinals. But EDG, they won't give up. Scout has been a monster throughout the series today. And I imagine that when the pressure gets going, when EDG get forced into these game 5s, this is a space and a position that they are very familiar with. And you know that they will not be pushed to the edge on mental warfare. They're going to come into this game prepared and ready to go.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the EDG Game 5 point is a great one because last year at Worlds, it was 5 games in quarters, 5 games in semis, 5 games in the finals for EDG. They came out on top in every single one. So they definitely are no stranger with going the distance here in these VO5s. But I am really interested to see what the draft will be here. EDG not going to be doing the double ban towards Zeka. I think that's the reward he gets for having an incredible Azir game last game, right? You're not just going to ban out the Akali and the Sylas because he performed so damn well on the Azir.
And it's EDG banning the Aatrox, where it's like, look, our counters aren't beating Kingen, but Kingen's counter is sure as hell beating up Flandre, so all right, no one gets it. We're not winning that side of it after all. Never mind. Azir is still off the table. Victor could follow. We know Yuumi is so often more important.
Yeah, it's probably going to be Yuumi based on everything we've seen so far, unless they really want to throw a wrench in the gears, but I wouldn't expect it. Graves is available, though. Kalista is available. Lucian Nami's available. There's so many high prio picks. Sejuani, another really big one for these teams, especially because both these mid laners do like playing, the melee champs. And we know for sure Zeka would love to do that here. He is on red side on 3. He could easily go towards Akali or the Sylas and pair that with that Sejuani, which would make it such a deadly combo.
Graves Sylas would not surprise me in the slightest. The other option I was thinking about was EDG could just prioritize Aphelios Lulu as well, if they wanted to, but then the question would then come down to, does Scout feel like he has a deep enough pool that he can leverage from? Because the expectation right now is he's going to go Akali. You would look to try and pair the Sejuani up with those 2 melee solo laners so that she can really be enabled. But do you actually value making sure that Viper and Mako can have a bot lane where they can have a really strong performance on?
And it's been really interesting because EDG hasn't always gone for the melee pairings with the Sejuani. Pyosik looking like he wants to go back towards Maokai potentially, so he will swap last second here to the Viego. So it is going to be an AD plus an AP pairing there. Going to be really, really nice for Zeka. And it's interesting because last time we were in this situation where Zeka was going for his mid laner into an already chosen Sejuani, he went Akali. I really was talking in that game, I believe it was game 2, that I preferred Sylas because of the stolen engage opportunity there. You can steal away the Sejuani ult, give yourself that potential to engage. You called out the potential for the
Oh, this is the response. Okay, so this is actually really smart.
Okay.
I was thinking, what are they going to do if they then do Aphelios and Lulu? But EDG is sitting there and telling me, like, well, you know what, we'll scrap the Lulu and we'll just lock in the Akali. So Scout on this Akali. It's going to be a big skill matchup in the mid lane. DRX hovering the Malphite right now. An old school answer into the Aphelios.
So what's interesting, though, is Scout hasn't been a big Akali player this year. Fiora is going to come through as the top lane play. We'll see if they flex the Sejuani and Kennen comes through. That matchup clapped last time for Flandres, so we'll see if that ends up being the play yet again. But though he's got a historically good win rate on Akali back in time, it's only 8 total plays, and none of them are, summer split onwards.
It's mainly at this World Championship where we've seen a lot of Scout success on the Akali, especially during the group stages. I feel like that we saw some really incredible performances from him. See if he can look to emulate those performances here. The Renekton now being removed from the top side of the map. They're trying to limit some of the good matchups that can be played into Kingen's Fiora.
Yeah, I wonder if they do go for the Kennen again, because as you said, we saw that matchup earlier, I believe. It was Kennen into Fiora, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So definitely something that they might want to limit, but then if you do that, then you're not banning out the Alulu, right? So there's only so many options you can go towards. So banning out the GP, very interesting. I wonder if they are concerned enough about the Lulu that they would take it. I don't think they will because it's Beryl, and I think he wants a support pick on 5 to try to get an answer. But there is always that possibility if you're really concerned about this Aphelios plus Lulu combo.
You know what I'm thinking? Jinx needs to be banned right now for EDG.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's Def's classic pick here, and it is a great answer into the Aphelios, so it is the Varus instead. Now, Def just slam it down.
If I was DRX, I would consider a Lulu pick now into the Jinx. But perhaps they want to make sure that they can get the support counter pick.
Exactly. They want support counter pick, I think. And this is the opportunity, man. It doesn't get any better than this when you're thinking about it. In a pivotal game 5 here.
Okay, so they're going to actually stick to what we were talking about. But the fact that they go for Karma opens them up for the Ezreal as well. It does suggest, remember how lethal Def's Ezreal was. It is his all-time most played. He's very comfortable on the champion. When you associate the name Def, it is often with the Ezreal champion. We'll see if they do decide to lock that one in.
And nearly was able to take down that game. In game 2, that was the Ezreal game where he's 1 auto away from actually knocking down the Nexus here. Jax as the answer. Jax, I will say, we have not seen as many impressive games on the pick in Worlds. Has been brought out a number of times as an answer to Aatrox, as an answer to Fiora. People have been struggling. You can see 36% win rate on it so far through Worlds. The Lulu, the expected pairing here, into the Karma, will give the poke edge over to Deft and Beryl.
Yep.
And I am kind of expecting, as you said, Vidius, I am expecting it to be just going towards that Ezreal. It does mean, though, that really your only engage, again, then, is a stolen Sejuani ultimate. So they're going heavy for this poke lane. Most played pick all time for Deft here. Extreme comfort for him. Extreme comfort for Zeka as well.
And what I'll say is that in the Ezreal game last time, there wasn't much threat onto the backline. That is very different now. You have an Akali that is dead set on executing Deft. There's a bit of a personal history there with Scout and Deft, and Scout said, it's nothing personal, I'm going to stand, if you're standing in my way, I'm going to have to take you down because you're just my opponent. And on Akali, that is the perfect champion for being able to find and execute this very mobile AD carry.
And again, it's a lot of squishy members over on the other side here. On both teams, there is a lot of threat coming through here. When you're looking over at the DRX side, Fiora, Sylas, Viego, all the potential to get in there on that backline towards Lulu, towards the Aphelios. And likewise, on the other side, Karma, Ezreal could theoretically be easy pickings for the divers on the team of EDG.
I'm really worried for DRX based on this comp alone. Of course, they have been able to surprise us consistently throughout this series, and when I have doubted them, they've been able to prove me wrong. So we'll see if they can do it in one more game. DRX have pushed EDG all the way to game 5, and now there's only one game left to determine who will go up against Gen G in the semifinals.
Both teams just spamming through 5-game series to get here. DRX, both of their matchups in the regional qualifier got here. Hey, they 5-0'd the group stage in the play-ins, they got out. They took the first seed in the actual main stage, group stage, got out here as well. And now poised to reverse sweep the reigning world champions. And a date with the LCK champions to move on from there. Deft would love to add that Summoner's Cup to his trophy case. We'll see if EDG can stand in their way.
Viper back to the Ghost, so it's the same setup he had in that last game, in the game 2, when it was the Aphelios, where he gets that solo kill on a Deft. He was playing Ghost in that one as well. We can see again, it is Ghost Fiora also. Looking for the nice little wraparound here, but EDG had the read that they could be coming over the wall. That's why they placed their ward there instead of in the Tri-Brush, so that they could spot Zeka with that E-Start coming over the wall, and it will allow them to go for an invade of their own and get down some vision here.
Pings from Pyosik. He has spotted out the Jax.
Minions
So we'll
have
see
spawned.
the Sejuani returning as well. I'm sure that EDG are not expecting Pyosik to just be sitting here in this brush. Does give DRX a lot of information as to what EDG are up to. How will Pyosik respond though? He could just move straight into the blue. Maybe they're looking to punish.
And Fiora's around. I mean, this is actually a 3-on-2 if they take the fight. Silas can obviously be there first. There isn't much to be done. A quick defensive trinket ward into Pyosik starting on his own red buff. It's going to be the start. Sejuani going to get a small leash to play for her own top side. So both these junglers, at least starting top to bot, see where they end up. I feel like this lane is very hard to gank.
Yeah, definitely. It is double first strike here for DRX, both Beryl and Deft going for that. So much is about landing the poke here. And you can see, as soon as Deft uses Q, Viper step forward with the Sniper Auto to actually poke off that first strike to get a nice little trade in. And we'll see how well DRX can play this out, because when you are playing Karma Ezreal, this can be a very weak side lane or it can be incredibly impressive. It all depends on how many of your skill shots you're able to land. If you're hitting everything, it can be really hard for a champion like Lulu to lane into it.
Keep your eyes on the early CS discrepancies, and you can already see Kingen off to a good start. Of course, there's still a large wave up on the top side for him to be able to catch, but Fiora versus Jax matchup, another big skill matchup. We see Zeka with a very good trade. Notice that Scout just used the Q. Q at level 1, 130 energy. Of the 200 energy that Scout has, it's a lot, which means that there's not really much you can do unless you skill the W up second. JJ will be spotted out on the red buff, but Zeka playing around those windows very well. Of course, a very experienced Akali player himself, understands how to play the matchup very well.
These camps go down, we see. Bot lane pressure indeed belongs to DRX. I mean, they played for Ezreal Karma. This is one of the most lane control wave pressure lanes you can play. This is the team that was playing Heimerdinger earlier on, had the pressure there as well, playing around bot pressure. It's Pyosik. You see that, okay, you are on Raptors now. Knew he went for the red. Knew he had done 3 camps up to it. Knew which ones he cleared. He round with rep doesn't matter though. Scout playing far enough away. Realizes that Pyosik is indeed here. An early control ward, spotted it out. Pyosik sees that no one is coming down towards him and will kill off the control ward.
Yep, gonna be able to take away JJ's control ward there. JJ, though, can just go up towards topside, grab a scuttle of his own, so it will just be a trade of scuttles here. Scout does have a little bit of a push in the bot lane for DRX, of course, is having a push of their own. Gonna be able to farm away on some of those turret plates here pretty early. We'll see exactly how much damage they can get done.
I love watching Akali versus Sylas matchups. I think that there's typically in the very early laning phases, Sylas can get a small edge, but Akali with the consistent sustain that you do have, actually going for the Doran's Ring rather than the Doran's Shield, opting more for a little bit more damage in the trading plan. Obviously doesn't have any mana issues. Zeka very low.
Oh, goes in! Wants the solo! Oh, you gotta be kidding me! Scout replays it! Might not have had Q! And Zeka gets the first blood!
I don't think Scout had the energy for it.
Out of energy.
He ran out of energy. He went for the flash follow on the Q, but he didn't have it. We gotta watch that replay again. I want to see for sure, but I think he ran out of energy on the flash follow, and Zeka makes him pay in game 5. It is Zeka with first blood in the 1v1 here.
Unbelievable. That was actually unbelievable.
You could die to this. Like, I don't know how you, I guess with the 2-on-2 they feel good enough. They're actually gonna look for Pyosik who flash, they find the stun, follow, and Counter-Strike is there! And JJ's gonna get the kill credit. He needed help with the top wave and he gets it in time.
Pyosik just ran it. That was terrible. He went straight in with the W stun, but he was a mile away, and then you're walking through Sejuani plus Jax, and it's a massive wave. It's not as though King can even help you here, so let's watch this one more time. We can't see the exact, so it's 200 max energy or so.
At level 4, it's 115 energy to cast the Q.
Yeah.
I think he has it, right? The bar is yellow.
No,
I think he's just short.
crossed over.
I really think he's just short.
I agree. He was about 104, 105. He realizes his mistake there.
That's got to be so frustrating. He was like, I played this perfectly up until the point where he realized, oh no, I don't quite have the resources. If he was level 5, that would have been a kill.
Yep.
But Zeka ends up quick reflexes getting the better of his lane counterpart.
And right when Scout went down, he was in fact 1 energy short. So he was at 114 out of 115 energy as he died. I'm not sure if when he died, if he was still quite in range or not, but incredibly close to being able to actually finish him off. But luckily for EDG, Pyosik donated 1 back on the top side with a really poor gank.
But in terms of the mid lane matchup, we talk about how this is very much a skill matchup. Being able to come back into lane with Lost Chapter, it's massive. Like, small or single kills like that can change the dynamic of the 1v1 so dramatically. And now that Zeka does have that experience advantage as well, it's something that Scout is going to have to be very cautious of. Kingen looking for a bit of a favorable trade hit. Doesn't quite have the mana to overcommit, but still gets a bit of damage off.
And once again, crushing the lane outright. We got a play now on the top side there. Flash in. Can he find the stun? Yes! Reinforcements. Judge will not go quietly into the night.
The jungle diff up towards the top lane. JJ gets a kill up there, then back towards mid lane, punishing Zeka, who has no flash. EDG 2-1 now. Scout picks up the kill, and mid lane is right back to parity.
Exactly. That's exactly the play that JJ needed to do. I really liked how he was playing around Scout last game in the early to enable him on the LeBlanc. I imagine that Scout's being like, hey, I just need a single gank. He's got no flash. He has my ultimate, but it doesn't matter. We can lock him down. And again, we saw the advantage of running that melee mid matchup with the Sejuani. Very quick to stack up those passive stacks, and they're able to lock down Zeka and secure a kill into an early Drake.
And this is huge. Yeah, they grabbed that dragon as well. You can see the bot lane for DRX has not really created much of an edge. In fact, it looks like maybe even a couple more CS for Viper to pick up. They're basically at parity now and likely will be after these waves all go down. So EDG, I think, going to be feeling really, really good about the early minutes here in this Game 5.
Of course, the gold is still very even, and I think it's important to recognize that EDG throughout the series have had a number of games where they've gotten the early kill lead, but it's not necessarily resulted in an early gold lead. DRX have done a great job of investing in early plates and finding those advantages. Pyosik, though, wants to make amends, is hovering around the top side.
Lucas Flunder, his man, he'll be okay. JJ coming around. It does not get spotted in any way up there. Viper walks in for a lot. Ulti forcing the flash away from death. Karma does not deal nearly enough damage. Goes for first strike to earn more gold, do more poke, but without Guardian, that damage sticks a lot better.
Man, Viper just got such insane value out of that Ghost. Just goes straight in on top of them. Even has that move speed still at the end to actually sidestep just barely Death's ultimate. Getting an excellent trade, forcing out the flash there from Death and the ignite from Beryl for just the Ghost, which is that shorter cooldown compared to the flash. Viper again showcasing just how good he is.
Dodging all of it, using the fleet move speed that time around, get away from the chains. Nice sidestep there by Mako as well, getting out from Death. Of course, Tyr Sheen is the buy you want, and Ezreal, but running a bit low on mana. Could mean that this lane can get a little bit tougher for him, so you can't spam the Qs quite as hard. Pyosik coming around the bottom side, sees the red buff is up, goes, I think I got this one. Sejuani actually, other side of the map, will get a steal.
Sejuani's looking like she's wrapping around towards mid, actually, you know, trying to pressure again, but has been spotted by that ward. So could look for a gank still, but Zeka should be able to play far back enough that he's not really in trouble. I'm surprised, though, that Pyosik was going to reset. He should look for a gank bot, it feels like, because they saw Sejuani on top side, and Lulu and Pelios are pushing, so they're going to go for it now.
Flash follow, but Death pretty far zoned away. Here comes the jungle. Is it enough for him? Lands the Q. Ulti is a knockback. Viper buys what time he can, goes for Beryl, can't kill him. Pyosik's on the board, 2-2.
Good play from DRX. They recognize they need to make the cross map happen, and Viper and Mako are pushed up way too far without having proper jungle support. They definitely can.
Misses. Stun might be enough. Flashing away from it, looks in for some damage to Death, but he flashed just to find himself dead. Gifts away a summoner spell.
That is massive, and even Death gets the kill there. They take a plate, too. Flandre on the top side, though, is pressing, and EDG did claim a Herald back on the other side of the map, so that's big for them. And it looks like they want to continue this pressure around mid. JJ just constantly hanging around Scout here, trying to help this Akali snowball.
EDG find themselves at a gold deficit. DRX securing a couple kills on the bot side of the map. With a much needed early advantage. DRX, they are struggling in the top lane, now struggling in the mid lane. And again, you kind of look at the minimap and you can see that jungler on the top side of the map, EDG, they don't really need to force this wave underneath the tower. They can just let it bounce towards them. But instead, they want to try and catch another wave and then look to reset. Pyosik in the right place at the right time, able to get a good punish. And then you can see here, Mako, no mana, means that there's very little he can do to get out of this situation.
Honestly, so much of it was just about this ward on top side, right? That one ward that actually spotted the Sejuani. If it weren't for that, I don't think DRX actually looked for this dive, and Zeka potentially even dies in mid. So that ward paying massive dividends as Pyosik was already down on that red buff. You know, he was actually resetting after, was starting the recall, but they spot him. And Zeka now has the crown, so he's actually going for the more defensive option here, not the Everfrost as we normally see.
Scout deciding not to commit to the fight here. Crown being completed does mitigate some of the burst potential from Scout. If nothing else, it forces the Akali to wait. You know, you have to proc the crown and then you have to wait for it to disappear, and that doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing for an Akali, given that she has to wait with her ultimate anyway, but buying time when playing against an Akali is always a valuable thing.
Absolutely, and my expectation is we're just going to see Scout go Rocket Belt, and then they basically have the same cooldown, so you just end up trading it out constantly. You just use the Rocket Belt to proc up the crown, and then you just wait to bide your time there. Pyosik lightly spotted by that pink ward in the brush. Yeah, pinged out now, so they do know he was in the area.
Yeah, see if he can poke up that ground again. Two, of course, available. Ulti, nice read. He was on, you know, his own brush. He was in Fog of War, but it's like, typical Ezreal stuff. Walks in the Fog of War, looks for the ulti. Both of them juke to the top side to get away. Depths pretty happily wave clearing down here. Once again, going for the Trinity Force build on the Ezreal. My preferred build. I think it's the correct one. He does it now twice in a row.
Two world-class AD carries continuing to go toe-to-toe in the laning phase. Just a spectacle and a joy to watch. The mid lane is now down to
He has ulti. R2, I believe, has landed for much right there, but Crown was on the whole time. Doesn't take basically any damage the way back, as far as I can tell. Really comfortable to this one. A red buff steal going to come through right under Pyosik's nose.
JJ does have the Rift Herald. Kings are coming down into the mid lane. Scout does have the ultimate available. The Crown is there as well. Looks like Scout's just going to choose to reset. Oh, no, he actually wants to catch this wave. But look at the Lulu moving into mid lane as well. EDG is saying, Zeka, if you try to trade onto me, you are going to lose your life.
Barrels lands the E. They can follow this one, but Zeka could also put him towards the turret, land the stun, get a big heal. No kill to be had.
And I think they actually spotted Mako right there. That ward in mid lane caught the edge of the Lulu, so he wasn't going to go aggressive there. Karma was also moving down. Kingan, I think, spotted there by JJ.
They spotted him, yep.
Now
Hover
the
now.
ward.
DRX are all over the mid lane right now. Two in the bot side river. Wonder, is that the dragon being started off? It looks like that it is. DRX looking to trade in terms of early objectives. JJ will be spotted on this ward, but this means an easy cross map for EDG. They have the Herald, they have a wave stacking up, and as Scout returns to the mid lane, there's very little the King can do to stop this.
Yeah, I mean, with Diego so far away, that is the entire tower to the top side. So finally, Flandre getting a lot of reinforcements here, and JJ, he did attack the turret, so he is, of course, easily in local gold range, shares 400 to himself. Not a full funnel towards the Jax here, but obviously out for the races.
Yeah, I mean, it was Kingan who was winning that 1v1, you know, actually ahead in the farm, despite the fact that Pyosik did give over that kill, the one assist to the Jax. But now with that Herald getting the first tower, obviously Jack's going to be quite a bit ahead, but on the bottom side, they are at least trading some gold back here. Spellthief's Karma, of course, anytime you have push, if you're playing Spellthief support, it's really nice to farm that gold off the tower. And it's their fourth plate now here, down in that 2v2. Definitely feeling really good about that. Won't be able to quite finish off the tower here, but we'll see exactly how much. Oh, he's actually staying in because the plates fell. Yeah, so it gets very weak there after 14.
Well, look at that. First turn of the game did go EDG's way, but you can see DRX up 1,300 gold. Some of that sure is first strike on the entire bot lane, but honestly, looking very good here with that up 6 CS. 1-0 and 1 there as well. Scout going to find his play on the top side. Hero comes across and gets many of the markers here. Has to flash away because that ulti tick could have guaranteed the rest of it. Kingan honestly burns a shorter cooldown. Zeka going to force away Scout.
Oh. The flash there, I think, was a little surprising, but he recognized that Zeka and Pyosik were making their way up towards the top side of the map, and he realized that he was at a pretty significant numbers disadvantage. The good news is that it's going to be a long time before Kingdom can get to bot side, because Scout interrupting his base means that Flandre has a huge amount of time here, and he should be able to secure this tower completely uncontested, meaning that EDG can equalize the gold a little bit easier.
Yeah, and that's just going to kind of leap Flandre ahead. You know, he got that first tower gold up to the top side. Now he gets another isolated tower down on the bottom side. is going to start feeling really good in this matchup. It is one that I do think starts to favor the Jax more and more the later the game goes, and he's now over 1,000 gold ahead of his counterpart, thanks to that Herald crash top and his isolated time in the bot lane.
Yeah, the previous game ended with a 12,000 gold lead in DRX. 4,000 of that was Kingen over Flandre. He was a third of the entire lead. This one is tied, and Flandre is up 1k himself. The rest of the map still looking very good on the DRX side. And unfortunately for EDG, they had not, in the prior games, found a lot off of Flandre's leads. His side laning hadn't gotten them much purchase. Steve Edge into 0 to this one is going to get rid of the control ward and now playing for the second Herald.
Okay, DRX in a position to contest this. Kingen has been brought up. The ultimate goes through, does some damage on a Mako.
Zeka gets the Akali ult, can be an assassin. And now they've got the Jax around. A close fight. Who's going to win it is the question. He comes in to join the squad. Zeka, maybe in a bad spot, has burned his E, but they can't quite push him away. They want to bop off the shield, then find the rest. Looking for a smite combo here, claimed, but is it going to be enough now? Zeka jumps over the wall, stays alive, still a 5-on-5. Herald claimed, but will it matter? Good poke out of Def, good sidestep on that Q.
Yeah, ADG able to claim it. DRX not willing or able to really fully commit to that. I think they were hoping to get more poke down and really try to push them off because they don't really have any go buttons here. You can't just run in with the Viego into that team. You'll just get burst down. So without JJ committing his ultimate or anything like that, there was not really a window for them to do it.
EDG choosing to avoid the fight and just walk away with the objective. Overall, I think that they're going to be pretty happy with that. They can use this now to break open that mid-tier 1. Dragon spawns in about a minute's time, so they can hold it for that, making sure that they guarantee prio in the mid lane. Pyosik just hovering around Zeka. Zeka going for a bit of a cheeky trade underneath the tower. Yeah. The scout now needs to... Oh, I'm actually surprised. I was expecting him to reset. He must be very close to having enough gold. Yeah, he is, in fact, very close to having enough gold to secure that upgrade, which means that he'll have the rocket belt ready for the dragon spawning in a minute's time.
Here comes the dive on in. Wants final on it against the first stun. Nearly a kill and a scout. Needs to get the shot. Oh! You gotta be freaking kidding me, Zeka! Crushes the 1-on-1 again.
Back-to-back solo kills for Zeka in this 1v1. The first one, you could say, Scout overplayed his hand, but this time, Zeka, no tower involved, gets the outplay, gets the 1v1 solo kill.
I'm telling you, the difference in that is whether he completed Rocket Belt or not. Like, the fact that he decided to commit to that rather than just looking for the reset. He wanted to keep the tower alive, and while he did do just that, he handed a kill over to Zeka. Beautiful play from the mid laner of DRX.
Zeka Silas, the man is built different on this champion. The respawn's come in time to play for it right now. Still close in gold, a flash forced away from Death. Keep in mind, no cleanse means the escapes from Sejuani are not there. Herald charging to mid, will nearly end mid lane turret.
And we'll just see now, it's EDG moving into the river, trying to grab their second dragon here. Peril does have the tether onto Flandre.
Flandre could be taking a lot of damage here, puts the ulti down, but still loses half his health bar. Nearly drops stones back to his team. You can see how much damage DRX can put down. And Kingen is here. Lulu ult required. He can't quite find his way in. But off of the disengage out of Barrel, Flandre can't fight, and DRX get the river.
I mean, DRX just had such a good read on the situation there. The route from Barrel onto Flandre allows him to land so much poke, and then seeing that the ultimate was coming in from Viper, everyone on DRX backsteps, avoids the ultimate there from Viper, and they get that big HP advantage, but it is Flandre TPing back into the team. Scout on the flank.
Has the ulti still, no flash, but that might not matter. 9,000 on the Drake. One apiece so far. Flandre leading the charge. Yeah. No ulti there either. Scout wants to jump in, gets hit with the stun, looks for depth, misses the shuriken, but they're gonna find the damage. The rest of the squad dives on in. Scout no longer has the invisibility, but they found the stun on a Kingen. Will it be enough though? In goes Flandre, buys some time, but it's Pyosik going for everything that he possibly can.
The reset!
Gets the reset, and he's gonna do it all! Death may not get the kills, but his teammates are here to back him up. Flandre left alone. He's certain to fall, certain to die, and you can hear this crowd cheer for DRX.
EDG is wiped off the map. DRX are looking to make the reverse sweep happen, and even though Def lost his life, it is Zeka and Pyosik that come up clutch. Exquisite performance in the fight allows them to shut EDG down. They will take the mid tower, they will take the Drake, and they are looking to make history.
What a fight there. This was a great start, though, from EDG. You see Scout waiting down here. They had already forced the flash off of Deft, so they just corral Deft into Scout, and they get that initial kill. But then it's about Zeka and King, and on that top side of the fight here, coming in. Scout has used all his cooldowns. JJ tries to commit. Zeka goes in and just is bursting down Scout alongside Pioshik, who comes in, gets the first execution and the reset, and then Zeka softening up the second one, gives him another reset, another onto Sejuani as well. DeViego just gets that first kill and he goes off.
The mid-jungle combo absolutely popping off. DRX, you can see the elation on
Cheerleading from the sideline on that one.
He may very well be making his way back to the World semi-final. And the excitement from the DRX crew backstage. Elation. Of course, this game isn't quite over yet, but with a 3.5K gold lead, it is certainly looking good for DRX.
Yeah, the cards are in their hands. We'll see if they can make good on this advantage now. Has been an incredible comeback in this series for DRX. Definitely a team that has not been a favorite by any stretch of the imagination in this tournament. You know, people definitely didn't have the confidence in them to succeed in the way that they would a Gen G or a T1, but DRX are showing they are a force to be reckoned with here.
For sure, and the growth, the incredible growth that they've made in the short time of this tournament has just been spectacular to watch. So many players stepping up, question marks surrounding Zeka. Well, what are you going to do if he doesn't get his champions? Well, what are you going to do when he does? The man looks incredible, and DRX looking to continue this aggression.
Pretty good here, steals the Akali, finds the stun. R2 isn't gonna land, a flash. It's early from Scout. Zeka waits him out and says, why the hell did you give me Stylus again?
Back-to-back-to-back solo kills from Zeka in the 1v1 against Scout. What a monster.
The man is just better. They're looking for more. JJ being forced away from the tower. Zeka is feeling so confident right now.
It has just been such an incredible tournament for Zeka. The clear MVP from play-ins, played incredible in groups. He's a player who comes to the world stage as a largely an unknown for those outside of the LCK, and has really had one of the most impressive international debuts you could imagine. This guy has been playing out of his mind. You say, what happens when he doesn't get his champions? Well, it turns out last game he just crushes you with the Azir, right? Like, he really is showing a huge level of growth. And this is a very young player, 19 years old, I do believe, for DRX, and just making it look like he's a longtime veteran here.
And I mean, he's 2 levels up. He lands absolutely every single skill. He waits for Scout to flash, and it's clean, man. Starts with the W, has the ult up at the end. Oh no. Oh no. You had to go and do it to him. JJ now face checking barrel.
Oh, this is going to be a lot of pain for Sejuani. Has ulted up by the Fiora. Getting the last of the marks. Thank you for the heals. And it's going to be now actually immune to the stun there as well. Can't really move around. Takes the kill. King inside. 2-0-3. Flandre forced to run out now.
Oh, not again.
Number 4 in a row. Zeka 6-1-2.
The man is just better. Zeka, unbelievable performance. 6-1-2, wipe Scout off the map, and you just can't see DRX losing this game.
Zeka is in the zone. This guy is playing on another level here in Game 5. 4 solo kills against Scout is an absolutely incredible performance. He'll knock down the tier 2 as well, and he's closing in on that 3rd item.
In his 2 years in the LPL, he could not get the better of Scout. He fell short every time they met. In the 3 best of 3s, it was always Scout that came out on top. But today, things are looking to change. Zeka, his champion pool was questioned, but you can't question it anymore.
I gotta point out, this is the first playoff match that he might even win. He didn't play a single postseason game in 2 years in the LPL and dropped out first round this year both times in the LCK. Regional qualifier, 5 games against KT Rolls, the first BO5 he wins in that metric. Goes to the final regional qualifiers in 5 games, beats Liv Sandbox. Now goes to the world stage against the reigning world champions. Goes game 5 there as well, and is the single biggest difference in the match.
It is just incredible to watch here, and EDG feels like just falling apart a bit now, but Zeka's going in!
Looking for the fight. He's got Scout's number, but is it going to be too much? Has to for the stopwatch. Will he have safety? Will he have the team? Flash back out. Stun's not going to land. A little bit of damage from Viper. Drake is alive. They find the stun. Ult out for Pyosik. Stays alive himself. Scout waiting the fog, waiting in his own shroud. He will get rid of the control ward if they get river control.
That Mikhails from Beryl was huge. He just completed it, was able to Mikhails the Sejuani ultimate off of Pyosik there, keeping him alive, and Kingen now threatening the flank.
They see him.
Out of them. Can Viper do enough? Can Scout do enough? Ulti still saved on the Akali. Spots Beryl. That's the root. That's going to be enough damage. Follows the Eon in. Can he find the kill? Gets it. Scout's on the board. 4-12, but is it enough? Kingen's still on the wide. On the side. Gonna spot out Scout. Decent damage. Can blast plant but over, but keep in mind Scout has no way to heal back up.
He needs to go back to base. He does have the teleport and he can rejoin the fight.
Exactly, he's got a TP back, and they have the Warmogs on JJ, so he's healing it right back up. EDG taking a commanding position in this area. Kingen is spotted, but Flandre's gonna mark him here.
Kingen riposed a bit early, Q's back away, so gets a blue buff. TP coming back in now. Jungler still alive. It is not Soul, but the stacks certainly matter. Claims it. Def pushed out. No Shuriken to land. But now they're zoned out of the fight, and there is no play to be had. Down 7,000 gold. EDG find a kill, and they get an objective bounty off the Drake.
What a critical moment there for EDG. If you take this fight down this far, you lose it. The game is likely over. It would be the Baron as well for DRX. They get the one kill onto Beryl, and they keep their hopes alive here at Worlds, moving to their second dragon.
It's still a terrifying position.
Oh, they're going to start it.
EDG to be in second.
They're going to start
level
it.
16. He is by far the highest level in the game. And here we are. Baron started for DRX.
Running it down. Def TP's on in, and it's time for EDG to find out what they can do about this one. 8,000 health, and the poke is going to be pretty massive out of Deft right here. Steals Sejuani ult to find the engage. Bot lane turret already dropped. Flander was given so many resources and yet cannot keep up against Kingen. Burned his own ulti. Now there is a TP up for Flandre. He's gonna walk back to the base, get his mana bar back in, not find too much more. Ooh, a chance. They're gonna find the stolen stun. Is it enough for the kill? Trying to live as long as he can. True shot barrage hits 3. Mako nearly dead. Def finds the kill, and Scout could be next. Viper away, but Viper is unwilling to lose just yet.
When you have Viper, there is always hope for EDG. This man sees the angle, goes in, almost takes them all down, does get just the one kill, but it costs him his flash, it costs him his Gale Force, and it does mean he's going to be very vulnerable in this next fight, but still, the respect has to be paid. Viper, the best AD carry in the world, he has nearly the IE now. We can watch this one more time as DRX are closing in on EDG.
You can just see the power of Zeka, level 16 to level 12. Oh, the damage is unbelievable as Mako is forced out. JJ is just trying to buy time for his team, and if Pyosik had just ulted again here, he would have gotten that kill into Scout, but he didn't have information as to where he was. Then Viper flashes in with the ultimate. The Infernum doing so much work, forces DRX back, and this is what DRX have to be careful of. Yes, you are strong. You have control over the game, but confidence can be a killer, and you have to make sure that you control this game to a clean victory.
Absolutely, but Viper there, really clean combo, ult, Gale Force, flash, Q, auto, all with the Infernum, but you have to be worried now about can they keep Viper safe here. He has no summoners available.
Scout still got 3 kills, has some damage. TP's coming back in to reinforce the Baron play. 5,000 health. JJ doesn't see it. And still getting put lower and lower. 2,100, they find the stun. They keep the jungler out, and it's Def. Who else? Who claims the Baron? Kato's the front line. They're trying to find that kill on a Fiora. Mikhails. Flash, triple stun, but not a single man dies. Pyosik can't find the kill. Zeka has the Zodias, and Zekas will die. DRX desperate for anti-venom. Viper finds another.
Viper gets the shutdown as well there. That is massive, but it is still the Baron on 4 for DRX. It is just the one kill. A pittance for EDG, but it should get him towards the IE here. That is a big buy.
You can see the support from the crowd coming in strong. All of the EDG faithful are believing in Viper right now. There are very few AD carries in the world that are able to bring their team back from a deficit like this, but Viper has done it before, and he will look to do it again as we look back at this fight.
It's just a great zoning play here from Kingen and Zeka. The stolen Sejuani ulti onto the Sejuani allows them to finish the play here. And then Flandre in on Kingen, you start thinking, hey, there's opportunities here as Viper and Flandre flashing forward after the Mikhails was used. 3-man stun, but the follow-up is not really there, and Zeka's threatening on the side, so Viper can't fully commit.
Viper really wants to, though, and the moment that they see Zeka invest the stopwatch, they're like, we've got a kill here. This is an opportunity. You can see how close Scout is to landing the E, but he can't quite connect it onto Def, which means that there's no cleanup kill onto the AD carry. 4 members walk away with the Baron, and now EDG is forced on the defense once again.
IE completed now for Viper. Azil on top. I believe that was a 900 gold shutdown that he was able to pick up. That is massive, but it's still DRX.
Deft! I've seen it before. Does not get the kill, but Deft can no longer fight this one.
Oh my word, Viper just looked DRX in the eye and said, you will not cross this line. But the tower still falls. TP now committed. The Dragon up in 25 seconds, but Viper doesn't have his ultimate.
Not a required fight. It is not Dragon's Soul. Would be number 3 for DRX, and EDG might decide not to play with Viper, missing 2 crucial cooldowns. No flash, no ulti, and actually right now no Gale Force either. Only Mako is his back pocket summoner spell.
Yeah, and very little vision in the area. It's very shallow vision here for EDG. I think the call is to just give it up. You do not play for this Dragon here with no summoners on Viper, I think. It's just too damn dangerous when you don't know where these members could be. Zeka has flash, Pyosik has flash. It would be so risky to go for it. And Kingen just pushing on the side here has the, has the Hull Breaker pushing down here. So he's committing to this foot push, but Barrel can be trouble. Oh! The self Mikhails, that was beautiful.
Not sure if stun landed or not.
Crazy,
The button walks away. Smite claims the red. I believe that's actually JJ who gets it. He is at least wearing a red buff here.
Oh my god, Viper now level 15. Scout has had a really difficult game, falling short to Zeka at every turn, and is only level 14. He's very far behind in terms of gold and experience. Zeka is getting closer and closer to that death cap. Kingen in the side lane as well continues to be a nuisance. Doesn't have that much of an advantage over Flandre. You can see in terms of the isolated 1v1. Difficult matchup for both top laners right now. Viper is really the player that we're looking at for EDG. He's pulled this team back from the depths before. The main reason why EDG is considered a world-class team fighting team is because of this man in the bot lane, but he will be going up against Def, a world-class AD carry in his own right, looking to return to the semifinals after many years.
The gold lead is significant, but the longer the game goes, the less it starts to matter here. It has not really extended much over the last 5 to 10 minutes, so DRX still with a solid advantage, especially in mid lane, a monster advantage as the death cap has done 4 completed items for Zeka. He is that massive threat. But as Viper can have the perfect team fight, if they can create the space for him, speed him up with the Lulu, he can surely take over a game.
Not quite going to kill frontline as he is on the Zeal instead of something like the Last Whisper. Goes for Hurricane. He wants to hit all of the melee champions. It's against triple melee. That'll look really good with Inferno in a team fight where he hits everybody. That's actually going to be really, really good damage. He's killing everybody.
Zeka now, it's 18. Really capping out here. Can build one more item, but max experience, has that death cap.
Scout can't go anywhere near him. He can't. There's no way you win that 1v1.
I mean, we've already seen Zeka tie the record for this year's Worlds for most solo kills, tied with 4. Robo had that. The all-time record is actually 6 from No Man, so we'll see if he can find 2 more to tie that one this game.
Observers are pointing out the ward behind. Question is, do they know that Zeka's there? Well, they must know. They must have seen him looking around. They definitely know. He's not going to overstay his welcome, though. He realizes the Fiora hasn't quite pushed in the bot wave.
Oh, they're looking.
Now they
Looking
know.
for the stun. Only a slow, though. Zeka gets blue spited. Not going to matter. Loses the shell, but he's fine. A bit of blast pant. Back to safety. Had flash if he needed it. Doesn't matter here. Pyosik going to see Jeje. Not going to matter too much either.
So they're just funneling more resources into Viper, trying to get him as much XP and gold as possible. You can see now he will have the Infernum, working towards those white guns after the purple one.
Yeah, it's just all about the dragon fight. I don't think DRX are going to commit to anything unless they see an incredible opportunity they can't pass out. Because it's only 2 minutes here. until this soul that they could grab. The Ocean Soul would mean a lot when you're playing these style of Pokemons.
So a couple things is that Scout is very close to getting level 16, which is a big deal because it means 3 points in your ultimate, which is a lot more damage. On top of that, he's very close to securing the Zhonya's. With 3 items, sure, he's not going to be as strong as Zeka is, but he'll be strong enough to be a real threat to Deft. Note, though, that the stopwatch has been picked up for Deft, and that means he's going to have a lot more survivability, especially with his flash up for the next fight.
Oh, look at this. Zeka going to start shadowing King in here, both level 18. Those soul laners for DRX are a threat here, to be sure. Zeka will get spotted by this ward, but can they retreat? Here comes Yoshi
coming around.
side.
Shirelli has to get away as fast as possible. They know how much threat there is. Scout was back in base, stops to get his Zhonya's. 3 items to 4. He's a full death cap behind.
It's the move towards Baron, though. DRX, the blue trinket is used, so they can clear that out, and now EDG just don't know. But it's Scout actually trying to go down towards bot side. They're going to try to see if they can find a pick, but if they spot Scout, it could trigger DRX to actually start up the Baron.
What? Mako's nearly killable. I mean, Ravenous Hydra helped with that one as well. The extra splash coming through.
Wait, yours coming!
Here comes King, but only kills a ward. Mako might have to fully recall, and that gives a lot of space. You can see they're on the way back up to the Baron. DRX with a game-winning play. Baron probably seals the deal.
I don't think EDG can contest this. They're going to try. Mako is so far away. Zeka on zone control once again.
They're just stunned. That's the shield popped out, and they got to disengage. The stun is huge. Has to flash to safety. But careful. Pyoshik's at half. King spotted out. Looking for damage out of that. And Deft burns his stopwatch.
They get the stopwatch, and they do get mid lane control. And now DRX doesn't have time to start the Baron again here, and the Dragon's going to be spawning in 15, so it's a play for the reset here. Flandre's spotting them. Deft actually cancels the base. He does have his TP, so he should be able to get to the Dragon in time. But it buys time for EDG. They can get into the bot side river and potentially get a little bit of vision.
Oh, they're playing for the vision play. Blue trinkets are all the way down. They don't know they're all mid. They don't know they're all mid. And that's a polymorph. Repose, not possible. Deft has a flash, and he'll stay safe. But without a top laner, how do you fight as DRX?
A massive pick onto King. He does have the TP, but he does have 50 seconds on the death timer. EDG now setting up for the Dragon. Let's see if Deft can land the poke to potentially be a game changer.
He's spam Q's, goes ulti back up. 4K health, should be a clean smite. Whoa, it's going! Pyoshik gets the Ocean Soul! DRX don't need a top laner. They got a summoner spell. Viper attack, stays alive. Double stun. Deft will not fall. Zeka will not allow it. Going with the quadra kill in his first ever World Championship. And on his back, he lifts the world. He lifts DRX, and New York erupts as DRX march for the Nexus.
Zeka takes the Quadra, and he claims his rightful place in the World Championship semifinals.
2,942 days ago, Deft won a World quarterfinal, and today, thanks to Zeka, he does it again.
The reverse sweep happens for DRX. Deft is able to remove the curse of quarterfinals, and he will find an incredible win over the reigning world champions. He will not only defeat his former organization, but he will stay alive in the World 2022 Championship.
Beautiful moment there, hugs between Deft and Scout, Deft and Mako, exchanging an embrace there. They get to take their time here to celebrate. DRX overcoming the 0-2 start here against EDG, taking down the defending world champs in what was an incredible series here. Just what a monster performance, though, from Zeka when it mattered most. The 19-year-old here for DRX.
Oh, yeah.
You may not have heard of him before Worlds. You certainly have now.
It's a roster of defying expectations. We talked so much about it. This year, no one was even paying attention to DRX. But before we get into that, we have to commiserate EDG, the reigning world champions. They put on a heck of a show. They're going to be frustrated. Scout is going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
He had a phenomenal series, and in Game 5, Zeka got the better of him.
An overstepped
That's not to say that EDG did not put up one hell of a fight.
It certainly did. This was such a memorable series, so many memorable games here as well, so many incredible moments. It was a quarter second from being 3-1. The Nexus rush nearly worked. Deft almost single-handedly took that one. At the end of the day, it was Zeka with, he took that little bit extra in an overextension from Scout. And from there, just took 3 more solo kills back to back to back and said, you gave me an inch, I took your entire team.
And what a birthday present for Deft. Happy birthday to him. He's going to the semifinals. That has to be an absolutely euphoric feeling for DRX, for Deft, who has been working for so long to get back to this moment, who is potentially retiring after this World's run.
Actually.
I mean, it's just kind of that Cinderella story. It makes you want to believe.
And with this, LCK cement themselves back on top, right? Like 3 teams in the semifinals now. Yep. What an incredible bounce back from the region. What an incredible performance from DRX. And like, there's just so many things that tick the box. Beryl getting redemption against the team that knocked him out in the World Finals of last year.
2022 semifinals, baby. You did it.
Congratulations to Deft. The quarterfinals curse is no more. He will return to the semifinals. He will be going up against his LCK brothers in Gen G. And I feel like given the way that they continue to surprise here at the World Championship, I'm expecting more surprises as he heads into his semifinal once again.
But man, these last 2 days, what a treat. The games yesterday, the games today have been so incredibly exciting. Yep. Such amazing moments we have had here in New York. Has just been such a treat to cast in both these last 2 series.
Good job. Cast the rest of Worlds, please. As they all have to get you on every single game. We're pretty happy. And yeah, it's Gen G and DRX who are pushed to the limit, face each other. J2G and T1 who stomped their competition 3 days ago. They play each other too. Neither one has really been tested. They both slapped their group. They both slapped their quarterfinal.
Yep.
And it's like, oh, that's going to be exciting too.
It certainly will be. We're in for a banger of a semifinal, but incredible quarterfinals as well. And once again, massive congratulations to DRX. It's crazy to see the development that they've made in such a short amount of time. The level of this team, the way in which it felt like they controlled pretty much every early game against EDG. We talked about how typically EDG is not the strongest early game team, but neither really was DRX. When they came into the World Championship, they were the only team that had a losing record. Right, like the expectations of this team were not high, and to have them reach the semifinals, what an incredible accomplishment.
Yeah, the fact they scaled so hard, because you come in, it's like, okay, play-ins, you 5-0'd. You beat RNG, all right, single best of 1, like that could have happened. You played well, we know the skills are there, okay, cool. And they go to the group stage, it's like, well, you beat Rogue, actually, in the tiebreakers. Like, you came out over top esports. All right, good job, like, willing to listen. This one did go to 5, right? Like, it was clearly a tough fight, but the number of clutch moments we saw, right, how much they stepped up. I mean, Kingen, I think he topped Dift 4 out of 5 games.
Yeah, 100%.
Hey, Fiora versus Kenna didn't go his way, but every single other game, whether he was counterpicked or got counterpicked, he's up in the lane, he's up inside pressure, and he's just doing better.
Yeah, and then the mid lane matchup. I think that it was really close. Scout had like phenomenal games for the vast majority of this series, but Zeka always found ways to have impact. On his Azir, on his Sylas, he continued to look incredible. But really, this series was the battle of the AD carries. It was incredible to watch Viper versus Deft. The fact that it was Viper who replaced Deft, and the story there, it was just... It's great. It's great.
I mean, what a pleasure to watch, right? And it was really cool to see the creativity as well from DRX. Beryl, I have to give him a lot of credit. Drawing Heimerdinger bans, brings out the Ashe support, brings out the Karma, which I think was also pivotal, in this last game. So some really smart picks here, I think, from DRX. I do think, they deserve a lot of credit for the way that they're actually drafting. I would say not necessarily like traditional stuff, but drafting to their own strengths and to what works for them.
For sure.
And I think that's such an important part of having success internationally is playing to your own strengths. And what a cool moment this is as the crowd in New York, if you can hear them singing happy birthday to Deft, who's waiting on stage for an interview.
Yeah.
That's an amazing moment.
Yeah, he and Pioshik coming up soon. So, what can we say but DRX headed to the semifinals as a wonderful team, and we are joining Shox and the DRX duo of our birthday boy and his jungler in our Verizon postgame interview.
Thank you very much indeed, the birthday boy Deft and Pioshik as DRX make it to the semifinal. First up, happy birthday, Deft.
생일 축하드립니다.
Secondly, Deft, it's been 2,942 days since you made the last semifinal. What does it mean to finally be back?
우선 가장 먼저 2,942일 만에 4강 무대를 다시 밟게 되셨습니다. 데프트 선수에게 어떤 의미인가요? No.
안 울려고 했는데 이게 갑자기 눈물이 나가지고 우선 이번 롤드컵 이제 시작하기 전에도 이제 목표가 좀 개인적으로 우승을 못 하더라도 좀 나아가고 있다는 기분을 받고 싶은 거였는데 오늘 경기하면서 그런 느낌을 많이 받았어서 그냥 너무 좋은 것 같아요.
So my goal for this Worlds, regardless of the result, even if I cannot win Worlds, I just wanted to get this impression that I'm making progress, I'm getting better. And throughout this 5-game series, I kind of realized that I am getting better, so I'm so happy.
And how? Pioshik, for you also, of course, a huge congratulations. I want to ask you about the Game 5, the steal near the end of it, and the final fight, and the moment you realized you would be making your semifinal.
표식 선수도 정말 축하드립니다. 마지막 세트, 5세트 정말 스틸부터 해서 끝내기 한타까지 정말 엄청 났는데요. 우리 이제 이겼다 싶었을 때 그 감정 어땠는지 소감이 어떠셨나요?
저희가 일단 처음 두 판을 좀 아쉽게 2패로 시작해가지고 되게 힘들었는데 이제 경기 시작하기 전에 주한이가 예전에 펜싱 올림픽 때 분리했을 때 나는 할 수 있다를 외치면 되게 도움이 된다고 조언을 해주더라고요. 그래서 게임 시작하기 전에 이제 계속 할 수 있다고 팀원들한테 다독이고 이제 마지막에 좀 피오라 잘렸을 때 아찔했는데 다행히 용 스틸하고 이제 건우가 잘 들어가가지고 이긴 것 같아서 너무 기분 좋은 것 같아요.
Yeah, we were in a very rough start because we dropped 2 games in a row in the beginning. But before of the beginning of the game 3, actually Juhan came to me and told me, in the Olympics there was a player who actually talked to himself like, I can do this, I can do this. Like when he was pushed against the wall and he actually won the medal. So I was like, maybe I'm gonna do that to myself. So I was like talking to myself that I can do this in my entire team, and it really worked. And also, in the game number 5, the last team fight, when Kingin got caught, I was a little bit, worried. And then I was able to get the steal. And then Zeka found the perfect angle, and he was able to open a great team fight, and we were able to get this win.
Fantastic. I think it really exemplifies how much this is a team win. And Deft, I just have to commend you so much, you and the team, for staying in this series rather after the end of Game 2. And I just want to know from your perspective how you handled that within the team and how you overcame that to win the next 3 games.
말씀하신 것처럼 사실은 2패 상황에 몰렸을 때 데프트 선수와 또 팀 전체적으로 어떤 식으로 좀 극복하면서 남은 경기 치르고자 하셨나요?
사실 2경기 질 때도 저희가 경기하면서 못 이길 상대라는 느낌을 못 받아서 진짜로 저는 진심으로 저희가 더 잘한다고 믿어서 이제 팀원들한테도 우리가 더 잘한다고 그냥 하기는 했는데 이제 2경기 때 제가 아마 넥서스를 깰 수 있었을 것 같은데 이제 그게 너무 아른거려서 오늘 만약에 졌으면은 이제 상상하기 싫은 것 같아요.
So yeah, I mean, even though we lost 2 games, I was still pretty sure that we can still beat them, And I was keep telling my teammates that we are better than them. I just wanted to remind them we are stronger than them. And I think like in game number 2, I almost got the Nexus, you know, and that thought, that replay was living in my head rent-free, but I don't even want to imagine myself, you know, losing this series.
No, and you didn't. So, Pioshik, when it comes to DRX, I feel like you have been underestimated the whole year, even in making it to the World Championship. How rewarding is it for you as a player and as a team to show everybody that you can do it and you make it to the World Semifinals?
이제 또 표식 선수 그리고 DRX가 올 한 해 좀 많은 저평가를 받았던 것 같습니다. 월즈에 진출했음에도 이제 월즈에서도 많이 언더독으로 평가받고 저평가를 받았는데 이렇게 다시 한번 정말 중요한 순간에 본인들의 가치를 증명하셔서 얼마나 뿌듯하시고 얼마나 기쁘신가요?
이제 사실 평가나 그런 부분에서는 저도 객관적으로 봤을 때 제가 좀 많이 못했다고 생각을 하고 지금도 그 부분이 너무 후회스럽고 아쉽지만 뭐 결과적으로 이기면 그만이라고 혁기 형이 맨날 그러더라고요. 그래서 그냥 이기면 그만이니까 오늘 이겼으니까 괜찮은 것 같아요.
I want to say, you know, it is fact that I was underperforming and I left a lot to be desired, and I was also very bummed about my own performance. I left a lot of regrets, but every time, you know, Def told me, if you win, it doesn't matter, you know? If you win, it's all that matters. So I guess we won today, so it doesn't really matter anymore.
It doesn't really matter anyway. Now, Pioshik, in the LCK broadcast, Jisun told me, and I went back to check, but there is something called the Pioshik ceremony, meaning that whenever you win a game, you actually do an impression of a champion. Would you please do this for us today?
세레머니 한번 해주실 수 있을까요?
Should we take his mic, or? And what are you gonna do? What was it?
설명을 좀 해주실 수 있을까요?
오늘 바이퍼 선수 잡고 아펠리오스 세레모니.
This is me as Viego after taking down Viper's Aphelios and turning into that Aphelios.
Oh! That was great. Thank you so much for that. A couple more questions. Deft, when someone is victorious on stage, of course, someone unfortunately has to be at the losing end as well. And at the other side were two people you know very well, as well as an organization you cherish. Is there anything you'd like to say to Scout and Meiko?
또 이렇게 승부의 세계에 있어서는 승자와 패자가 있는 법이고 오늘은 이제 반대쪽에는 함께 정말 오랜 시간을 EDG에서 보냈던 스카웃 선수와 메이코 선수가 또 패배 고배를 마셨는데요. 그 두 선수에게 혹시 전하고 싶은 말씀이 있을까요?
전 두 선수 다 이제 오늘 경기하면서 너무 잘해서 상대할 때 좀 힘들었던 것 같고 또 사실 제가 별 다른 뭔가 위로를 안 해도 잘 추스릴 수 있는 강한 선수들이라고 생각해서 네, 다음에 또 붙을 날이 왔으면 좋겠어요.
I mean, those two players are doing a fantastic job today. It was really rough to play against them, but I don't think they need any kind of word from me because they're strong enough to recover from it, and I'm looking forward to our rematch in the future.
Fantastic. Finally, Deft, of course, the road you still have a ways to go in this, and I think a lot of people want to see you go all the way. But up next, though, you have a formidable opponent in Gen.G. What are your thoughts on facing your LCK brethren?
이제 데프트 선수 앞으로 또 가야 할 길들이 남아 있습니다. 그리고 다음 상대는 이제 LCK 챔피언인 젠지인데요. 어떻게 보고 계신가요?
이제 사실 이 선발전부터 해서 뭔가 계속 상대방의 이제 저랑 같이 같은 목표를 가지고 이제 경기를 하거나 했던 선수들이 계속 있어서 뭔가 마음이 불편하긴 한데 네. 뭐 어쩌겠어요. 잘 상대해서 이겨야죠.
I mean, starting from the original qualifier, I get to just play against, my former teammates. We've been working so hard for the same goal, but we are now enemies. So it feels uncomfortable and heartbreaking at the same time. But what are you gonna do? You gotta win.
You gotta win, indeed. I think that's a great final note, but I do not think we are done yet. The crowd here in New York, you started something before the interview, and I'd like you to do it again because something is coming. Happy birthday.
감사합니다.
Oh, they've taken it away, but congratulations one more time, Pyoshik, Deft, and DRX. What a fantastic moment right here in New York. Thank you so much, Ji-sun. We're gonna kick it over to Worlds Cooldown.
Nearly 10 years of effort,
Let's
emotion.
fucking go!
Everybody